Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy and Momo becomes couple? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luffy found himself somewhere unrecognizable to him. At the moment he was standing on the roof of a very identifiable building if you were to ask literally any hero aspiring teenager. More specifically, he was at the top of the UA high school in Japan. Man, how did I get here? The last thing Luffy remembers is exploring Egghead Island with Chopper, Jinbei, and Bonnie. When all of a sudden his gaze was captured by a very unstable portal that practically screamed adventure. With nothing else on his mind he ran head first into the portal, not hearing the shouts of worry from his crew. Now all he can see for miles around him are massive, tightly packed buildings made of glass and concrete. Strangely shaped blocks of metal speeding loudly along long black streets, and more people than he could care to count hurrying from one place to another. Crap, I shouldn't have run head first into that glowy thingy. He sighed, quickly refocusing. Nothing I can do about it now, besides, they'll be just fine without me. Just as the newly dubbed emperor was getting ready to jump down from the multi-story building, he hears the sound of a door opening to his left, and out walks two people? People would be a stretch, seeing as one of them was a mink? No, that's not right, it looked like a combination of a polar bear, a mouse and a dog. Luffy wasn't really sure what to make of him other than the fact that he lightly resembled Chopper. Not really, but Luffy wasn't good with faces anyway. The man that followed behind the mink looked like the business type, obviously in his late 40s, early 50s. Luffy didn't pay the old guy much attention as he was rather plain looking but had a stern air about him. It seems Luffy caught them in the middle of a conversation. And as I was saying, Mr. Nizu, I truly believe my daughter will become a top hero and that she deserves the best UA can offer, which is why I came here to hand in the recommendation letter. He trails off slowly when he notices the sudden arrival of a teenager in rather ratty attire by his standards. Oh my, it seems we have an unexpected guest. The mink chuckled. He seemed to deduce that this stranger, while unknown, was not hostile. May I inquire about your name? Said the snappily dressed mink, who apparently went by Nizu. The teen in front of the principal had a well-worn straw hat stuffed snugly on his head, his black hair trying to fight its way out past the straw. He had large, kind eyes and a curious expression, his face marked only by a small scar under his left eye. Other than his head he had an elbow-length, red, flowing, unbuttoned shirt, a yellow sash tied around his torso, a pair of blue jorts, sandals, and a massive cross-shaped scar on his chest. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The man who's gonna become the king of the pirates. He announced with pride, hopping away from the edge of the building. Thanks to Nizu's quirk he was quickly able to unravel everything the teen just said. After all, based on a person's introduction you can find out a whole lot about them. Monkey D. Luffy, such a strange name, he's definitely not from around here. King of the Pirates? I have never heard of a title like that before, and the way he said it, full of confidence, it must be real to him, whatever being king of the pirates means. He also doesn't strike me as a criminal of some sort. Any villain worth his salt would have attacked or fled by now unless he was an overconfident idiot. That huge scar on his chest is also perplexing. You would only see that type of scar on a veteran hero or maybe a burn victim. Well, Mr. Monkey Dash, that felt weirdly racist. Nizu stopped short as the teen interrupted. Luffy. Excuse me? Hey, I'm just saying, I won't remember if you call me Monkey. Remembering people calling him Straw Hat was enough of a bother already. Very well, so Mr. Luffy, can you tell me what you're doing on the roof of my school? Not to mention how you got up here in the first place. UA wasn't exactly Fort Knox when it came to security, but it wasn't your average corner store either. And since the school was going to be bustling with new students in a week, it was worrisome that this teen found a way in. Because if he can get in, anyone can get it. I'm not doing anything, I just ran into this white round thing cause it looked fun and I ended up here. He said unhelpfully, peering at the mink. Do you know Chopper by the way? You both look the same. Nizu tilted his head. A fun, white round thing. He chuckled. That's a new one. And to answer your other question, unless this Chopper character is an animal, I'm afraid I can't claim any relation to him. This object he's describing sounds awfully like a portal quirk, or God forbid a mechanical one. That would be 500 years too advanced for this day and age. Well, yeah he is. Luffy claimed. What? An animal? Nizu questioned. Another animal experiment? How sad. Yeah. He's a reindeer and the doctor on my ship. He can turn super big or really fluffy sometimes. Said Luffy, completely serious despite the absurdity of the statement. The old guy, who had been watching judgmentally the whole time, forcefully cleared his throat. Not to intrude on this lovely conversation, but what is your purpose here? This is an elite heroing school, not some playground where you can come to pass the time. He said sharply. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm lost. Luffy confessed. Anyway, can you guys point me in the direction of an island called Egghead? My crew will be waiting for me there. He said with a hint of hope in his voice. Egghead? Inquired both men. Luffy put a finger to his temple. I think it was Egghead, you know? The big sciencey island with lots of robots. It was times like these that Nami would come in handy. I can't say I have ever heard of Dash. Unfortunately for Nizu, his sentence was cut short by another unexpected guest soaring by. Finally Yaoyorozu. Decided to show your face, eh? Spit the strange man. His eyes were wild and it looked as though he hadn't bathed in weeks. The only mildly kept part about him were his large, green arm wings that flapped unsteadily in the air. DMN, really? At UA? I thought I'd be safer here. Yaoyorozu cursed to himself. Sweat beading on his temple as he locked eyes with the villain who stared at his expensive suit hungrily. He knew being the CEO of one of the top companies in Japan put a huge target on his back, but seriously? In the middle of the day? Luffy stared passively at the exchange. What do you want with me? Yaoyorozu questioned, shifting his feet as if he'd ever be able to get away in time should he decide to run. The villain cackled, nearly losing his hovering grip in the air. Is that a serious question? If I kidnap you, I'm sure your family will pay a pretty penny to get your rich butt back. Of course this had to happen without any heroes currently present. Rich, huh? Screwed is more like it. Luffy pointed at the hovering villain like a kid pointing at an airplane. Hey, old man, do you know this guy? He's kind of annoying. Luffy stared a little harder for a moment. And he's gonna fly away with you. If you didn't know Luffy you might guess he was thinking ahead and following the conversation like a normal person. But he took a peek using future-sighted observation Haki, obviously. Yeah, I figured that out myself. Yaoyorozu swore under his breath, Principal Nizu, I hope you can help me, my quirk isn't really suited for combat. His quirk focused more heavily on being able to make impressively fast mathematical calculations which rivaled the modern calculator, which was definitely not effective in the current situation. Unfortunately, besides predicting your chances of being captured, I'm afraid I can't help. Nizu had his eyes locked on the maniacal villain as he started to clumsily fly towards Mr. Yaoyorozu, making his chances of being saved as low as 19.8%. Luffy's stomach grumbled. To Nizu's surprise he seemed completely unbothered by the approaching danger. He hesitated, then. Hey, old guy, if I kick this guy's butt, can you please help me get back to my crew? His stomach complained louder. And give me some food? I'm starving. Yaoyorozu's eyes darted to the kid, noting his relaxed demeanor while his own heart pumped so hard he could feel it through his chest. If you can do something, do it already. I'll even give you a place to stay if you help, shouted Mr. Yaoyorozu as the villain began closing in fast. Normally he wouldn't invite a stranger to his mansion, but in the heat of the moment, he wasn't thinking straight. Yes, it's a deal. Well, at least now he has a place to stay until he finds a way back to his crew. Whenever that might be. For now, however. You're mine, Yaoyorozu, screeched the villain as he swung his feet forwards, his feet ripping through his dirty shoes to reveal massive, razor-sharp talons that made to claw into Yaoyorozu. Nizu watched starstruck at the almost concerningly bright smile that overtook Luffy's features as his arm stretched backwards, all the way to the edge of the building. Gomu Gomu no. The villain looked on in fear, mere inches from grabbing the old man, his attention diverted to the sudden appearance of a fist centimeters away from his face, and the devil's smile behind it. Pistol. The villain blacks out instantly as Luffy's fist makes devastating contact with his face and he's sent flying into the streets below. Nizu can't even see him after a few seconds. Luffy's arm snaps back into place and he turns to the two dumbfounded elders. Yes. He went flying. Haha. Luffy turned to see their silly expressions and grinned. He's not coming back, so don't worry about it. Nizu nodded, a little. Scared? It wasn't often he met a stranger who could so effortlessly defeat a flying enemy, no less a teenager. Who was he? Yaoyorozu clutched a sweaty palm to his shirt, taking deep, calming breaths. If this kid hadn't been here, I would have been long gone by now, thank you, gasped the businessman. Who would have thought that a kid in sandals would pack that much of a punch? Shishishi, don't mention it, old man. Luffy reassured Yaoyorozu, giving him his signature sunshine smile. You promised me food, didn't you? Now where is it? There was drool poking the corner of his mouth. Nizu let out a sigh of relief. You're in luck, Mr. Luffy, we actually have an excellent cook present in the cafeteria today, if you would follow me, please, as a token of my gratitude. said Nizu with a grateful smile. Losing such a big benefactor like Mr. Yaoyorozu to a no-name villain would not only leave quite a big dent in their funding, but it would also soil the school's reputation. Although, after this incident he will be spending more budget on security. Sure. Sounds delicious. Luffy grinned. The trio made their way to the cafeteria quietly before Nizu broke the silence. That's quite an interesting quirk you have, being able to elongate your arm? And with such accuracy nonetheless. Nizu was intrigued, after seeing him defeat a villain with such precision and brutality. This straw-hatted teen clearly had not only training, but experience. What's a quirk? Luffy questioned. Both men froze mid-step. You can't be serious? Mr. Yaoyorozu spun around. Did this kid live under a rock? Maybe you have a different name for it from where you come from. I was referring to your ability to stretch. Nizu clarified. Luffy was puzzling to say the least. Here in front of him was a teenager speaking fluent Japanese with a peculiar accent, wanting to become the supposed pirate king, not knowing what a quirk is despite it being a worldwide cultural fact. And with impeccable fighting skills. The more he finds out about this guy, the more of a mystery he becomes. Oh, I get it, I don't have a quirk, is what you said? But I did eat the gum-gum devil fruit and now I'm a rubber man. Luffy explained, tugging on his cheek end. Stretching it an arm's length out in demonstration. Completely oblivious to their uncomprehension. Are those similar? A devil fruit? Mr. Yaoyorozu doubted, too flabbergasted to notice his question. I've never heard of such a thing. Really? I must be super far from the Grand Line then, Luffy contemplated, concern etched in his voice. Maybe it's a weird way of saying that he has a quirk? Nizu was stressing more and more with the strange terms this teen threw around as if it was the most common knowledge in the world. But he didn't let it show on his face. A quirk that turns your whole body into rubber seems rather peculiar, but the way you use it is extremely impressive. Said Nizu, praising Luffy. The only way he can think of a rubber quirk being effective is if it was paired with ridiculous amounts of strength and a wild imagination. Thanks, little guy. Ace never thought my power was cool, but I proved him wrong. Luffy declared, remembering all the times Ace mocked him for gaining such a useless ability. Mr. Yaoyorozu cleared his throat. He seemed to like doing that a lot. As I was saying before getting so sidetracked, Mr. Nizu. I hope you will be accepting my letter of recommendation for my daughter. He said in an attempt to put the small principal back on track. Oh, of course, she will still be required to take the recommendation entrance exam, but I have no doubts that she will pass with flying colors. Nizu reassured. He had nearly forgotten that the whole reason Mr. Yaoyorozu was here was for his daughter's admittance in all the excitement. Entrance exam? For what? Luffy asked curiously. Nizu perked up. This building is a famous hero school, namely UA High. It's rather difficult to get into due to its high requirements. But, this is where pro-heroes train the next generation. The entrance exam is the first step to getting in. Nizu explained pridefully. Luffy's eyes lit up and he balled his hands into fists of excitement. Awesome! I love superheroes. Nizu couldn't help but chuckle at the childish fascination. Luffy mellowed out. I would never be one though. He seemed almost appalled at the thought. Oh really? How strange. Why is that if you don't mind me asking? Nizu was puzzled. With Luffy's admirable strength and cheerful attitude he was almost certain he was just another hero-aspiring teenager. Luffy grinned. I'm a pirate. Of course I can't be a hero. The two men didn't seem any less confused. Luffy figured he'd dumb it down for them. Look, say you have a piece of meat, right? A hero would share it with everyone, but a pirate would keep the meat all to himself. The pair shared a concerned look. Nizu, however, was more nervous. He's not wrong, but he doesn't have the full picture either, he mused. What are you talking about? While being generous is an aspect of heroes, you are missing the key principles that truly make them who they are. Mr. Yaoyorozu explained in hopes of educating him. Now Luffy was just looking at them like they were the stupid ones. Why would I share anything when I can just take it? Ugh, quit making me think so hard. I don't want to be a hero. Don't push me, old man. Luffy complained, causing both men to begin re-evaluating what they knew about this guy. I'm not old. I have a name and it's Mr. Yuichi to you, and wait a second, didn't you mention that you were a pirate? The CEO questioned nervously, was this kid being serious? Because from what he knew about good old-fashioned pirates, let's just say it doesn't paint a pretty picture. Luffy pointed a finger directly at Mr. Yuichi's nose, causing him to look down cross-eyed at it. Not just any pirate, but the man who's gonna be the king of the pirates. Luffy clarified, the determination in his voice and the wideness of his smile evoked memories of All Might's own sure grin. And what do you mean by that? Nizu asked. The more Luffy spoke with such truth in his voice, the more his mind was amuck with theories on where this guy could possibly be from. He needed more info. It means that once I find the One Piece I'll be the freest man in the whole world, said Luffy, completely seriously with a smirk on his lips. Ha! Well, I wish you good luck on your journey. Ah, we've arrived, Nizu responded as they finally entered the cafeteria. He was beginning to form a theory that would change the rules of the universe if he was right. And he really didn't like the current possibility of that situation. The cafeteria wasn't anything special, but it was larger than any canteen Luffy had ever seen before, each table having plush seating and enough space at each surface for every student to fit in comfortably with their friends. Luffy, however, couldn't care less. Following his nose, he made a beeline straight for the kitchen. Yahoo meat! Luffy launched himself over the counter, almost causing the food hero Lunch Rush to fall to the ground. Hey! Watch where you're going, kid. If you want food you're a week too early. Lunch Rush shouted. Unfortunately his statement fell on deaf ears as the Straw Hat Pirate was already ravaging the fridge. Lunch Rush was about 5 seconds from attacking the stranger before he heard the principal's tiny voice. Hey Lunch Rush, sorry for the intrusion, he's with me. Can you do me a favor and prepare him whatever he'd like? Although I'd assume it's meat. Nizu added under his breath. Oh Principal Nizu, said Lunch Rush in surprise. It was a rare sight to see the principal at the cafeteria, he was sure Nizu lived off of tea alone. Of course, is this kid a potential student? Potential student, haha. If I see any more strangeness out of this kid I'm going to go bald from hair loss if I'm right. Nizu was putting himself in a tizzy, something not lost on Luffy but he remained focused on the food he was shoveling into his arms. Thank you, and maybe, we shall see. Nizu responded, his mind elsewhere. Luffy dumped an armful of meat in front of the food. Hero. Hey Broccoli Head, make me some food with this. Luffy demanded. I have a name you know, responded Lunch Rush angrily. And put those back, did nobody teach you manners? Luffy just laughed in response to Lunch Rush's question causing all three adults to sweat drop. Him? Really? As a potential student? Mr. Yuichi asked incredulously. Lunch Rush went deeper into the kitchen to start preparing Luffy's meal, grumbling something about no-mannered brat. Well, if my theory is correct, then we need to start preparing right away, but it shouldn't be possible so at the moment I'm not sure. Said Nizu prudently, with the way all the evidence was pointing, he only needed a bit more to solidify his decision and begin forming a plan. About Luffy? Now that you mention it I've been wondering about him as well, Mr. Yuichi was basically confirming what Nizu had thought all along. If we're thinking of the same thing Mr. Yuichi continued, we can simply confirm by asking him. Nizu seemed startled, he was impressed that Mr. Yuichi had managed to meet him on the same wavelength. He gestured for Yuichi to lean down so he could speak quietly. So you also suspect Mr. Luffy could be from another world? What? Mr. Yuichi shouted. Luffy and Lunch Rush gave the pair a side eye. He coughed semi-quietly into his arm to collect himself, waving their attention off. And leaned back down. Yuichi, an almost unnoticeable flush on his face, nodded in agreement. Why yes, of course. I was thinking the same thing. I was not thinking the same thing, I thought for sure he was mentally ill. He thought, turning his face away to hide his humiliation. Nizu sighed in relief. I'm so glad you think the same as I do. I was worried I was going crazy, haha. Mr. Yuichi bobbed his head up and down again, as if he had half a clue what the principal meant. Now that I know you feel the same, I'm much more comfortable finally forming a concrete plan. Nizu announced with a flourish. At this point Mr. Yuichi wasn't sure who was the crazy one, Luffy, the principal, or himself. Nizu was filled with excited apprehension. I mean, the possibilities alone that this new world could bring us are exciting, to say the least. Nizu murmured more so to himself than to others. I wonder what the people there are like, their technology, their customs. Oh sorry, I seem to be getting ahead of myself. Despite the fact that his exact origins are unknown, and the fact that he's called himself a pirate multiple times, he has extraordinary potential as a hero. Especially since you said you would be providing Mr. Luffy with a place to stay. Nizu reasoned. He was then dumbfounded at the facial expression Mr. Yuichi was giving him. Right, our deal, I had nearly forgotten. The CEO dragged his palm across his face with barely disguised disdain, causing the principal to sweat drop. With all the new revelations, it's hard to keep a clear head. Are you planning on going back on your deal? Asked Nizu. He hadn't thought the CEO was the type to go back on a promise. No, I can't go back on a deal I've made, no matter how much I might want to. Said the middle-aged man mildly aggravated. Even though it was only a verbal agreement. The pair made to sit down across from one another. A loud crash came from the kitchen. Namely Lunch Rush slamming a pan filled with various cuts of meat on the stove in frustration. Alright I get it. Just stop yelling or I'm not giving you anything, hollered Lunch Rush from the kitchen, causing Luffy to immediately shut his mouth. But if he truly is from another world, how are you going to prepare the documents necessary for enrollment in this high school? Mr. Yuichi questioned, more so to break the silence while waiting for Luffy. I can simply pull some strings to expedite the document-making process, but I am going to need to inform him of all of this and actually ask him if he even wants to be a hero. Nizu didn't want to take Luffy's ability to choose away from him. He has a gut feeling that would not go well if he tried. Mr. Yuichi nodded in agreement. I see, yes, well I do wonder how that could go. I can't imagine it being too difficult to convince him, he said, watching Luffy stretch his arms to take the plate full of hot meat right out of the cook's hands. Lunch Rush yelped in surprise. Thanks for the meat, broccoli head. He'd barely finished his sentence before he shoved the food into his mouth, bone and all. He looked at Lunch Rush expectantly. You have more, right? I have a name, shouted Lunch Rush. At least he knows how to say thank you, the little brat. And no, there's no more for you. You'll have to mentally and physically prepare for the upcoming school year if all of the students are like you. Luffy sighed in disappointment, patting his stomach. I guess this will hold me off for the next hour. Mr. Luffy, now that you are finished, please come with me and Mr. Yaoyorozu to my office? I have some things I want to discuss with you, Nizu mentioned. Okay, little bear, I don't want to stay here too long though, Luffy agreed. Nizu quirked an eyebrow at the strange nickname. The walk to the office was relatively quiet, only interrupted by Luffy oohing and awing out the windows at anything he found interesting, which was pretty much everything. Nizu opened the door to his office. Now that we are here, please take a seat, the both of you, said Nizu, making his way behind the desk which completely obstructed him from view until he jumped on his office chair. Would anybody like some tea? He asked, preparing some for himself. I'm good, and no, thank you, was the unanimous response. All right. He placed a teabag in a cup full of hot water and set it aside. Now, Mr. Luffy, there's no way to sugarcoat this, but I am confident that you are from an entirely separate world, and with no feasible way to return to it. Nizu figured the quicker he got this over with, the better. Luffy, who had been joyfully kicking his feet and staring out the window in awe, stilled. Wait, what do you mean? There was a subtle fear in his voice, nearly undetectable. He wasn't sure what the principal was implying yet, but he didn't like it. I mean that, as of right now, there's no way we can get you back to your crew, he clarified. No, it's fine, I'll just get a boat and sail there. Luffy wasn't seeing the issue. That won't be possible. Luffy glared. Why? Are you saying you won't let me? He wasn't having it. No, I'm trying to say that there is nothing anyone can do to get you back to your world at the moment. World? What the hell is he talking about? Luffy, I'm not trying to stop you. Oh dear. Nizu thought. I'm not sure how to phrase this in a way he can understand and he seems upset. Yuichi placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder. He's saying that right now, your crew is somewhere that our world has zero access to. Oh. Wait, why not? You promised you'd help me, old guy. Luffy exclaimed angrily. And we plan to stick by that promise. If you take a second to calm down we can explain the situation in full. Luffy didn't like it. But he took a second or two to cool his temper regardless. Nizu sighed, and continued. Right now, we don't have a way to get you back, but what I can promise you is that we can get you a place to stay until we are able to get you home. And until then you need to be patient. Luffy puffed out his cheeks, but I want to get home now. I don't want to be stuck here, it's all smelly and gray. He whined impatiently. My crew is gonna worry about me if I don't get back fast. Please. Watch your tone, young man. Yuichi warned, his voice stern. This is the principal of the school, you can't go around compla-dash. Don't tell me what to do, idiot. Luffy, doing a complete 180 and yelling at Yuichi. You little brat. Yuichi yelled back at Luffy, his temper rising. Bumping forehead to forehead. You should show some respect to your elders. I don't care that you're old. Why should I respect you when you can't even get me home? Luffy complained. Oof, that hit a nerve. Don't call me old. Yuichi said angrily as he punched Luffy across the face. Hey, what was that for? You said it first, not me. Luffy nursed his cheek with a frustrated pout. Oh boy, we're getting nowhere with this. Nizu sighed and shook his head. Listen, Mr. Luffy, we know it must be hard to be away from your crew. But for now, you'll be staying with the Yaoyorozus and joining the hero program at this school. And do try to get along with him. Luffy and Mr. Yuichi stared at each other for a second, before both huffed and turned away, muttering a final, fine. Luffy then seemed to hear the second part of his situation. Wait, I don't want to become a hero. Didn't I tell you that already? And I've never even been to school. That wasn't surprising to either man. Mr. Yuichi sighed in mild frustration. You don't have to become a hero, having you enroll in the school is just a way to keep tabs on you. Luffy thought about it for an almost embarrassingly long time before coming to a reluctant decision. Well, okay, it's not like I have any better options, it's only temporary and I'll see my crew again for sure. But I am not a hero, and you better believe I'm not gonna share my meat. Excellent. We still have to make the proper documents, and you have to actually get accepted, because as much as I wish, I can't just have someone skip the entrance exam. Nizu prepared a pen and notepad. What about the written exam? I heard that it's as tough as the practical one and he is clearly no scholar. Mr. Yuichi inquired. Don't worry about that, it's nothing a little earpiece can't solve. Nizu tapped his ear. Mr. Yuichi was not amused. Now for the questions. Nizu cleared his throat, having prepared the questions needed for enrollment. Your full name? Please. Monkey D. Luffy. What does the D stand for? It was very unusual to have a one-letter middle name. I don't know, I just have it. All right. Nizu dropped it. Next, your family? Parents, siblings? I have an older brother named Sabo. My dad's Monkey D. Dragon, and I don't have a mom. Okay, Dragon. Sabo, wait. You don't have a mother? Nizu questioned delicately. Maybe? I thought I didn't have a dad or brother 2 years ago, but I do, so. I don't know for sure. I see, I'll put you down as having one parent and sibling then. Said Nizu, getting on to the next question. How old are you? I'm 19. Luffy did some quick math for that one. He hadn't celebrated his birthday during those 2 years training with Rayleigh. He only knew his age because he left his island at 17, and reunited with his crew 2 years later. Yuichi appeared shocked. No way, he's an adult. That's no problem, I suppose you'll just have to get used to being around students a few years younger. But if they ask, just say that you're a bit late to starting high school. Got that? Sure. Luffy agreed, picking his nose. Nizu had no faith he remembered a word that he said. Blood type? Nizu asked with low to zero hopes of getting an actual answer. Luffy wouldn't forget the moment he asked Jinbei to be his crewmate. We don't have that blood type. I suppose it'd be unreasonable to think someone from another universe have the same blood. It would be fatal if we gave you the wrong blood type, so I'll just put unknown instead. Hopefully you don't get into any big fights. Nizu chuckled to himself. Luffy didn't care. Place of residence? Nizu thought aloud. I suppose the Yaoyorozu mansion will suffice? He asked the drowsy man. Yes, of course, Mr. Yuichi yawned. Wait, what was the question? Moving on. Nizu smirked. Luffy giggled at his antics. A few questions later. Quirk? I supposed I'll just write rubber body. Nizu autocomplete. Oh yeah, what is that? I'm pretty sure I asked before. Luffy questioned. With curiosity, munching on the principal's reserve cookies. Oh yes, Mr. Yuichi, and I haven't responded, have we? Nizu's words fell on deaf ears. Yuichi was already entering his REM cycle. Well, quirks are an ability that almost every person is born with. These abilities can range anywhere from making fingers longer to reversing back time. I see, so it's a mystery ability. They faintly reminded Luffy of devil fruits. Weirdly enough, you're not wrong. Nizu moved on to the next question, while the CEO was snoring like a baby. 1 hour later. That concludes the interview. Finally. The rubberman shouted, partly in jubilation and partly to wake up the CEO for his reaction. I'm awake. I'm awake. Mr. Yuichi awakened suddenly, nearly falling out of his chair and giving Luffy a nice laugh. He grumbled. He was having such a nice dream as well. Well, this has been interesting to say the least. Nizu hung up on the phone he had used to call the authorities. I have alerted the police of the unconscious villain you subdued, leaving out the fact that you used your quote-unquote quirk since it's highly illegal. And remember what we talked about, Mr. Luffy. Yeah, if anybody asks, my quirk is rubber. I know, I still think it's stupid I could get in trouble for quirk things when I don't even have one. Dumb government. Luffy grumbled. Nizu had spent half an hour drilling this notion, and a few others, into Luffy's thick rubber skull. Good, I'll be keeping this document to myself, and when the copy arrives I'll send it to Mr. Yuichi via the mail service. It's a beautiful day and we've finished up here, so I wish you adieu. Nizu then proceeded to drink his 8th cup of tea. Bye, little bear. Luffy said with an excited wave, exiting the room. He was thrilled to finally explore the world he'd been staring at through the window. Goodbye, Mr. Nizu, thank you for your time. Mr. Yuichi closed the door behind him. Leaving, however, triggered his memory. Drat. I totally forgot to tell my driver that I would be spending extra time here. How long has it been? He checked the time with the watch on his wrist. 3 hours? I spent most of that time sleeping. Oh my, the HR department is gonna tear me a new one. I was supposed to pass by the office today and approve some important documents. The old man's headache was just getting worse. The pair exited the building, passing a skeletal man with blonde hair on the way out. Luffy took a deep breath, trying to smell the salty air from the ocean he was so fond of, only to be disappointed as he was instead hit by the harsh burn of cigarettes and gasoline. It's only for a little while. Luffy focused. So where's your house, old man? Luffy questioned. Is it far? He hoped it was. He wanted to see more of this place. No. Well, yes. It really just depends on the traffic today. I have a personal driver I neglected for much too long, hopefully still waiting for me in the parking lot. Mr. Yuichi yawned. And I have to take care of this kid, adult apparently. Oh well, I suppose the mansion is going to get a little livelier if it's still standing by the end of the week. Luffy was finally on his way to his temporary home. It had taken a bit longer to get him inside than intended, since he tried to sit on the hood of the car much to the driver's dismay. Nonetheless, he now passed the time by staring out the car window. Luffy was no stranger to discovering new cultures, so he acclimated rather quickly. On the way he did think about his crew and whether or not he was ever going to see them again. He wasn't worried about how they were doing, physically speaking, since he knows that they can handle themselves. He felt a sharp pang in his chest, and banished the thoughts from his mind. It's best not to think about it too much. Since he can't really do anything about it right now, he'll just push those depressing thoughts to the back of his mind, where it's totally not going to fester. I still cannot believe you allowed this young man a place in your home, sir. Commented the driver. He wore a full black tuxedo, leather gloves and a flat cap. He was around 60 years old. His hair had long since gone gray, and he has been the Yaoyorozu's driver since he was when he saw his boss exiting the school grounds with a straw hat wearing teenager skipping alongside him. He wondered if the CEO was going to give him a ride to his family. However, he was confused since he knew Mr. Yuichi wasn't one to do that sort of stuff for strangers. It seems he was sorely mistaken. I can hardly believe it myself. Mr. Yuichi agreed. But, in the heat of the moment, we did strike a deal. There's no going back now. The CEO looked at the teenager in question who currently had his face completely smashed against the window. He just looked silly. Luffy pulled his face off the glass with a snap, his stomach growled. Hey old guy, is your house big and do you have a lot of food? I'm starving. Luffy clearly didn't know he was sitting right next to a billionaire. As far as he knew, every car came with their own driver. Old man? Put some respect on his name, boy. Snapped the driver, angry at his lack of respect for his employer. You should be thanking your lucky stars for managing to get into this sort of situation. It's quite alright, Mr. Daiko, there's no need to be upset. Mr. Yuichi said tiredly. He was too exhausted to deal with any kind of confrontation right now. Maybe he really was getting old. I just wanted to know if he lived in an old shack or something. Geez. Luffy retorted. He didn't want a repeat of Tama. Mr. Daiko just decided to focus his attention on the road, mumbling something about old shack? I'll show you an old shack. Don't worry, Mr. Luffy, you will see in due time. Reassured Mr. Yuichi. They have been stuck in traffic for quite some time now. Luffy managed to doze off, having gotten bored of staring at the same old buildings. However, am I going to explain this to my family? Thought the CEO, looking at Luffy's passed-out figure. The sun was setting by the time they pulled up to the gate in front of the Yaoyorozu mansion. Mr. Daiko clicked the button for an intercom and cleared his throat. I have returned with Mr. Yaoyorozu and A. He glanced at a bleary Luffy. Guest. Open up if you would be so kind. Oh, we thought we'd lost you. We were preparing a search party and everything. The intercom teased in return. Oh yeah? I'm not in the mood for your games, open up please, it's getting late. Mr. Daiko grumbled. Mr. Yuichi wore a pleasant smirk on his face, amused by their friendly banter. Stand by. After a few seconds the gate started to split down the middle. When it was fully open the car drove through. After getting through the secondary gate, Mr. Yuichi and Luffy exited the vehicle, waving farewell to the driver while Luffy rubbed his eyes to get a good look at his new home. Wow, this is a pretty big house. Look at all the bushes. And, what is that? Luffy stared in mild awe. By his standards, the house was just a tad bigger than the places he's used to seeing. A red brick road led to the front of the mansion, wide and decorative doors were at the granite steps, to the left and right of the road were beautiful and intricate gardens, including bushes in the shapes of really small versions of the animals in his world. The mansion looked to be 2 stories tall, 4 tall pillars at each corner, reminiscent of castle spires, the whole building generally made of tan brick, accented by dark brown slabs. Wayne Mansion, HM. My mansion should be considered more than big, don't you think? Mr. Yuichi clarified while walking to the front door. Luffy just shrugged, he was tired. Mr. Yuichi was a bit surprised by his lack of reaction. Just how massive are houses in your world? Once the CEO greeted his guards, they opened the doors to let them in. Luffy finally got a look inside. The ceiling stretched far above him where a diamond chandelier glittered majestically, so that's how you knew they were rich. In front of him was the foyer, with 2 sets of inward curving stairways about 20 feet away leading to a secondary story. To his left he could see various doors all leading to someplace new to explore, and to his right he could smell the meals being prepared in what was undoubtedly the kitchen. It's like it's bigger on the inside. Luffy exclaimed, he'd fully awoken once he could smell the food. Yes, that's everybody's first impression. Mr. Yuichi agreed, taking off his shoes and setting them by the door. He scrunched his nose when he noticed Luffy neglected to do the same. Oh father, you're finally home. Greeted a new feminine voice, Luffy stopped his architectural gawking to give her a once-over. She was clearly the old man's daughter seeing as she wore expensive-looking nightwear, her raven black hair was done up in a loose bun and she had inquisitive dark eyes which currently held suspicion. Momo was, surprised to say the least, she did not expect any guests, if she had she would have worn something more formal than PJs. Not, she deduced, that it would matter to this stranger. He looked to be an inch taller than her and he was just standing in the middle of their home picking through his nose before flicking it away to land on the ground somewhere. How rude. Hello Momo. Sorry for my tardiness. Have you been practicing for the entrance exam again? Mr. Yuichi questioned, completely ignoring the elephant in the room. After all, he was more concerned with her progress. Oh yes father. Besides that, who is our new guest? She said politely, she was a bit frazzled from being caught unawares in front of this strangely muscular teenager. She was used to being seen in PJs in front of her staff, she did grow up with them after all. But in front of a guest was a different situation. I had nearly forgotten, Momo, this is Monkey D. Luffy, starting today he's going to be living with us. His calm demeanor contrasted Momo's shocked one. Yo! Luffy raised a hand in greeting. What? What do you mean he's gonna live with us? She demanded loudly, forgetting her manners in an instant. Young lady. You've always said you wanted more people in the house and I have done just that, granted it was a mistake to start but I do owe him my life. Mr. Yuichi scolded gently. He was startled by this kind of outburst. And from his daughter of all people. She's always been rather soft-spoken, polite, and known for having excellent self-control, this is clearly a lapse in her judgment. Having guests and having a new member in the family are 2 very different things. She lowered her voice, missing the "owe him my life" bit of the sentence in her disbelief. Luffy, watching the argument unfold, decided he'd rather not be stuck in the middle of it. I smell food, and I'm hungry so I'm gonna go, see ya. Luffy declared. He cared more about his stomach than some pointless family quarrel. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Get back here and explain yourself. Momo shouted, he can't just leave. Luffy, in typical Luffy fashion, completely ignored her. Momo. I'm aware this is a big change, but you need to rein in your temper. He placed a hand on her shoulder, noticing how tense she was. He's not a part of our family, that would be absurd, think of him as a foster child. Who will also be going to school with you, it's nothing so drastic. He reassured in the strange way a strict father does. School? Do you mean UA? Father, what exactly happened? Well you see, it was like this. He begins to recount nearly all of the events, minus the "from another world" bit, since he met Luffy that morning. After the documents were finalized we made our way home with minimal difficulty. He finished, deciding to keep those facts about Luffy to himself was a purely selfless decision, after all, it would be a distraction to her studies. What if he was in league with the bird villain and now he is here, in our home, trying to steal our personal information and money? Momo tried to reason with her father. After all, the situation was too bizarre to be true. JoJo's be like, I don't think that's very likely, he's not gifted when it comes to brain power. The CEO doubted he even planned his sleep schedule. What if it's all an act? What if there is a mastermind villain who sent Luffy here so that we drop our guards, and then he'll come swooping down on us like we're lambs for the slaughter? She argued. Those are a lot of ifs, let's focus on facts. And the fact is that Luffy saved my life and now I have to repay him. And, this is a good opportunity for you to have an actual friend. Boom, roasted, Mr. Yuichi unintentionally roasted his own daughter in the process of correcting her. What? Momo was insulted. I'll let you know that I have lots of friends. Who? Your classmates at your former private school? Please, they only cared about money, and have gravitated towards you because of our family status. They hardly ever spoke to you, oftentimes they'd arrive with their parents, who'd spend all day trying to gain our good favor. Mr. Yuichi said harshly. Unfortunately, at an elite private school you will find only people who care too much about grades, or care only about the money they can make to raise their meager status. That's not true. Momo knew she was lying to herself, deep down her father's words rang true. Mr. Yuichi sighed heavily, regretful about his own bluntness. I apologize, but I stand firm that you can find a true friend in Luffy, and if it turns out he's a villain in disguise you can come straight to me and I'll deal with it. Till then, keep an eye on him. He heard a commotion in the kitchen. Or two. Now I'm a chaperone? Momo exclaimed disbelievingly. She doesn't have time to form a brand new relationship. Not when she has only a few days until the recommendation exam. Yes, now you will consider this matter over. Do not bring it up again in conversation. He said with a tone of finality. With that out of the way you should clean yourself up for dinner, you're sloppy. Momo couldn't believe her ears. 1 second all she had to worry about was her exam and getting through the coming year, now she had someone completely new to look after with zero warning. Over in the kitchen, Luffy was impatiently waiting for the cook to finish the meal, staring at the sizzling steaks and sniffing at all the delicious aroma drifting through the air. Is it done? Luffy asked for what felt like the billionth time. For the last time, no. You have to wait for the whole family to start eating before you'll get even a lick. The cook grumbled. Luffy slumped in his seat, cheek squishing against the counter pathetically. She figured that if this young man got past all the security and entered the front door without any alarms being raised, he must be some sort of guest. Which is the only reason she hadn't kicked him out yet. Not even a nibble? Even Sanji gave me nibbles sometimes. Please, I'm gonna starve. Luffy let out a loud groan of hunger in an attempt to get some delicious food. The cook just rolled her eyes at his antics and tried to focus on not burning anything. The door behind Luffy opened smoothly, and a woman peeked her head in. Monkey D. Luffy? Are you in here? Yep, and just call me Luffy, what's up? Luffy turned to look at the new maid who had just entered. She was wearing a classical maid outfit, her hair in a tight, slicked back bun. Of course, Mr. Luffy, I have been sent by Sir Yaoyorozu to show you to your new room and give you a quick change of clothes for dinner. She explained. She held up a pair of clothes similar to Momo's, except he got a red top while hers were white. Why would he need new clothes? Asked the cook curiously. Adding large amounts of salt to a boiling pot to devil some eggs. Ah yes, I suppose I should inform everyone. The cook raised an eyebrow at the cryptic start. As of today, we are to treat Mr. Luffy as a member of the Yaoyorozu family until the foreseeable future. These orders were given by Sir Yaoyorozu himself. You don't say? The cook adopted a befuddled expression. She never thought that the main family would start adopting. Especially someone so old and ill-mannered. Yes, it has been quite a shock for all of us. Now if you'll follow me, Mr. Luffy, I will show you to your new chambers, and give you some time to take a shower. She requested sharply, holding the door open for Luffy and giving the cook absolutely no time to process what Luffy living here would mean for her. But, what about the food? Luffy whined. It'll be done in time for you, so don't worry. For now, why don't you go to make yourself more presentable? Said the cook with more courtesy in her tone than last time. Okay, but do I really have to take a shower? I took one Luffy trailed off, and the maid couldn't help but stare in barely concealed disgust. This kid can't even remember the last time he bathed? The maid thought with a twitch of an eyebrow. After around 45 minutes the dinner was prepared and Luffy was cleaned, his hair no longer shiny from the amount of grim in it. A butler who had been tasked to help him had spent the past 45 minutes teaching him to use the shower, and that, no, just because it smells good you can't eat it, and, yes, you have to cut your nails, they're practically claws, along with various other reprimands. When they got the call to go downstairs, Luffy was ecstatic. Finally, thanks for all the help fancy guy, but I'm starving. Luffy practically leaped out of his bed, his new clothing comfortable and flowing on his body, his straw hat hanging by a string around his neck as he rushed past the butler to the dining room. He felt great despite the trouble. This is going to be awkward, thought the original Yaoyorozus, each having conflicting feelings about the upcoming dinner. They were all seated at a banquet table that was much too big for the current company. Momo and her parents sat across from Luffy. Luffy didn't waste a single second after he sat down to even glance at the food he was shoveling into his mouth. The cook spent a little longer to make it presentable as well. Mrs. Yana, aka Mr. Yuichi's wife, looked at Luffy's complete lack of table manners, then stared at her husband with an expression that can only be interpreted as, really? Meanwhile Mr. Yuichi kept his eyes downward and focused on the empty plate in front of him. he couldn't grab the food on the table fast enough before Luffy did to have any food on his plate. He felt responsible for Luffy's appalling behavior and couldn't look his family in the eye without feeling extreme embarrassment. "Hey, aren't you guys gonna eat?" Luffy mumbled around a mouthful of food, noticing the distinct lack of food on their plates. "Well, I would like to eat. If only somebody stopped eating everything on the table." Momo said angrily. She knew even if she didn't get a bite at dinner right now, the reserve food the cooks kept just for her would be readily available, but still. "Really, who? You?" "Obviously," Momo shouted. "How is someone this dense?" "Shishishi, my bad." Despite his response, he didn't slow down a bit. Now, Momo, let's not raise our voices at the dinner table." Mrs. Yana feebly attempted to regain a sense of control. She was having her own trouble not snapping at Luffy. Mrs. Yana was a well-mannered, soft-spoken woman much like her daughter. She, having raised Momo until now, didn't really know how to punish troublemakers. Since her only daughter was always so well-behaved, she never had any reason to punish her. Now she thinks that buying a book about educating misbehaving children is going to be a necessity. After she was informed by her husband that they would be providing a young adult a home for the foreseeable future, she thought that this may be a good chance for Momo to make an actual friend. She wasn't concerned about Luffy being any kind of villain since she trusted her husband's judgment. "By the way, father, I meant to ask earlier, how did it go with Principal Nizu?" Momo made a meager attempt at conversation in the tense atmosphere after she failed to get the last grilled steak from Luffy. He accepted it. "Now you and Luffy here have only 5 days to prepare yourself for the entrance exam," said Mr. Yuichi tightly. He was letting Luffy's disrespect slide for today. Despite not being able to get any food, he felt Luffy should be given a small amount of slack on his first day. "Luffy is also taking the recommendation exam?" asked Momo, briefly forgetting her quarrel with Luffy. "No, he will be taking the normal exam. But I heard that the chance of passing that exam is less than 4%, what happens if he fails?" Momo asked hopefully. "Maybe if he fails the exam he will leave our house and I can get on with my life. I highly doubt he'll have much difficulty in the physical part of the exam, not to mention he's gotten in good favor with the principal after the incident today." Momo grew visibly disappointed. Mr. Yuichi figured if Luffy were to fail he'd be allowed in any way. That was so good, thanks for the meal." Luffy sighed in contentment, his belly nearly twice its usual size, any traces of food completely gone. "Seeing as there is no more food and conversation has gotten bland, why don't you go show him around the house, sugar?" Mrs. Yana addressed Momo. This could prove to be a good bonding experience. "Yes, mother." Momo reluctantly agreed. "Follow me, Luffy, and wipe your face off." "Yash. Where are we going?" Luffy agreed quickly, jumping out of his seat before deflating back to his usual size as if he were a balloon. "What in the world?" everyone thought unanimously. Momo sighed as Luffy bounded alongside her as she walked through the massive hallways she'd been surrounded by all her life. He kept staring at everything like it was brand new. Not just new, but unheard of. Momo trailed off. She didn't really know how to spark up a conversation. Luffy stared at her expectantly with wide eyes. "What's your quirk, Luffy? It must be something relating to stretchiness if dinner is anything to go by." "What's a queer, I mean my quirk?" "Right, it's..." Luffy paused, desperately racking his rubber brain for what a quirk meant again. He was sure that Nizu told him. Momo looked at Luffy in uncertainty for a couple of seconds. "I remember. My whole body is rubber." Luffy pulled on his cheek. "I'm a rubberman." "That's it?" Momo deadpanned. "How's that useful?" "I'm not even gonna ask about how he had to think about what a quirk was." "What do you mean, that's it?" Luffy sounded offended. "I'll have you know I'm the captain of my pirate crew. And my crew is super strong." "Pirate? Crew? You're trying to tell me that you're a pirate now?" She couldn't believe this guy. "Yeah. We're the Straw Hat Pirates." Luffy put a hand on his straw hat. "And I'm the man who'll become the king of the pirates when I find the One Piece." "Well, if you say so then it must be true." Momo said mockingly. "What was this, a manga or something?" Unbeknownst to her, Luffy thought she was serious and practically beamed. "Anyway, this is my room." Momo opened the door to her room. Inside was an Alaskan king bed, big but bed, Behind her bed was a large window with beautiful lace curtains. To the right of the door was her computer and a bookshelf. To the left was another door that led to her closet. "Wow, that bed is huge." Luffy grinned and jumped on the bed, using it as a trampoline. Shishishishi, this is fun." "No. Wait. You'll break it," she said in a futile attempt to stop Luffy. "Oh, come on. Live a little." Luffy extended his hand to her. "Join me," he said, giving her that massive D smile of his. She looked at the hand in front of her for a second, contemplating what to do. She thought about how her life has been until now, always being a quiet girl, never misbehaving, never breaking any rules, always trying to be the perfect daughter. Was she going to break that cycle now? Will this random boy make her have fun and relax, living in the moment, instead of always studying and training for the future? She took his hand and used it to throw him to the ground. You have your own bed, jump on that one. Boo, you're no fun. He shook himself off and stuffed his straw hat on his head. Let's continue our adventure. Luffy darted outside. Momo just sighed and followed him out of her room, feeling a little guilty about her shameful behavior. After walking in an uncomfortable silence for much too long, Momo thought she should ask about his intentions, see what made him tick. So, Luffy, what's the deal with your straw hat? You seem pretty attached to it. It never leaves my side. He grew uncharacteristically quiet, taking the worn straw hat in hand. This hat carries a promise, and once I fulfill it, I will return it back to Shanks. She blinked. From what Momo has seen of Luffy so far, she thought he was just another happy-go-lucky idiot with an absurd amount of luck. But the way he said that, the conviction in his voice was undeniable. She was starting to form another opinion of the straw-hatted stranger. They continued their walk. This is my father's office, but we aren't allowed to go in, said Momo, arriving at a black-stained door with a golden handle. Is there anything interesting there? Luffy, for some reason, sniffed the door. Not really, just paperwork. Momo shrugged. Okay, let's go. After the next 30 rooms, Luffy finally figured something out. This place is big, but it's really boring. Luffy sighed. Well, I'm sorry, Luffy, but most rooms are either guest rooms, used by the staff, or miscellaneous places you'd find in a typical billionaire household. Momo explained, of course, she also couldn't blame the guy, it all was rather similar. Isn't there anything cool here? Luffy whined, he really thought that a place this big would be better. Actually, I think I have just the place. Momo responded, she had a location in mind. This has to interest him. Yay! Luffy cheered. After walking a bit through a number of doors, they arrived at a brightly lit place with a garage door. Wow! There are so many of them. Luffy cheered. In the garage were at least 12 super expensive sports cars, along with rare and priceless vintage ones as well. You're right. This is way less boring. He ran over to Bugatti La Voiture Noire and jumped on its hood. I'm not even surprised. Momo thought tiredly, hey, get down from there. It's really pricey. She warned. Luffy giggled, stars nearly visible in his eyes. He slapped the hood of the car. Go robot. Shoot lasers. When nothing happened, Luffy grew confused and turned to Momo excitedly. Hey Moo Moo. Make it turn into a robot? And shoot beams. He demanded, these are like Frankie's, right? So come on. Moo Moo. My name is Momo. And these cars don't do that. They just go a bit faster and look better than everyone else's. My father likes to collect them. It was almost shocking the way Luffy deflated in disappointment in less than a second. Wait, really? Well, then what's the point? He groaned, sliding off the car. They don't even combine into one big robot. He asked with the little hope he had left. She raised an eyebrow. What, like Transformers? The movie? No, that'd be ridiculous. In a simple sentence, she completely crushed Luffy's hopes of getting to ride in a big robot. Momo took note of Luffy's saddened state and awkwardly patted him on the back. Well, that's not all we have here. Let me show you one more place that might interest you. She offered. Luffy nodded and the pair exited the garage. After some light traveling down a flight of stairs, they arrived at Momo's personal gym. Oh, it's like where Zoro trains. But really small and wimpy. From what Luffy could discern, this place was just a way weaker version of Sunny's crow's nest. Except this one had a lot more mirrors on the walls. It was brightly lit up, similar to the light of the day. There were various different and new machines he didn't recognize, but he did see a bunch of really small metal discs that kinda reminded him of the ones Zoro used all the time. It's not wimpy. This is my gym, it's where I train so that I can become a strong hero. Momo said with pride. Oh, I didn't know you wanted to be a hero. This is where you train? Luffy stared off as if he was reminiscing. I trained on an island with giant animals and an old samurai guy in a prison. I can't tell if you're pulling my leg or not. She sighed. Luffy made his way to a nearby bag that was hanging from the ceiling and tapped it experimentally, watching it gently swing. What's this thing? It's a punching bag. You punch it to improve balance, coordination, and technique. Speaking of, I should probably train with it more. I'm not too good at one-on-one fighting. I get overwhelmed too easily. She answered shamefully. Luffy stopped paying attention after the first sentence. It can do all that? He looked at his fist and then at the punching bag. A mischievous grin overtook his lips before he punched it with all his physical might. Momo's jaw literally dropped when she saw his fist go cleanly through the punching bag, sand blasting out the other side and splattering against the mirrors. Maybe you weren't kidding. She muttered to herself, not quite believing what she just witnessed. I don't feel any stronger, I'm just all sandy now. Do you have anything else? Luffy yawned. Momo focused up. No, I think we've had enough exploring, for the time being. It's already late enough and we've had, a long day. Besides, you must be pretty tired. She yawned in courtesy of Luffy's yawn. I legit yawned writing this. Bro same, HM. Fine, that sounds like a good idea. Luffy agreed, wiping the sleepiness away from his eyes and heading to his room, leaving a sandy trail in his wake. The next morning, Luffy was the last one to wake up and start the day around 11 o'clock in the afternoon, long after everyone else had gotten ready. After he went to the bathroom to freshen himself up at the butler's urging, he quickly slid along the banister leading to the first floor, his room being on the second, and burst into the kitchen. Hi. Food? He asked the head chef. Good morning, Mr. Luffy, had a long night, eh? She greeted kindly. Despite his sudden appearance, she aptly began preparing his breakfast, deciding to make it larger than normal after seeing him eat at dinner. It was okay, anyway, you do have food, right? Luffy repeated the more important topic on his mind. It was his first night, so he didn't sleep well. She didn't need to hear that though. Yes, food, just let me put it on a plate and I'll give it to you in a second. She reached for a plate in the cupboard, hesitated, then grabbed one more. Thanks. So where did everyone go? It's really quiet. He wasn't used to waking up to pure silence. Typically he could hear his crewmates snoring around him, along with the sloshing of the ocean, the gulls of seagulls, and the creak of the thousand sunnies planks among the waves. If by everyone you mean the Yaoyorozus, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu have gone to do their jobs, while Mrs. Momo has started studying in the main living room. She replied. Putting the finishing touches on his meal, she spun around with a flourish and stopped with the plate in front of him. Voila! Food! Thanks for the meal. It was the only warning she got before Luffy literally stuck the whole 2 plates full of food down his throat. Wow, that was delicious. You're almost as good as my chef Sanji. Luffy praised with a content smile. Little did she know that was probably the highest compliment she'd ever get from Luffy. Well thanks, I'm not one of the top chefs in the world for nothing. She said, still bewildered by whatever the heck she just witnessed. That was porcelain, is he okay? I can tell. Off to the living room I go then. He waved farewell, then proceeded to walk very confidently in the wrong direction. After half an hour of checking almost every door in the mansion, he finally found the 3rd living room, where he found Momo sitting on a plush couch. She had 3 different books wide open in front of her on a large coffee table and was staring at them intently. There you are. You hid yourself pretty well, it took me forever to find you in this huge place. Luffy said while jumping onto the couch, shifting Momo around. Luffy huffed. I thought you'd be doing something more interesting. Hide myself? I didn't hide. I was just practicing my chemistry. Momo said in confusion, taking her attention away from her books for a moment, sparing him the brief eye contact. Oh yeah? Then how come you weren't in the living room? The chef lady said you were there and she wouldn't lie. Luffy thought he caught her red-handed. You do know there is more than one living room, right? Momo sighed, and refocused on her reading. If you think you're so good at finding people in this puzzle house, then try and find me. Luffy ran out of the room, then poked his head back in quickly. Count to 100 then try to find me. He giggled and darted away. What? I can't play games with you, I have to study. And you should study too. She raised her voice to make sure Luffy caught that last part, spoiler alert. He didn't. 3 hours later. That's enough chemistry for now. Now where did I leave my algebra books? She murmured to herself, leaving the living room in search of more reading material. As she approached the stairs she saw an inconspicuous straw hat curled in on himself just beneath them. Don't tell me. She felt a nasty sense of guilt build in her gut. Don't tell me he was hiding all this time. As she approached him she heard a faint snoring sound. And after getting closer? This guy fell asleep. She basically shouted in her mind. Luffy was completely knocked out, he had a snot bubble in his nose, drool running down his chin. His arms resting on his knees, and his head on top of those. She tapped his shoulder. Wake up. No response, she tapped him again. Nothing. Hey! Wake up! She grabbed his shoulders and shook him, then tugged his ear. His nose. Still nothing. She started to feel a sense of dread in the back of her mind. Hey, this isn't funny. Wake up! Out of panic, she hit him with a strong slap to the face and Luffy finally woke up. Oh thank God, I thought something was wrong. Momo said with a huge sigh of relief. Huh? What happened? Luffy garbled, still half asleep when he remembered why he was hiding underneath the stairs in the first place. Oh yeah. See. I win. I bet it took you a whole lot longer to find me, huh? She decided not to ruin his happy mood and played along. Yeah, I've been looking for 3 hours, you hid yourself very well. This was a straight-up lie. He was clearly visible the second she exited the downstairs living room through the gaps in the stairs. Don't think flattery will work on me, Luffy said with a wide dopey grin on his face, indicating that flattery did in fact work on him. Anyway, what do you want to do now? As much as I would love to relieve your boredom, Luffy, unfortunately I still have a lot of studying and training to do. The truth was that she didn't really need to study, since she basically memorized every single book in the mansion. She just liked feeling prepared. Then I'll help, Luffy offered, beaming with energy. You sure? Momo was skeptical. It's just that, you don't really strike me as the academic type. How hard can it be? He'd seen Robin read a lot, and she did it fine. Apparently, it was impossibly hard, because the second Luffy sat down and looked at a book for more than 5 seconds, he instantly got KO'd. Amazing, I don't even think I can make tranquilizers that powerful, she said, and grabbed a blanket to put it around Luffy's shoulders. After another hour of studying, her neck really wasn't happy with staring down at a desk, so she stretched her arms out, shoulders popping gratefully, and decided that now seemed like a good time to hit the gym, leaving Luffy alone on the couch as she quietly left the room. However, no more than 10 seconds after she left, Luffy swung the door open running after her. Hey! Where are you going? Can I come? What the? Momo was startled by his sudden appearance. I was just thinking of doing some exercises. Do you want to join me? How did he know I left the room? I didn't think I was that loud. Yosh, that sounds less boring than studying. Luffy laughed as he followed her. Luffy is able to sense when a person's aura becomes more active, along with its general location. However, with the ridiculous puzzly nature of this house, it took him forever to actually get to where she was. After Momo switched to her gym clothes, Luffy decided to stick to his regular clothing, well, the clothing the Yaoyorosis had provided for him that were similar to his original style. Or a red t-shirt, his prized chanclas, and loose-fitting jeans. Thankfully, they made it to the gym without incident. Alright, I'm gonna do a bit of cardio. You know what, just don't break anything, she said, plugging in her earbuds and getting on the treadmill. Okay. Luffy agreed, going to a rack of barbells averaging 5 to 100 kilos. He lifted the rack with one arm, without any visible difficulty, making Momo's jaw drop. You said your quirk is rubber. How are you so strong? I told you, I trained a lot, Luffy said plainly. This place is too small for me to actually train, so I'm just gonna take another nap. This was the only response she would get from Luffy before he settled down on a couple of gym mats and fell asleep. Deciding not to question it more, she continued her workout. This, more or less, was how the first couple of days played out. Luffy would constantly ask Momo to go on an adventure with him, or would reshape her worldview by doing something drastically weird. However, once she put on some cartoons, Luffy was enthralled by the magic of television, therefore, he stopped bothering Momo as much. 4 days later. There was one more day until the exams began. Momo was nervous to say the least, moving around the living room with a book in her hand, occasionally walking in front of Luffy's TV. Stop that. I'm trying to see what this mouse and cat will do, Luffy said seriously. How can you be so calm? I mean, look at me, with my recommendation exam it's bound to be a little easier, I hope, and I'm at my wit's end. But your exam is supposed to have a 3% acceptance rate. I checked it last night when I couldn't sleep, and I haven't seen you study or train, not once. Momo was appalled by Luffy's calm demeanor. It's like he doesn't realize this is his one and only chance to join UA. Stop bothering me. Worrying about it is pointless. Besides, who cares if I don't get in or not? I don't want to be a hero anyway. I can't even focus on my cartoons with all your pacing, said Luffy in irritation, turning off the TV. The first time he didn't know how to use the TV, so he just left it on, the whole night. Thankfully the walls were soundproof. The second time he couldn't find the off button, and instead of leaving it on, he just threw it out the window. Suffice to say that the parents and staff weren't happy about that. If you're just gonna be a worrywart, then let's go on an adventure, Luffy offered instead. What? Of course not. I still have to study to make sure I'm 100% prepared. Momo deadpanned, gluing her eyes to a book titled, How to Be a Hero, a Study. Luffy could have sworn he'd seen her reread that same book 8 times already. You always have to study, Luffy whined. It's time for a change of pace. What do you Momo found herself thrown over Luffy's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Potato counter, 1, Luffy. Put me down right now. This is harassment. No way. You've been studying non-stop ever since I got here, you need adventure. Luffy completely ignored Momo's fists pounding on his back as he ran towards the front door. Wait. Luffy. Okay, I give up. But let's just play in the mansion. Momo realized what Luffy was trying to do, and there was no way she was going into town, especially alone with Luffy of all people. I'm tired of this boring old house. I've never been to the place with all the big buildings, so that's where we're going, he said abruptly, kicking on his sandals and grabbing what he hoped were Momo's shoes, shoving them in her face with a grin. Wait, these aren't my she shouted as Luffy kicked open the front door. What the? Is that? The guards that were standing in front of the doors panicked. Hey, where are you kids going? We're getting out of the house. To adventure. Luffy shouted gleefully, already nearing the gate. Luffy, at least let me get the right shoes. Momo begged. She had already accepted her fate and forgotten all about the exam. Oh, well, you kids have fun then, said the guard on the right. The guard on the left whispered to his partner. Can you believe it? She's going outside. Yosh, here we go, Luffy declared, jumping way higher than he needed to get over the gate. Slow down. Momo was terrified, feeling the rush of air whip her hair around. Looking down, she noticed they were already well above the mansion. Luffy shifted her into more of a piggyback position, allowing her to cling to him with all her strength. She was sending whatever prayers she had to whatever deity there was that she'd survive. Ha. Hold on. This might get bumpy. Luffy hit the sidewalk. Any normal person's legs would have been destroyed by the impact. Luffy, I swear you're going to give me a heart attack, Momo yelped, holding on to Luffy so tightly she might have worried about him if he wasn't rubber. Despite the absurdity of it all, she did find she was enjoying herself. After a couple more jumps, ear-destroying screams, and a speed that would make even Ingenium jealous, they arrived in front of a big mall, which Luffy had the luck of stumbling upon. It looked more active than the rest of the city and smelled of food, so he figured this was a good place to start. Okay. Put me down. Momo gasped for air after arriving at the mall, a place she'd never been before. This place looks way more interesting. Look at all the people. Come on, let's get closer. Luffy ran inside. Luckily for Momo, she managed to get a hold of his arm, making it stretch considerably and getting them some weird looks. Luffy grunted as he got yanked backwards, turning to glare at her. What now? First off, do you have any money? Momo questioned as he walked back. Luffy checked his pockets only to find them bare of anything remotely valuable. That's what I thought. However, I was lucky enough to have my wallet on me when you started running like a madman. Shishishi, sorry about that, it was fun though. Luffy giggled, half apologetically. So you have money. That's great. Let's eat, I'm hungry. You're always hungry, Momo muttered under her breath. Second off, you gave me the wrong shoes. So now I have to go to a shoe shop. Not to mention you didn't even let me get dressed properly. Luffy looked her up and down, unable to see the issue with shorts, belt, and a t-shirt. Who cares? Just walk barefooted, I used to do it all the time. Luffy said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, although to him, it was. Fortunately, I'm not you and will not walk barefoot and risk getting cut. So, we're going to a shoe shop first, and then we can get something to eat, alright? Momo left no room for disagreement. But Luffy didn't get the chance to continue. Or I'm calling my father, and I'll have him pick us up, Momo said sternly. On one hand, Mr. Yuichi couldn't stop Luffy if he tried. On the other hand, he really wanted to hang out with Momo. Fine. Luffy whined, and the pair finally made their way inside the mall. Thank God he believed me. Having my wallet on me was pure luck, but my phone is still at home. I've never been around so many strangers. Momo stared at everyone with unease. However, she kept her back straight and her mind sharp. She didn't want to be caught off guard in this place, but they still threw her off. The most people she'd ever been around were at her private school, and without any real friends, she was never invited to the mall. Luffy was just staring with stars in his eye at all the attractions. The mall was a huge place full of brightly flashing lights, screens that played ads, loud noises, thousands of smells to choose from, all emanating from the food court, and was basically an understimulated ADHD Brazilian's dreamland. Luffy was mainly focused on the shiny water fountains and the performers performing various scam tricks. Luffy, stay close to me, we wouldn't want to lose each other here, Momo scolded, much like a mother taking care of her unruly children. Luffy wasn't really too worried. Even if he did get lost, fate had a silly way of bringing him back to his friends. And if that didn't work, he'd figure something else out. It took a couple of minutes for them to find a shoe shop. Inside there was a numerous amount of shoes in various shapes and colors. The shop was separated by gender. There was a cashier, boredly scrolling on his phone, and one pink-skinned, black Scara, mini horns-having girl who was browsing the store. She threw a quick glance at the new arrivals before dismissing them and going back to her shopping spree. "Okay Luffy, you can wait here or find some new shoes, I don't care which, just stay in here while I pick out a pair of sneakers," Momo instructed, then quickly left him by himself to get a pair of shoes. "Shoes? I already have my sandals, I don't need anything more, besides I'm hungry," Luffy thought to himself. Well, if he didn't need any shoes then he didn't see the harm in following his nose to some kind of food place, leaving Momo behind. The pink-skinned girl, who had overheard the conversation, raised an eyebrow at the straw hat-wearing teen who just left the other girl high and dry. It took Momo a couple of minutes to decide what looked good, eventually settling on a new pair of white sneakers. After the purchase she scanned the shop to realize Luffy was nowhere to be found. He couldn't stay put for 5 minutes. Momo grumbled quietly. She turned around as she heard giggling coming from a friendly-looking customer. "Don't worry girl, he just went to that ramen place across from here," the pink-skinned girl told her. She sympathized with Momo. She had to babysit her younger brother more than a few times, so she's become an expert at locating wandering persons. "Oh, thank you very much," Momo thanked with a quick bow, quickly running to the place she just mentioned. "No prob girlie, good luck." The pink-skinned girl waved goodbye, watching her quickly retreating figure. It didn't take long to find Luffy. He was currently pouting at a waitress who was smiling awkwardly at him. "There you are. You couldn't stay still for a second. What are you doing?" Momo was a bit frustrated by his sudden disappearance. "Sorry, I was hungry and you were taking forever, but thank goodness you're here. This lady won't give me food. She says I have to pay first. Why can't I pay later?" Luffy explained. The waitress just looked at Momo, silently begging for help with her eyes. Momo just sighed heavily and waved her off. "If they served you first then you could just run away without paying. Just sit down, I've got money with me so let's eat." She made her way to a table. Luffy followed along, muttering. That's the whole point, he was used to dine and dashing. Momo was speculating why he needed so much food. Perhaps it was because of his quirk? She almost hoped that wasn't the case. She'd feel really bad if it was. They sat at the table where they were given menus. The place was decently packed. Luffy ordered half the menu after Momo said it was alright, cheering loudly causing Momo to blush in secondhand embarrassment. The food wasn't done yet, but Momo had other problems. "Luffy, I have to powder my nose so don't go anywhere until I come back, I'm being serious," Momo said, interrupting Luffy from his chant of food. "Food. Food." Luffy just looked confused. "The ladies' room," she repeated. Luffy just tilted his head. "What's the ladies' room? A room full of ladies?" "She means to PSS," interrupted a very annoyed customer. He had spiky blonde hair and was sitting at the table adjacent to them. Having to listen to Luffy's chanting and their pointless banter, he was at his wit's end. "Yes. That's it exactly." She quickly left the table turning red as a tomato. "This cannot get any more embarrassing. Dumbass, learn to talk to girls, idiot." The spiky-haired teen insulted as Luffy was handed 4 bowls of ramen and a couple dumplings. Luffy couldn't care less, all too familiar with public scorn. Besides, with food in front of his face he'd rather eat than entertain the stranger's goading. 13 minutes and 20 bowls of ramen later, Luffy started to get a bit suspicious at Momo's absence. Was she dining and dashing? He hoped so. He took a second to concentrate on her aura, straightening immediately when he noticed the fear shivering from it. He shot out of his seat and bolted outside, muttering a quiet sheet. That had the rude stranger staring at him in confusion. 2 minutes earlier. Momo sighed. Who would have guessed they shoved the nearest bathroom in a small alley? "I've got to get back before Luffy does something stupid like pick a fight with that customer. Now where is that ramen place?" She grumbled aloud. A bad habit, yes, but she didn't care enough to fix it. "What's the hurry, Yayorozu?" hissed a calm and collected voice behind her. "Who are yo dash?" Momo wasn't even given the opportunity to scream as the masked stranger put his grimy hand on her mouth and a blade to her neck. "Don't move a muscle," the villain whispered in her ear, uncomfortably close. "Do as I say and you'll get out of this alive. Nod if you understand." Who would have thought? Such a rich brat walking around by herself? Momo tensed up instantly. This was bad. She was caught off guard and wasn't experienced enough to get out of this unscathed, especially with cold steel shoved against her. Adrenaline leaked its way through her system, causing her to shake in fear. What do I do? Can I grab the knife? No, one wrong move and I'll bleed out in an instant. Can I create anything in time? No, he'll just cut me before I finish. Holy shit. Do I just hope someone notices? Her breathing became shaky. Her chances to get out of this encounter rapidly decreased. Fight, flight, or freeze, and she just had to choose freeze. I said nod if you understand, beach. The villain spat. Momo felt tears well up in the corner of her eyes, and she nodded quickly, panic clogging her throat, feeling the knife scrape against her neck. The villain grinned, about to speak again when he spotted the silhouette of another kid at the entrance to the alleyway. Momo, are you okay? Do you know this guy? Luffy's tone dropped, his straw hat overshadowing his eyes, making him a weirdly intimidating figure. The villain tightened his grip over Momo's mouth, letting out a wheezy laugh. Of course she does. Right? The tip of his blade punctured her neck, a tear leaked out of her eye. And who are you supposed to be? Some knight in shining armor? Come to rescue the helpless princess? He scorned. Momo's gaze turned stony in anger. I'm her friend. Luffy threatened, taking a step forward. One more step and her neck will look like a zipper. He growled, nervously taking a step back. Who do you think you are? Do you want her dead? Luffy's eyes flashed dangerously. I'm just asking my friend here if I can borrow some money, that's all. If you do anything I'm not afraid to gut her, he said calmly. Momo's mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. I'm sorry Momo, don't worry and stay still, Luffy apologized, making eye contact with Momo, almost saying, I got you, with just his expression. Hey Straw Hat, don't do anything stupid dash. The BSTRD didn't get to finish his sentence as he was overtaken by pure, unblemished terror, like prey before a predator. His hands shook violently, the blade dropped, he stepped backwards, and collapsed to the floor, eyes gone white. For a couple of seconds the only noise you could hear was the metallic clink of the knife hitting the ground. Momo took in a deep breath, feeling around her neck. She had no clue what happened, but now the villain was on the ground, and Luffy was walking up to her. Momo, are you okay? Luffy didn't miss the way her eyes darted towards him, face filled with confused gratitude and wariness. I'm fine. Let's just go home, okay? Momo wiped the remaining tears from her eyes and breathed deeply, trying to get her racing heart and mind back under control. Luffy knew she wasn't fine. Okay, are you sure dash? Momo interrupted. I'm fine. Luffy took the hint for once and kept quiet. It didn't take long for the pair of them to get on a train heading for a stop near the Yaoyorozu mansion. The conversation between the two didn't pick up again for a little while, Momo being lost in thought, and Luffy letting her have that time to think. Luffy, what did you do to that guy? She said quietly. They were the only people in the train cabin, sitting across from each other. It was Conqueror's Haki. Luffy said simply, it's one of my abilities, I used it to knock him out. Conqueror's Haki? Momo asked, trying to make sure she heard him right. Yeah, I learned how to do it in my training that I told you about earlier. There are other types too, like Armament Haki and Observation Haki. He explained, that guy was so weak though, so I didn't need the others. Momo had to take a few seconds to process what he just said. Are you the only one who can use Haki? No, everyone can use Haki, you just have to unlock it first. But only a rare few have Conquerors. Luffy continued. And you are that rare person? Yeah. Not getting a response, he decided to elaborate more. Conqueror's Haki is willpower weaponized. Willpower weaponized. Momo repeated it like it was a bad joke. It's the power of going into a battle without a doubt. But I used Observation Haki to find you, you were gone for a while and I got worried. Okay, thank you for saving me. The rest of the train ride was in silence, so was the walk home, dinner. Not another word was spoken between the two until the next morning. Momo was standing at the front of the mansion. She had gathered everything she would need for today, plus a little extra. Luffy made his way to Momo. The butler had gathered all of his stuff for him. Momo, are you feeling better yet? Luffy asked nicely. Momo sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. Yeah, sorry for the silent treatment, I feel better about it now. She'd spent a lot of last night thinking over what Luffy did for her. Luffy's face split into a huge grin. Good. Are you ready to go then? Momo nodded and Luffy opened the door, ready for another grand adventure. In the limousine carrying the two, soon-to-be UA students, things were a little tense to say the least. Momo was nervous about her upcoming exam. Despite having spent almost an entire month preparing for it physically and mentally, it didn't help with her nerves. Even though she knew she was probably 110% ready for the exam, she was still trying to cram as much as she could, going over her notes for the 5th time that day. Wow! Hey Momo, did you know you can get sweets from here? Luffy grinned, stuffing his face with chocolates from a little compartment in the limousine that dispensed the treats with the push of a button. And then there was Luffy, the newest addition to her family. Now that she actually thought about it, Luffy was probably the reason she was feeling so stressed in the first place. It was less for herself, and more for him. You really should have studied, I mean it. You're probably the dumbest person I know. No offense. She could hardly believe he was so nonchalant. It just didn't make sense to her. Yes, she needs to be smart to use her quirk, but that doesn't mean that she only studies for her quirk. To her, being the best version of herself meant having perfect grades and making her family proud. She spent such a large portion of her free time studying that it's become second nature anyway. Luffy gasped. You should know that I'm very smart, a genius even. Momo rolled her eyes. It's true that Luffy was smart when it came to combat, but unfortunately that's the only part he excels at when it comes to brain power. You're the dumb one for worrying so much anyway, it's just a test. I am afraid that I must agree with the young man here, Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Mr. Daiko confirmed from his spot in the front seat, speaking to them through a small window behind him. Momo was stunned. You have studied excessively and I have no doubts that you will pass the exam. Now the only thing left to do is to relax and wait for the test. You don't even need to do the practical exam like Mr. Luffy here. Maybe you're right, Momo said reluctantly, tightly holding her notes, not really being able to put them down. See, he gets it, he knows you better than me anyway, and besides your aura is all spiky and jittery and it's really distracting. The driver furrowed an eyebrow, not really understanding what Luffy meant by aura. Sorry. She apologized, remembering what Luffy had told her yesterday about the mysterious power called Haki. She had a hard time processing what she heard yesterday. Who knew that such a powerful ability existed in everyone? Well, Luffy apparently knew, and the way he explained it, it sounded like other people knew as well. Perhaps this was the reason Luffy moved in with them, but that would only work if her father knew about it, did he? And more importantly, could she learn how to HRNSS it? If she could, then she figured that she would gain a considerable advantage in battle, and that was something she desperately needed if she was to excel. Momo. Come on, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. We're here. Luffy waved his hand in front of Momo's face. Somehow, Luffy had managed to exit the parked car without her noticing. Ah. Yes, I'm coming. Goodbye, Mr. Daiko. She waved goodbye to Mr. Daiko and exited the vehicle. She hadn't even realized she spaced out. She had found herself thinking about Haki quite a bit since Luffy mentioned it to her, along with thinking about Luffy himself, the big mystery he was. Oh yeah, I met the old man here. Luffy mentioned, walking side by side with Momo. Yes, I know, you met him when he went to deliver my recommendation letter himself. Luck seems to favor you. You think so? He grinned. Ah well, if it isn't Mr. Luffy, I hope your time with the Yaoyorozus has been pleasant. Greeted the principal, Mr. Nizu stood at the front of the school, welcoming all of the candidates. Hey, it's the little bear. Luffy smiled, stopping to chat with the principal. Good morning, Mr. Nizu. Momo greeted the principal of the UA school, who in turn gave a small nod. Luffy, you never said you were acquainted with the principal of this school. Yeah, he and your dad are the first people I ever met in this world. Luffy said, practically revealing his biggest secret in casual conversation. World? He means this school, right Luffy? Nizu stuttered in his attempt to salvage Luffy's blunder. Honestly, it was a miracle he hadn't said it by accident already. Oh yeah, school, that's what I meant. Luffy corrected casually, he didn't get all the fuss. The trio made their way inside the school, and after walking a bit they arrived at a cross-section. The school hallways were filled with children of different shapes and sizes, running to get to their specific classrooms or exam halls, which made getting to where you needed to be a little hectic. Luffy stared at the people with quirks that changed your appearance with stars in his eyes. He hasn't seen this many weird-looking people since the raid on Onigashima. Momo, on the other hand, had her attention split between reading her notes and trying not to bump into anybody, which made both tasks incredibly difficult. But thankfully having the principal by their side made the crowd thin out around them. Well, Mrs. Yaoyorozu, this is where we part ways, I'm afraid. Nizu stopped at the entrance to a new hallway. The recommendation entrance exam is taking place in that classroom at the end of the hallway on your left. Professor Midnight will be giving you instructions. Nizu said, pointing at the classroom she needed to be in. Thank you, Mr. Principal. Momo gave him a quick bow before turning to Luffy. Well, good luck Luffy, I hope we both get in. She said with eyes full of determination, before turning around and leaving Luffy by his lonesome. Aha, good luck with your exam Thingy. Luffy shouted, waving his arms at her, which just caused her ears to turn red. Now Mr. Luffy, before you also head to your respective class, I wanted to give you this. He said, hiding in a little corner away from prying eyes. He hands Luffy an earpiece so small that you would need a magnifying glass to actually see it properly. What the heck is this? Luffy questioned, looking thoughtfully at what he could only guess was a small black bean. Does it do anything? You put it in your ear like so, he explained, pulling another one out and putting it in his ear. And it will allow me to communicate with you privately. Oh okay, I've had something like this not long ago, he announced, putting the little bean in his ear. He kinda wished it was an actual bean. Is there a reason you need to talk to me so badly? I'll only be gone a little while. So that I can help you in your written exam, having access to the camera will allow me to see your test and give you the answers accordingly, said Nizu. Knowing that he has to break the rules to help a future student is breaking his little heart, but without his help Luffy could never pass the written exam. Wait, that's cheating. I don't want to cheat, Luffy retorted, a deep frown on his face. Oh dear. Don't worry, every other student has a hidden radio. Just write what I tell you to, now go, the time is running short. Nizu sighed. He's happy he stockpiled some tea before this, he knew he would need it. Fine. I guess I'll see you later, little bear. Luffy agreed carelessly, before, just as carelessly, going off in a random direction. Not that way. The other way. Nizu yelped, causing Luffy to do a 90-degree turn in the wrong direction, again. The other way. Go into the classroom to your right. He clarified, making Luffy miraculously enter the right class. He had it bad with direction, but he wasn't Zoro's level of bad. 2 hours later. Man, that was so boring, and frustrating. Luffy grumbled, leaving the classroom among tons of other students with similar thoughts. The test itself didn't seem too difficult to him, even though he was looking at that piece of paper like a caveman staring at a modern computer. The part that frustrated him the most was that the little bear was always in his ear, telling him what to write and where to write it. He found it taxing since every time he would finish a line, the little bear would say something like, "It's too ugly, write it again," and would shout in his ear every time he nearly fell asleep. It felt worse than the training with Rayleigh. Yeah man, I feel you. The whole time I was looking at the test, I was like, what? Interjected a boy that happened to overhear Luffy's complaints. Who are you? Luffy asked. The stranger had vivid yellow hair with a lightning-shaped black bolt. Oh, I'm Denki Kaminari, future pro-hero of Japan, he said proudly, with a thumb pointing to his chest. I'm gonna get into the hero course. What's your name by the way? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The man who's gonna become the king of the pirates. He said it was just as much pride with half the mutual understanding. Wow, got your hero name and everything, huh? Well good luck dude, he said, splitting off from Luffy. They're gonna do my explanation in the other amphitheater, but let's meet again. He waved goodbye to his new acquaintance. Okay, see you later, calamari, Luffy said. Now he was walking with a group of students 4 years younger than him without any clue about where he was going. Alright, Mr. Luffy, I'm glad to see you're already making friends. Now stick with that group and they will lead you to where your orientation is supposed to be, Nizu said in Luffy's ear, sipping on his 12th cup of tea. 10 minutes later. Luffy was now seated in an amphitheater with a huge projector above the stage. He was in the middle of the back row. He was also told by Nizu that from here on out he isn't going to need his help anymore, seeing as how it will be the practical exam, so he took the earpiece he had and threw it away. After a couple more minutes of waiting, Luffy was completely bored out of his skull. Fortunately for him, a man with a blonde mohawk that was larger than his own head strutted in. What's up UA candidates? Thanks for tuning it to me, your school DJ, come on and let me hear ya. He shouted extravagantly. Luffy found the hero to be amusing, reminding him of Queen in a weird way. Seeing as nobody said anything, he decided to keep quiet as well. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's all fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam's gonna go down, okay? Are you ready? Yelled the voice hero again in an attempt to get the whole room hyped up, while doing various silly poses. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Luffy laughed loudly. Luffy found the hero amusing, but what he found even more hilarious was the lack of attention he was getting. Everybody in turn just looked at him with a bead of sweat rolling off their foreheads. At least someone's getting fired up. He cheered in reference to Luffy's laughter. The voice hero then proceeded to explain the whole gist of the operation, showing that everybody is split up in groups from A to G, fighting mock villains, points, runaway, blah, blah, blah. Luffy got really bored after that, barely spending a second thought to look at the letter on his card, B, before passing out, snoring loudly as if he had not a care in the world. Making all the students in the indoor amphitheater think one thing. How is he sleeping right now? We're all here today in hopes of being molded into model heroes, additionally you, with the straw hat, shouted a teenager with glasses and blue hair, pointing directly at Luffy who woke up with a start. Huh? Is it morning already? Luffy mumbled, having woken up at the sound of his nickname being called. Your snoring is distracting the rest of us and is blatantly disrespectful to this elite school. If you can't be bothered to take this seriously, then just go home. It's obvious you're taking this exam as a joke. He affirmed seriously, glaring at Luffy. Wow, if that were to happen to me, I don't know what I would have done. Thought a very distressed green-haired boy, looking between Straw Hat and the glasses-wearing kid. Geez, who put a stick up your butt? Luffy insulted nonchalantly, digging through his ear with his pinky. Excuse me? Do you even know what we have to do after going to our pre-designated locations? The teen scolded, obviously taken aback by his harsh use of words. Yeah, we go to the city place and beat up the robots. Did you not pay attention? Luffy didn't see the big issue, but he did know he didn't like being yelled at. You really are treating this as a joke. As a proud former student of Some Junior High School, I cannot take this sort of attitude. He turned his attention from the Straw Hat to the teacher, who watched the interaction with a bewildered expression. Sir, I demand you immediately kick this fellow student out for strict lack of respect. He practically ordered. Snitch. Quit being so stingy. And stop shouting at me. Luffy grumbled, I don't like guys like you at all. The whole amphitheater was in silence, with the exception of one snickering spiky-haired blonde boy. Present Mike wasn't really sure what to do about the situation, so he just continued on without trying to fix it. Hey now, let's settle down everybody. And to answer your question, examinee number 7111, the fourth foe villain variety gets you 0 points. He's more of an obstacle, a hurdle you should avoid. It's not that he can't be beaten, it's just that there is kind of no point. Present Mike answered, mainly in an attempt to get back on track. It really is like a video game. Thought the examinees. Thank you, sir, I apologize for the interruption. Said the blue-haired teen with a low bow. As he was sitting down, he figured if the teacher was just gonna brush off the whole confrontation, then he was going to take matters into his own hands. A couple of minutes later. Luffy was on the bus along with other students also in Block B. He was honestly rather excited for the upcoming fight since he'd been sitting around that massive house all day, staring out the window and bouncing in his seat. Everybody on the bus was talking between themselves about Straw Hat and the Glasses Kid, each having different thoughts about the whole altercation from, wow, I can't believe that he would just say that in front of everybody, what a rude guy. To, wow, I can't believe that he would just say that in front of everybody, he's so cool. A certain angry blonde kid was having a whole different thought. That guy looks familiar? After they all got off the bus, everyone stood in front of a massive gate which led to a mock town encased by a wall, massive buildings and compacted streets imitating an urban area effectively, perfect for the battle. Luffy was preparing himself by stretching his arms and legs out, staring at the building ahead of him all the while. He was wearing his usual fit, the unbuttoned red shirt with blue jorts, sandals, and his straw hat. Yash, finishing stretching, he stood there minding his own business, when he felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. He didn't even need to turn to know who it was. What do you want now? Luffy whined, not turning around. I know you think that this is all a game, but for the rest of us, this is real, so don't go making trouble for the other students. Said the blue-haired kid as sternly as he could. Luffy could feel the earnestness in his voice. I won't, but you need to relax and focus on yourself. Geez, you're like Momo but more pushy. He assured, noticing the massive doors starting to open. Finally. Let's go. Luffy cheered, rushing into town immediately. Hey! Wait! Who gave you permis dash? His reprimand was cut short by the teacher standing at the top of the walls. What are you all waiting for? There are no countdowns in a real battle. That kid has the right idea. Everybody go! 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 Everybody looked at the hero, then at a certain straw hat already causing discord, shouting different variations of Gomu Gomu no. The rest of the examinees followed suit. As they ran, Glasses had one thought in mind. Did he know? Or is he just an idiot? Midoriya's mind was in chaos right now. Crap. 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 At this rate I'm not going to get any points. Just calm down, this is fine. I have plenty of time, plus All Might's power in me. Izuku's thoughts and flashbacks were cut short when a one-pointer smashed through the building in front of him, blocking his path. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. He thought, desperately trying to move at his top speed before looking down at his legs, realizing he was stuck in place from nerves. Why won't my feet move? He shouted in his mind. Fortunately for him, his saving grace came in the form of a raven-haired boy wearing a straw hat. Gomu Gomu no dash, he yelled, pulling his arms back a considerable amount. Twin pistol. He launched his fists at the robot. It crumbled under the pure destructive power behind them, saving Izuku from a couple of broken bones. A certain twinkling boy whined in complaint as Luffy stole his shot. Woo! Are you some kind of idiot? You do know you have to punch the robots, right? Luffy laughed, bonking Izuku on the forehead. Why yes, sir, said Izuku, what kind of power is that? Well, if you find any more robots, tell me. This is fun. Luffy felt exhilarated, immediately running off to find more cans to crumple. Sure. Izuku agreed, how can he be having fun right now? 6 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Shouted Present Mike over an intercom. Not good. Not good. Gotta hurry. Luffy was having the time of his life, finally, he could stretch out as much as he wanted, and be as destructive as he wanted. This is awesome. He cheered, grinning as a 3-point robot blocked his path. Gomu Gomu no dash, he ped one arm back and started twisting it. Rifle. 3 more points for him. I can really practice my basic moves on these robots. Luffy wiped his brow, looking at the smoking remains of the robot. Izuku heard this and whipped his head around in shock. Basic moves. This was too easy for Luffy. Suddenly the ground rumbled, dust and debris exploding into the air, causing a huge blast of smoke to roll into the street in front of him, obstructing his vision briefly. As the dust cleared and an intimidating robot loomed over him, taller than the buildings, its red camera eyes locking onto the students around Luffy, they stared in awe for a moment, before it launched its hand forwards, crumbling the ground in front of him and causing the students to scream and run in total, hopeless fear. Finally. Something a little harder. Luffy had a massive smile on his face, punching his fist into his palm. All other students ran from the robot, while the glasses kid from earlier booked it away. He couldn't help but notice the look on Luffy's face. His eyes were bright, his teeth bared in a wide smile and, completely unfazed by the danger the giant robot presented. If you were to ask him, he would say that he looked excited. Luffy brought his hand to his mouth and bit into his thumb, preparing to use an elephant gun to take care of the can. He stopped himself as he noticed the green-haired kid from before. The kid launched himself into the sky, his fist pulled back, coming face to face with the 0-pointer. He had to shield his eyes from the amount of smoke and fire blasting around, courtesy of the giant robot getting punched in the face and completely obliterated by the teen, yelling out a dramatic smash right before he began to fall to the ground. That was awesome. I wish I did that. Luffy cheered, the rest of the students stared on in shock. Luffy watched for a second too, before he realized that this kid wasn't slowing down in the slightest, his arm and leg flapping around uselessly. That seemed bad, and since this kid did just one-shot a massive robot, it couldn't hurt to help him out. Using his rubber powers and Haki to make his legs spring-like, he jumped up to Izuku's teary-eyed figure. I got you. Hold on tightly. Luffy caught him in midair, causing the kid with broken bones to freak out at his sudden appearance. WWW what? How did you get up here? Izuku yelped, beyond surprised. I jumped. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Now quiet down, I've gotta time this right. Izuku proceeded to do the exact opposite of that as he saw the ground coming faster and faster. Gomu Gomu no dash. Izuku stared at Luffy, who inhaled a massive amount of air ridiculously fast. Balloon. To Izuku's relief, instead of slamming into the concrete, they instead bounced against the ground, Izuku falling out of Luffy's embrace and hitting the ground much lighter than he would have if Luffy hadn't done anything. That was awesome. You took out that robot like boom. But falling to the ground after was pretty stupid, shishishi. Luffy grinned. Izuku stared at him from his place on the ground in awe. Why, you're incredible. How did you do that? You kept shouting Gomu Gomu like some comic book hero. Does your quirk have something to do with rubber? The strength required is in dash. He was quickly cut off by the very painful reminder that his arm and legs were both shattered. Ow! Ow! This was then followed by the even more painful shout of, "It's all OVEERRR," over the speakers, signaling the end of the exam, and crushing any hope Izuku had left to make a point. Technically Gomu means rubber in Japanese, so of course it has something to do with rubber pushes up glasses. Yeah, that's why nobody likes you, the shawd, What's wrong? Did you break your legs? Luffy asked, poking his very red and swollen legs, which caused the poor boy groan in more pain. I think I am not really used to my quirk yet. And I couldn't handle the strain. Stop poking me. Izuku shouted after the 10th poke to his broken arm. Alright, good job everyone, you are all heroes in my eyes. Said a very sweet and elderly voice. Luffy and Izuku both looked to their right and finally noticed the small crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle, a crowd that was currently parting to make way for a short old lady with a massive syringe cane in one hand. And her hair done up in a cute bun with a hair net. That was very reckless what you did there, young man, but thanks to you this boy is still alive. Here, have some gummies. She thanked, offering a fistful of gummies to Luffy. Awesome. Thanks, Granny. He stuffed his mouth with the gummies. You got any more? I do, but they're not for you. I have to treat this young man now. The nurse kissed the now passed out Izuku Midoriya on the cheek. Aw man, Luffy pouted. What do I do now? We go home, the bus is just outside. A random, cannon fodder, boy said from the crowd, pointing to the exit. Luffy grinned. Thanks. And raced into the bus, more than happy with his first eventful day in weeks. It helped, he thought. He was getting really antsy sitting around all day, not to mention he barely ever stayed in the same place that long. A couple of days later, at the Yaoyorozu mansion. Will you calm down? This is worse than before the exam. Luffy bellowed. He was currently eating dinner at the very large table, only he and Momo were present since the parents were out for work. Waiting is way worse than preparing. What if I don't get in? She exclaimed. She couldn't even eat the food in front of her. Then you don't get in and we can go on adventures. And if you get in then we both get to do hero stuff. Luffy tried to reassure her, swallowing the last of his food. He didn't see any point in stressing about such a small thing, to him anyway. The chefs have finally realized the black hole that is Monkey D. Luffy, and have adjusted to cook him way more food than they thought would ever be necessary, only to be baffled as he ate all of it, every single time. Yeah, and we'll all live happily ever after. Momo said sarcastically. Honestly, Luffy was way too relaxed for her. The door opened smoothly, and in walked a butler. Miss Yaoyorozu, Mr. Luffy. He held up one acceptance letter. The letter from UA has arrived. Thank you for delivering these to us. Momo said as she grabbed the letter with a red seal. Why is there only one? Did only one of us get accepted? Or neither? She was beginning to panic. Do I want to see? Luffy shouted as he stretched his hand and stole the letter from right under her nose. Wait! I'm not ready yet. Momo panicked as she watched Luffy rip the letter in half. From inside the letter, a disc dropped to the floor. It is I. In a hologram. Announced none other than All Might, the #1 hero in all of Japan. I will be announcing your statuses concerning UA High. Wow, All Might? I can't believe it. Is he gonna tell us if we were accepted or not? Momo said her thoughts aloud. Who? Luffy questioned, completely oblivious to the fact that the most popular hero in Japan was talking to them right now. I have done a lot of these. But fear not. I am not tired, All Might claimed. Despite the tired look in his eye, his voice was full of energy. You've never heard of him? Have you been living under a rock or something? Momo raised an eyebrow. He famous or something? I wanted to personally thank you, young Luffy, not only for saving a lot of students in the practical exam. All Might smiled as he revealed footage of Luffy saving other students from pointers with a huge grin on his face. But to also thank you for saving young Midoriya from what could have been a fatal incident. Then he proceeded to show various camera angles of Luffy launching into the air, less than gracefully grabbing Izuku, and inflating himself to cushion the fall. Wow, that's very impressive, Luffy. So that's what you meant when you said you caught the broccoli boy. Momo praised. But a feeling of dread started to creep into the back of her mind. If this disc is about Luffy, then where is hers? With your physical prowess, you managed to gather a whopping 92 villain points. Bravo! All Might cheered as he showed a leaderboard. Luffy was in 1 ST place with 92 villain points and 48 rescue points. In 2 ND place was someone named Katsuki Bakugu with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points, and in 3 RD place was a student named Eijiro Kirishima with 39 villain points and 35 rescue points. But we also had a secret point system called rescue points, where we give points for heroic acts. I must also say, I am impressed that throughout the entire exam, your smile never wavered. Wow! You even got first place. Momo was shocked, but anxiety clawed at her skin. Where was her letter? Ha ha ha. I didn't even know about any points. I just punched every robot I saw. Luffy cheered, grinning at the uplifting words. Momo wasn't even surprised he didn't know what was going on. Luffy didn't see a need to know what to do, since doing what he always did works, he'd just keep doing that. Along with the written exam, you have met all the requirements needed to attend our school, even though I heard there was a dispute in the auditorium, cough cough. Anyway, we would be fools not to accept you into our school. So welcome, young Luffy. This is your hero academia. All Might finalized, reaching his hand towards the screen, and the disc stopped displaying the video. Yay! I'm in the hero school. We should celebrate. Luffy shouted with joy, before noticing the sadness that seemed to drift off Momo in waves. What was wrong? Congratulations, Luffy. I'm really happy for you. Momo's voice sounded sincere, but if her posture was anything to go by, she was clearly very sad. Hey, you okay, Momo? Maybe your letter is just different? Luffy put a hand on her shoulder. No, I am fine, Luffy, it's just the, whatever she was about to say was cut off by the hologram appearing again. I am here. Again. I am sorry for having congratulated young Luffy earlier without acknowledging you. Young Yaoyorozu. All Might said as he roared back to life. Momo's sadness instantly washed away, replaced by tentative hope. Luffy watched her carefully, then decided she seemed better now. But fear not. Because we surely haven't forgotten about you. With your written exam achieving the highest grade possible. Not making a single mistake. Was a sight to behold. Also finishing third in the race with the other recommendation students right behind young Todoroki definitely gives you a seat in one of our classrooms. We wouldn't want to lose such a genius mind. So welcome, young Yaoyorozu. This is your hero academia. Hey, you did it, Momo. I told you it would be fine. We both got in. Luffy congratulated Momo as he bounced around the dining room. We should definitely celebrate now. Right. Yeah, I guess we did. Momo said, still shell-shocked. She couldn't believe her ears. Congratulations, kids. I did not doubt in my mind that you could do it, said Momo's father while at dinner. It has been a couple of weeks since they received the acceptance letter to UA, and starting tomorrow, they will officially be UA high school students. Her parents and the majority of the staff were overjoyed at the news. Most of the maids and butlers who watched her grow up were the ones the happiest. I'm so proud of you, sugar. Now, don't go thinking that you're scot-free. Being in an elite school just means having to work harder, and I expect your grades only to improve, said Mrs. Yaoyorozu to her daughter. She is one of the reasons Momo studies so much. In her mind, her daughter should repay them for the rich life she has led, and she found that one way Momo could pay her back was by doing the best she could in school. She was lucky to have such a nerd as a daughter. Of course, mother, I don't plan to stop my studies soon. Momo was also overjoyed. After getting over her initial shock, she began skipping in her step. She learned that she shouldn't have any emotion in public besides politeness. She still couldn't help herself but be happy. This SCKS. The only one who wasn't happy at the moment was a depressed Luffy, for the simple fact that he didn't get the party that he thinks he so righteously deserves. Come on. Just one cake and some music, that's all I'm asking. Please. We are not having a party the day before your first day of school, said Mr. Yaoyorozu with an annoyed expression. And I told you countless times that this discussion is over, he said again, only for the threat to fall on deaf ears. I'll never emotionally recover from this, said Luffy as if his whole family died. What was just one party? It's not like anybody is going to die from it. Okay, this is my last deal, I can't go any further below this, said Luffy for the 5th time that day. I already told you the discussion was over. Now just let me eat in peace, said Mr. Yaoyorozu as he was eating as much rice as possible before the rubber man could come to his senses and begin his eating spree again. Just one cake with music, and I go to sleep at 11 p.m. I mean, come on, it doesn't get any better than that, said Luffy like he was bargaining for a reduced price on a used car. Luffy learned what a sleeping pattern was, and oh boy, was that a tough learning experience. Him being used to sleeping whenever he felt like it. Now having to sleep at a specific time? It was torture for him. For the final time, no, he said, hoping this would shut Luffy up even though he knew it wouldn't. Come on, father, I think you are being a little too mean to Luffy. He just wants to celebrate this achievement, said Momo in an attempt to defend Luffy. In these last 2 weeks, she found out that she grew considerably close to Luffy, this being from all the time spent together or the incident at the mall. She couldn't tell you. It was like Luffy had his orbiting field, making people like him. Having tried to oppose it at first, she now found out that she enjoyed Luffy's dumb, happy-go-lucky personality. Since when have you and Luffy been such good friends? I thought you hated his guts, said the father with a raised eyebrow. Him being so busy running a huge company made him stop by his mansion at a rare event, often having to eat cup noodles in his office wishing he could be home. I never said that. We've always been good friends, said Momo while remembering her first thoughts and words about Luffy being mostly hateful. If you say so, he said while returning his gaze to his plate, quickly looking at a depressed Luffy. In his opinion, Luffy was overdramatic. Anyway, it's starting to get late, and you both have a big day tomorrow. Why don't you kids go to sleep? Said the mother, not wanting Momo's first day to be ruined because of Luffy's childlike personality. As you say, mother, Momo said as she finished her plate of rice and stood up. No, said a pouting Luffy. What do you mean, no, said the father wondering what antic is he going to show now. I mean no, you should have taken my offer. Now I won't go to sleep. That's right, I'm going on stride, said Luffy while plopping down on his chair, cross-legged, with his eyes closed. Do you mean strike? That's what I said, said Luffy while still looking away with his eyes closed. Damn it, Luffy. It's too late for this, said Mr. Yaoyorozu while pinching the nose of his bridge. Wait, I know how to handle this, said the mother while approaching Luffy's chair. Having read some books on how to deal with problem children, now has some idea of how to deal with situations like this. Luffy, look, I know you are proud of what you achieved, we are proud too. But you have to understand that we have very important jobs to do and you and Momo also have very big days ahead. So what do you say? Let's go to bed so that in the morning we will be all full of energy, said Mrs. Yaoyorozu to Luffy with a kind voice, like she was trying to make a toddler why going to sleep is important. No, said Luffy not budging an inch. Well, I tried. Do what you want with him, said Momo's mom looking like she was at her wit's end with Luffy as she was going out of the dining room. Come on Luffy, let's go to sleep. I'll promise I'll give you meat in the morning, said Momo after sighing, also trying to persuade Luffy. Oh, okay, said Luffy while getting off the chair. Wait. No, said Luffy as if he just found out his new conviction. Right now he was using all his willpower not to take Momo's offer. Wow, I was sure that was going to work, said an impressed Momo while her father was massaging his temples. Luffy, look. How about this, when I have more free time in the future, we will celebrate. Okay, how does that sound, he said while mentally cursing himself at the fact that Luffy's childish taunts worked on him. I'll take it, said Luffy, happy that now, sometime in the near future he will have a big party. Okay, I'm going to eat. What? No. Now you're going to bed. That was the deal, said the frustrated CEO, while his daughter was giggling behind her hand. Eh? But I didn't eat anything, said Luffy, lying, even though he ate way less than any other time. He still ate half the whole meal. That's a blatant lie, he said, very close to snapping. You ate more than half the food. There was barely any food in the first place, said Luffy, also getting angry at not being able to eat. Meanwhile, Momo was snickering behind her hand this whole time. Okay, how about this? In the morning you will eat twice as more than usual, to make up for not eating as much today. What do you say? Said Momo, trying to stop a brawl between her father and her friend. That sounds agreeable, said Luffy with his hand on his chin in thought, pretending to know what the word agreeable meant. Don't pretend to know what it means, said a still angry Mr. Yaoyorozu. Luffy in turn just decided to stick his tongue out and pull on his lower eyelid. And then he proceeded to quickly run to his bed. I swear, I'm going to pop a vein with that kid, said the CEO, trying to deal with his incoming headache. This is what I get for wanting a livelier house. I'm sorry about Luffy, that's just his charm at work, said Momo before getting ready to go to sleep as well. I wish you good night, father. Good night, sweetie, he said with a wave. The next morning at UA. Okay, so where is our class, said Luffy, who was following after Momo. He was wearing the UA uniform, backpack and all, but his tie was messily done. Still wearing the straw hat. It should be right here, she said as they came upon a door big enough for Katakuri. Why is this door so big? Luffy proceeded to ignore her question as he opened the door to a class with about 20 desks that were all facing the chalkboard. Inside the class there were some students, but going by the number of benches, they weren't all there yet. The students consisted of a pair of floating clothes, a big guy with 6 arms and white hair, a small guy with ball for hair, a guy named Denki Kaminari who Luffy had the pleasure of knowing, a pink-skinned girl, etc. The one who were missing were the kid with the glasses, the green-haired one, the spiky blonde one and the gravity girl. From now on I will refer to them by their names. I took out the guy who gets strong on sugar, cause let's be honest, nobody cares about him. Unless he does something crazy in the manga, but I didn't read it yet, so IDC. Oh wow, if it isn't the future king of the pirates, said Denki as he approached the straw hat. You're DMN right, said Luffy to the boy who just talked to him. We're pretty lucky to be in the same class, at least now I have someone to talk to, said the electric boy as he checked out Momo was side by side with Luffy. Oh, I didn't know you knew somebody from our class already, Luffy, said Momo before turning to Denki. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, pleased to meet you, she said with a quick bow. Why yeah, same, said as he blushed at having such an attractive girl talk to him so casually. Yaoyorozu? As in the super rich billionaire family? That Yaoyorozu? Said the invisible as she and some other classmates gathered around the two of them. Ah, I guess my reputation precedes me, she said as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. She knew that her family status was going to attract some attention, but she hoped that she was going to make friends based on their personality and then hers. Wow! It's like having a celebrity at our school, were the majority of the chatter of the crowd around them. Wait, you're rich? Why didn't you ever tell me? Asked Luffy, shocked. He knew she was rich, but But he didn't know she was a billionaire. That's almost as much as my bounty. Seriously? You've been living with me all this time and you didn't know I was a billionaire? Asked Momo more so sarcastically than anything else. She really should have expected this type of question from Luffy. Two perverted boys had the same thought at the same moment right now. Lucky BSTRD. You know who they are. After everybody got over the shock of having a literal billionaire in the same class as them, they all went to their respective sites. Momo chose to sit in the far back near the windows. And Luffy chose to sit next to his only friend, which was Momo. Okay. Time to eat, he said out loud as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a bento box filled with different kinds of meat. Momo wasn't surprised by this, just a little disappointed that he couldn't take this as seriously as her. At that moment 2 new students walked in. Tenya and Bakugo took one look around the classroom and chose a seat that was to their liking. While Bakugo chose a random seat, he thought only one thing. Where's Monkey D. Luffy? How dare he steal first place from me? How can you eat right now? At least wait until lunch break, you are entirely disrespecting the school guidelines, you cretin. Said Tenya, to Luffy who was right now stuffing his face. But I'm hungry, said Luffy with a whine. I haven't eaten since this morning. Luffy said with a mouthful. But it's still morning. Tenya said before deciding that he should start over with his nemesis. After all, out of all the people back with the robots, he and Midoriya were the only ones to stay behind. I think we should start over. My name is Tenya Ida, I come from the semi-private academy. Bluf bluk beful Galaleerdilfta. Luffy said with a mouthful of food, making everybody around him question what he just said. Translation, I'm Luffy, nice to meet you. Luffy, we talked about this, finish what you eat before speaking. Said Momo in a voice between scolding and kindness. Before anybody could say anything else, the other 2 remaining people showed up at the entrance to the classroom. It's him. Said Tenya pretty loudly, which caused the whole class to look at him. Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida. Ida said as he walked robotically in front of him. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you. He said more so to the whole class than to the scary student while looking up. Oh hey. It's the idiot. Said Luffy as he was packing his empty box in his backpack. He didn't say it with ill intentions, he said it more so as a fact. Ag. Izuku made a squeaking noise at his new nickname. Great. Guess I'm the class idiot now. This caused Bakugo to let out a laugh. That I must admit you and him are far superior to me. He said while pointing at Luffy. This caused Izuku to sweat a little bit, thinking it was unlikely that he was superior to Tenya. Is he serious? Thought Momo overhearing the blue-haired boy. Thinking that it was unlikely that Luffy was superior to anybody when it came to academics. Luffy meanwhile was spacing out, only coming back to reality when a new person dressed all in black with a scarf showed up. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and meet me outside. He said with the most monotone voice possible. A few minutes later, outside at the quirk assessment test. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Said the teacher as his back was facing the students. Here at UA we aren't tethered to traditions, that means I can run my class however is see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. He said as he pulled out his phone showing different tests. But you've never used your quirks in physical exams before. This country is still trying to pretend we are all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational, one day the Ministry of Education will learn. He then turned to Luffy, while holding a ball. Monkey D. Luffy, you managed to score the most points on the entrance exam. What was your maxi? He was cut off by an angry spiky-haired kid. Aha! So it is you. How dare you steal my #1 spot on the leaderboard, said Baguku as he approached the straw hat. Every single student turned to him and Luffy. Steal? What are you talking about? I didn't steal anything. Said Luffy confused as to why this teenager suddenly confronted him. So you're saying I don't even deserve first place? Said Bakugo, getting angrier and angrier by the second. Kaken, I don't think this is the best plaque. Izuku was cut off by the angry boy. Shut the hell up Deku. I'll deal with you later. Bakugo said before turning to face his opponent. I bet you cheated somehow. That's how you got first place. What? I didn't cheat. Luffy was starting to get angry. Maybe the reason you didn't get first place is 'cause you're trash. By now the crowd started muttering between themselves saying things like, are they gonna fight, and did he cheat or is the other guy just bad? Meanwhile, Aizawa was just staring at them without a care in the world, thinking that if they managed to figure this out by themselves, it could prove as a good learning experience. Luffy, don't do it. It's not worth it, trust me. Momo said to stop Luffy from getting into more trouble. Luffy, being reminded of the lesson Shanks taught him, decided to drop it. What? Can't fight your own battles without your little girlfriend? Said Bakugo in an attempt to make Luffy riled up. We are not a coup, said a slightly blushing and embarrassed Momo before being interrupted by Luffy. You're DMN right, she's my girlfriend, said Luffy, causing everybody to stop their chattering and look at him in shock. The reason that Luffy decided to engage in battle is because Bakugo chose to go after his friend, and nobody hurts Luffy's friends. There was a brief moment of silence before all hell broke loose. WWW, what are you talking about, Luffy? Said a very angry, very red and very embarrassed rich girl, before hitting Luffy on the head with all her strength, knowing that she won't do any real damage. Was the mall thing a date? I have never been on one before, so I didn't know. Public display of affection is strictly prohibited on school grounds, said Ida while chopping the air at a face-planted Luffy and a very embarrassed Momo. There was a certain midget with ball for hair on the ground, punching the dirt and yelling about it not being fair. And a certain electric boy not far behind him. Whoa, cooed Toru and Mina together, thinking that the couple looked cute together. Relationship drama. So you guys at the mall? That was actually a date, said Mina Ashido, causing everybody to get even more riled up. I thought you guys were brother and sister, said Azui while tilting her head. This is all moving way too fast, thought a very distressed freckled boy. I didn't come to school for this, said Todoroki, who just wanted to get on with the quirk test. Wow. The way you proclaimed your relationship was super manly, said Kirishima while doing a pose. Meanwhile, Luffy managed to pop back up and glare directly at Bakugo, who in turn decided to glare back at him. Am I supposed to be impressed by your stupid lover? Said Bakugo, which caused the straw hat to look at him confused. Lover? What are you talking about? Said Luffy, genuinely confused. This caused everyone to stop what they were doing and look at him again with confusion. What? You got amnesia or something? You said you were a couple, said Bakugo, thinking that Luffy was mocking him. No, I didn't, said Luffy, which just made everyone more confused. But you said that she is your girlfriend, said Ochako, equally as confused as everybody else. They all thought they missed something. Yeah, I know, she is my girlfriend, said Luffy again, which made something in all their minds click. This guy is a complete idiot. You idiot. Girlfriend and girlfriend are two different things. Ha! Now, who's the idiot? You just said the same thing, said Luffy, thinking he just caught Bakugo saying something stupid. Meanwhile, Momo was desperately trying to make herself as little as possible, not wanting to draw any attention to herself. Everybody settle down, said Aizawa as his hair and scarf levitated and his eyes turned red. This whole fight was illogical and pointless. Luffy, come here, and Bakugo, calm down. You'll solve your squabble after school is over, said Aizawa as Luffy approached him. Take this and use your power to throw it as far away as possible, said Aizawa in a monotone voice as he was getting his app ready on his phone. Meanwhile, All Might was peeking behind the corner to look at his protege. He didn't expect there a fight to almost break out. Well, this class sure is lively. Okay, so, just use my rubber powers to throw this? Asked Luffy to confirm. Yeah, that is what I just said, isn't it? Said Aizawa while looking at Luffy. Meanwhile, everybody besides a couple thought one thing, rubber powers? Okay then, said Luffy as he threw one arm to the side, making it look like a wave hit that arm and back. Gear second. Wow, he is pinkish now, and, is that steam coming out of his body? Said Mina as she looked at him with some fascination. Hey, pink buddies, she yelled at Luffy, who in turn just turned to her and gave her a massive grin. Gomu Gomu no dash, he said as he pushed his arm back a ridiculous amount. Wow, that's very impressive. For him to have such mastery over his quirk and at such a young age no less. But I do wonder, how much can he stretch? Is his entire body rubber-like or just his muscles, skin, and bones? Can he swing from building to building using his arms? And what was that gear second that he just did? Is it the only gear he has, or does he have more? Each one being stronger than the last. Izuku started which caused everybody around him to raise an eyebrow at the odd habit. His arm started stretching so further back it was almost hitting a corner. Incidentally, it was also the corner All Might uses to spy on Class 1A. With mere inches away from his face, All Might managed to dodge the still expanding arm. That was way too close. Okay, this should be enough, thought Luffy as he stopped his arm from stretching. Jet throw. And 1 second his pink arm was there, their other it suddenly disappeared, only for it to appear right next to Luffy. Everybody had their mouth gaping, besides All Might and Aizawa, who was just staring at his phone with an impassive expression. He then proceeded to show everybody Luffy's score. 2-2-2-2.54 km? Amazing! How did you do that? For I could have thrown it that far. 333.3 miles for my Americans out there. Is that good? Asked a now back to normal Luffy. He could have used Gear 4 with a Kong gun, but he wanted to keep that trump card a secret for now. Yeah, it's good. Now go back to the class, said Aizawa. Luffy then proceeded to go back to his class with a smile on his face. He reminds me of All Might, thought Izuku as he watched Luffy go back to his original spot. In his maid he made a comparison between the two of them. They both had huge smiles and they were both strong. Even if All Might is taller than him, he just can't help but compare the two of them. Wow dude. That was super mainly. How did you that second gear or whatever? Asked a now shirtless Kirishima, with basically stars in his eyes. Oh that? I use my rubberiness to force blood to go extra fast through my entire body, said Luffy with a grin. That's pretty smart. I didn't expect this from you, Luffy, said Momo to Luffy as praise but accidentally turned it into a backhanded compliment. You know, that's not a very nice thing to say to your boyfriend, said Mina, with a smirk. She didn't want to be mean to the rich girl, but she just couldn't help but tease her. He is not my boyfriend, said a now red Momo. Please God, don't let this be a thing from now on. She silently prayed to every deity she could think of. So you're single, said Mineta, thinking he had a shot with the gorgeous girl. He didn't. Everybody settle down. I will not be repeating myself one more time, said Aizawa, already getting a headache with this new class. We will be using tests like these to figure out your potential as a pro hero. It is the most rational way of doing things. I want to try. That looks like fun. We're finally able to use our quirks as much as we want. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become heroes. Do you think it's gonna be all games and playtime? Yes, said Luffy, not realizing the question is rhetorical. Idiots, today you will be competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and he will be expelled immediately, said Aizawa with a small grin. By this point, Luffy started spacing out, not being good with information drops. Let the games begin, said Aizawa as he was preparing for the 50-meter dash test. The first 2 runners were Luffy and Tenya. Each one of them gets ready in their own way. This means that Luffy was eating a sandwich while Ida was doing some warm-up exercises. Hey, so we gotta run to that line as fast as we can? Luffy asked Tenya, not paying attention to the instruction. That is correct, but we may also use our quirks. Ida reached out a hand to Luffy, which he grabbed and started to shake. Let's have a good race. Sure, said Luffy happily. Hey, you know, you're not such a bad guy after all. Just maybe a little uptight. Thank you very much, I will try to work on my shortcomings, he said with 90 degrees bow, before turning to the face with the finishing line. Everybody get set, said a robotic voice from the camera. This caused Ida to get into a runner's position. Ready. Luffy threw one arm to the side saying, gear second. This caused several students to pay closer attention. Go. As soon as the robot said go, Ida started running at full speed. Time. 0.94 seconds. Luffy suddenly materialized out of thin air right in front of the finishing line, while turning back to his usual skin color. Time. 3.04 seconds. Ida finished a little annoyed that he got only to gear third. Wow! What was that? I thought his quirk was rubber. Congratulations, you defeated me in the one test that should have been mine to conquer, Ida said, more than a little annoyed at the fact that he lost on the one test where he should have gotten first place. Ah, don't worry, you still got room to grow, Luffy said, giving him his D smile. Weirdly enough, it helped Ida feel less annoyed, both his comment and his smile. Luffy, you put in your registration form that your quirk is Rubberman. Can you explain what was that just now? Or do you have more than one quirk? Aizawa asked, a little annoyed at the fact that the kid seemed to have more than one quirk. He of all people should know stuff like this. Nah, I only got my rubber body. And Haki, I guess, Luffy said, causing Momo to perk up at the mention of Haki. Haki? But what I used just now was a technique I stole. It's called shave. I have never heard of such a technique before, said Aizawa thoughtfully. Right now every student was paying close attention. Luffy seemed to pull techniques out of his butt. Yeah, it's pretty nifty and handy in battles. So what I do is that I make 10 steps a second. Everybody was looking at Luffy like he just grew another head. That's not possible, said Aizawa, wondering why would Luffy lie to him. But it is. Look, I'll do it again, but it's slower in base gear. As soon as he finished saying, he suddenly appeared right next to Mina, which caused her to scream a bit. Amazing, said Izuku with stars in his eyes. You got any more techniques, or is that all of M? Asked Ochako, wondering if she could use shave or if that's a Luffy only thing. The other ones, you need to have a rubber body like mine, so, sorry but I guess not, said Luffy, which caused some people to perk up. Does that mean everybody can use shave? Was pretty much all of their thoughts. If I manage to learn to shave, in addition to my engine quirk, I could go even faster than Luffy did just now. Thought Tenya Ida, already making plans to learn this technique. Alright, enough muttering, on to the next test, said Aizawa while his mind was thinking something else entirely. He said he copied this technique, but I've never seen or heard of such a technique being used before. The next test being grip strength, Luffy managed to achieve a whopping broken grip tester. Whoops. Dude, how strong are you? Asked Denki, who was in a mix of admiration and terror. That is pretty much how every test was for Luffy. Now he was waiting for Izuku to throw the ball, and by waiting I mean he was looking on the ground for bugs. Hey guys. I think I found a rhino beetle, he said back to the group who were watching Midoriya think of throwing a ball. The responses he got varied from simply ignoring, rolling eyes, EW, and really dude? Those are super rare. Let me see. Let me see. Wow. I know, right? It's awesome. He then turned his head a full 180 degrees to where Izuku just threw the ball, breaking a finger in the process. Dude, that's creepy, said Zero, not sounding creeped out at all by his neck turning into an owl. What the? Luffy said as he sensed an aura spark with excitement and proud feelings. He always sensed this aura, but, still getting used to all the auras of his classmates, he didn't really bother paying attention. Now looking at where the aura is supposed to be, he sees a muscular man in a yellow suit looking at Izuku with stars in his overshadowed eyes. Their making brief eye contact for half a second caused the muscular man to hide behind the corner, hoping the teen didn't just see him. Did he see me? Thought a panicking All Might while hugging the wall. Hey, isn't that All Might? Luffy asked the boys near him. This caused them to look at the same corner as Luffy, only to see nothing there. Who? Asked Kirishima, wondering who the hell All Might is. Or almost, or something like that, Luffy said as he stopped looking at the corner and turned back to face the crowd. You mean, All Might? Asked Denki. There is no way he would get All Might's name wrong of all people. Yeah, that's the one. I thought I saw him for a sec, Luffy said as he began walking back to his other classmates. Bro, how do you get All Might's name wrong? He's like the most famous person in Japan, said Kirishima, slightly offended that one of his favorite heroes is getting disrespected. Sorry, said Luffy, not knowing what to say, which just caused the boys to sigh. What's happening now with Bakugo? Asked Zero, confused as to why the angry boy is getting restrained by Aizawa. He tried to attack Midoriya for some reason, said Azui, wondering if there is bad blood between them. After the rest of the tests. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull out the whole list, it's not worth going over everybody individually, said Aizawa as he pressed a button and a hologram-like list appeared. First place, Monkey D. Luffy. Second place, Momo Yaoyorozu. TBH, I'm surprised that she is even in the top 10, a lot more that she takes first place in the anime. Third place, Shota Todoroki. Fourth place, Katsuki Bakugo. Fifth place, Tenya Ida. Congratulations Luffy, looks like you stole first place from me, said Momo with a smile on her face, happy that her friend got first place. Eh? I didn't steal anything. I swear, said Luffy, panicked, which just caused everybody to get a feeling of déjà vu. And I was lying, no one's going home, said Aizawa, which caused several students to look at him in disbelief. That was just a rational deception, to make sure you all gave it your all, said Aizawa with a weird smile, making several students completely shocked at this piece of news. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I guess I probably should have said something, said Momo with her hands on her hips. That's it, we're done for the day, said Aizawa, which caused whatever else he said to not enter Luffy's ears. As they were leaving the school grounds, Luffy felt a pat on his shoulder, which caused him to turn around to see Ida. I just wanted to say that I must sincerely apologize for how I acted in the auditorium. I made assumptions based on our first encounter, and having spent some time with you today, I realized that my assumptions were wrong. I hope that we can bury the hatchet and have a brand new friendship, said Ida genuinely to Luffy, hoping he would agree and that their friendship would begin anew. Well, I don't know what hatchet you're talking about, but thanks for the apology. I also want to be friends with you, said Luffy, giving Ida an ear-to-ear grin. I'm glad to hear it. I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Goodbye Luffy, goodbye Momo, he said with a bow before running towards Izuku. Ha, what a nice guy, said Luffy, walking to the limousine side by side with Momo. You have a gift, you know? Momo said with a smile to Luffy, which caused the straw hat to quirk an eyebrow at her. Yeah, you have a knack for making friends wherever you go, even with Ida, who was an enemy of sorts to you. Now he considers you to be his friend after spending just one day with him. Thanks. Luffy said, not knowing how to respond to that. Well, if his friends were happy, then he was happy. The next day, in English class. Now, which one of you can tell me which one of these is incorrect? Said the voice hero, who was the English teacher also. This is so boring. Thought every person in the class. Except for Todoroki, Tenya, Momo and Luffy. The reason they were the exception is that the first three wanted to learn, while the fourth was sleeping, probably dreaming of meat, his crew or some party. Oh, come on everybody. Grammar rules. He said in an attempt to get his class fired up. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Once class ended, everybody went to the cafeteria to eat while Luffy was still passed out. Luffy, come on, wake up. Momo gently shook Luffy, trying to wake him up, but it didn't work. Come on, we'll miss the food. She said, knowing that food is in Luffy's top 3 favorite things of all time. Food? Luffy suddenly jolted awake, startling Momo. Why didn't you wake me before? We're gonna miss it. Let's go. He said as he grabbed Momo's hand and rushed out of the classroom. Luffy, wait. You're going to dislocate my shoulder. Unfortunately for her, Luffy was too far away and in too much of a hurry for him to hear her. Once they arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed everybody started eating, so Momo grabbed a plastic tray and went to order. Luffy, if you also want to order, you have to take one of these. And order here, okay, said Momo while pointing at her plastic tray. Yosh. Just wait for me. He said as he went off running so that he wouldn't be left behind. After Momo ordered today's special and Luffy ordered everything he possibly could, they needed a place to sit. Who cares where we sit? Let's just go there. He said while pointing at a random table. If you don't have a place to sit, we have plenty of space. Said Ida while weaving his arms robotically towards Luffy and Momo. I mean, if that is all right with you. He asked Izuku and Hachiko. Yeah. The more the merrier. Sure, why not? Unfortunately for them, that was the biggest mistake they made that day. Because as soon as Luffy finished his meal, which they guessed was a record time worldwide, he started stealing from them food. Hey! I paid for that, said a slightly annoyed Hachiko. I thought you brought your own food to school. Said Ida thoughtfully as he watched helplessly Luffy steal his plate of food. I did, but I already ate it. Said Luffy with a mouthful. So that's why Momo was inhaling her plate of food. Thought Izuku as Luffy ate his plate, chopsticks and all. Is the reason why you are so hungry something related to your quirk? Huh? Oh, yeah. One time I almost died after not eating the entire day. Said Luffy as he finished everybody else's food. Oh, that must be horrible, I'm sorry. Said Izuku, now thinking that his quirk may not have the worst drawback in the world. Don't worry about it, plus I was super tired from having to fight like an army of guys. Everybody at the table thought he exaggerated. Little did they know, Luffy had to fight most of Big Mom's forces, almost by himself. I never knew this, I thought you were just a glutton, no offense. Said Momo while looking at him with pity in her eyes. It's fine though, 'cause I love food. Said Luffy with a happy expression on his face. I suppose it's not that horrible then. Said Ida while pushing up his glasses. But you should at least have some manners. In the afternoon, everybody was waiting in the classroom for their hero training lesson to begin. Then all of a sudden the door slid open. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero. Said All Might as he entered the room very heroically. Wow. It's really him. And various other statements similar were said when All Might appeared, accompanied by Woos and Ayaz. Meanwhile, Luffy was just staring intently at him like he was trying to pry into his soul, but what he was really doing was figuring out if that was the same guy as yesterday. Is looking good, he said as he pointed at a wall with one hand and pressed a button with the other. These were designed based on the quirk registration forms and the request you sent in before school started. While he was explaining all of this, cases with numbers on them came out of the wall. Then all of a sudden Luffy jumped up from his seat. You're totally the guy from yesterday. Aren't you? He said loudly as he pointed a finger at him. You're the guy I saw. It's your suit that's different. Everybody looked between Luffy and All Might, wondering if he was the guy he thinks he is. Crap. He did see me. All Might started sweating a bit. And no, you see I just happened to be there when you saw me. It's not like I was stalking this class or something. Ha 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 ha. He let out a very forced. Wait, All Might was watching our fitness test? Why, said Kirishima puzzled. Are you some sort of stalker, All Might? Asked Azui bluntly. Several questions like these were thrown at the number one hero in all of Japan. All Might was watching our fitness test? Is it because of me? Izuku couldn't help but question himself. You are all idiots, it's obvious, isn't it? Why he was watching us. said Bakugo, getting tired of these pointless questions. In his mind, it was very obvious why. It's because our class has the most potential out of all the classes in this trash school. Said it as more as a matter of fact than anything else. Clears throat. Young Bakugo, the reason I have stayed to watch your class is because, he said before taking a deep breath in. I'm a huge nerd when it comes to quirks and I loved watching all of your quirks in action, isn't that funny? Ha 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 ha. Now suit up and meet me at ground beta. He said, sweating bullets, before running full speed out of the classroom. The whole class just felt a bead of sweat roll down their foreheads. While everybody was taking their suits, Luffy was looking at his case. Flashback. So I can draw anything here and they'll make it? Asked Luffy as he was filling out his request for his hero costume. Within reason, yes. Responded Momo as she was drawing her heroine costume. Can I make it so that I can shoot beams from my hands, or that it has infinite meat? Asked Luffy, already imagining what he would look like with bolts of light shooting from his fingertips. I don't think that's realistic or possible, she said, which caused Luffy to pout. I think that you should pick an outfit that best represents you. Best represents me, huh? Luffy said as he looked at his piece of paper. It means to show people who you are. Explained Momo, thinking that Luffy didn't understand what represent meant. I knew that. He didn't. Well, if it's like that then I only need one thing. End of flashback. Wow. Awesome costume, glasses. Said Luffy to Ida, referring to his robotic costume. I'm surprised you could tell it was me underneath all this armor, Ida said, slightly shocked at the fact that somehow Luffy managed to see who it was under the Transformer-like costume. I appreciate the compliment, and I must say yours isn't too shabby either. Luffy was wearing the costume that he wore in his fight against Kaido, aka the red unbuttoned shirt, purple belt, brown shorts and the black coat that was hanging around his shoulders. With one addition, this coat had the Straw Hat Pirate's flag displayed on the back, in honor of his pirate crew. To be honest, it was a miracle the people who drew the pirate flag were able to get it correctly, because what Luffy had sent was nothing short of an abomination. I chose this fit cause I like it, as simple as that. Wow dude. That's a huge but scar on your chest, it's super manly. Said Kirishima, who came into the discussion. It makes you look like a badass. Plus the coat. I actually always wanted to ask, but I thought it would be a privacy breach, but since we are all talking about it, how did you get that scar? Asked Momo, who was dying to know where he could have gotten a scar that big. Same here. I also want to know, said Mina as she approached the quickly growing crowd around Luffy. I got this scar when my brother died. Said Luffy seriously. Oh. Was pretty much everybody's response. Shouldn't have asked him that. I'm sorry. They said what was pretty much the only thing you could say in a situation like that. And as quickly as it formed, it disbanded. I'm sorry Luffy, I should have just kept my mouth shut, I didn't know it would bring up such an unpleasant memory. Said Momo, feeling terrible for basically having forced Luffy to relive a tragedy. It's fine, I got over it. Let's just not talk about it, okay? Luffy asked Momo. As much as it pained him, he went through the grieving process and made peace with Ace's death. The scar on his chest was a reminder of everything he lost in the War of the Best, and it's also a promise that he will never lose anyone ever again. Well, this is awkward. Thought All Might, thinking that he should relieve the tense air that settled with everybody. He decided to explain the combat training. After he was done, he revealed the teams that will be fighting. Luffy is in Team I with the Invisible Girl. Hey! We're on the same team, said a pair of floating gloves. Luffy just stared at the gloves. How can you talk? You don't have a mouth. Said Luffy, thinking that the feminine voice came from the gloves. What? Of course I have a mouth, it's just that it's invisible so you can't see it. Said Toru, which caused Luffy to just nod sagely. Of course, it's so simple. It's a mystery ability, he said it like he solved the greatest mystery known to man. It's not a mister, unfortunately Toru was caught off by All Might. I declare that the teams who fight first will be these guys. Said All Might as he took 2 balls from 2 boxes, the ball having the letters A and D. As the battle between the hero and villain team raged on, Luffy took some reserved food he got with him and proceeded to watch the fight like a movie. The hero team wins, bellowed All Might into the very small microphone, while looking at camera footage of Achiko puking her guts out and Midoriya being carried away on a stretcher. What a weird way for this to end. The team who won is on the ground while the losers are basically untouched. Said Zero with a hand over his mouth. How does the old saying go? Many have lost the battle but they won the war. Said the bird-headed student. This class is intense. Said the Azui, as she watched Izuku getting carried away on a stretcher. That was awesome. Said Luffy with stars in his eyes as he watched the amount of destructive power being shown, nothing crazy of course, or even normal by his standards. But still cool. After everybody came back to the viewing room, besides Izuku, All Might proceeded with his lesson. Despite the villains losing this battle, the MVP is actually young Ida. This caused Ida to be incredibly confused. Huh? Shouldn't it be one of the heroes? Since they are the winners. Said Azui, also confused. Valid question, why didn't I chose one of the winners? Asked All Might the class. Who can give us a guess? I know why. Sir, I can tell you why. Said Luffy and Momo at the same time. Which caused both of them to look at each other at the same time. Young Yaoyorozu, I would like to hear your answer. Said All Might, picking one of the hands at random. She then goes on to explain why Ida is the MVP. Technically the hero team won, yes, but they took advantage of this being an exercise and didn't respect the spirit of the trial. All Might didn't expect her to say this much. Well, yes, you did overlook a few things, like how Ida could have relaxed a bit, but otherwise you nailed it. Is there something you wanted to add, young Luffy? Nah, I was pretty much going to say the same thing. He was going to say that Ida had the coolest costume. Somehow, I find that hard to believe, said Azui bluntly. Now then, time to move on to our next match. Team I will be our villains and Team B will be our heroes. A couple of minutes later. Okay, I'm gonna get serious, Luffy, you should too. Said Toru as she was taking off what little clothes she had left. This is gonna be fun. Said Luffy, already pumped up. Don't look. Said Toru, embarrassed at being completely naked in a room with a boy her age. At what? Over with the rest of the class. They were all looking at the screen with anticipation. So do you think the ice guy has any chance? Asked Kirishima, not believing for a second that Luffy could lose. Do you think that he doesn't? We haven't seen his quirk in action yet. Retorted Azui, not knowing who could win the battle. I mean, it's true, but come on, he would need to have a super strong quirk to beat Luffy. I mean, you saw how he threw that ball. Teacher, back me up here. He said, remembering that All Might watched their fitness tests. The truth is, young Kirishima, we will never know unless we see them in combat. You'll be able to make a more accurate decision after this battle. Said All Might as he prepared to start the battle. I hope you win, Luffy. Thought Momo, hoping her friend would win even though she was sure he was going to win. Look alive, kids, show us what you can do, let's go, he said as he started the match. Okay, so what's our plan? Toru asked Luffy, hoping that he would have at least an idea in his mind. The plan? The plan is to beat them, said Luffy as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Well, it was at least an idea. Well, duh. But we need— Toru was cut off by Luffy. Wait a sec, something is coming. Toru yelped a bit when Luffy picked her up bridal style, causing her to very heavily blush, even though nobody would see it. Luffy? What are you doing? She was cut off again. Wait, it's almost here, I just gotta time it. He said as he used his future sight to see when he should jump to avoid getting stuck in the ice. Wait, and now, he finished saying as he jumped at the perfect moment, now landing back down on the ice and putting the invisible girl down. Wow, how did you do that? She said as she started shivering. Get this, it's a mystery ability. Said Luffy, not fazed by the cold with a grin on his face. Of course it is. Toru said with a sigh. So what do we do? He'll almost be here. I have a plan, he said as he put his black coat with the straw hat logo on her shoulders. Can you help me? Why, yes. She said, still blushing, not cold anymore. With Todoroki, still searching for the fake bomb. This is the last room, so they should be in here. He thought as he entered the room, but stopping at beneath, only to see a black coat floating in midair. Oh hey, look who it is, said Toru while doing her best to attract his attention. Where's Straw Hat? He asked as he was getting his arm ready to blast ice, just in case. I don't know, he left poor, little, old me alone here, in this cold. She said as she started moving around the room. Can you believe it? How are you not frozen? He asked as he took a step into the room, which would prove to be his downfall. Gomu Gomu no dash. Todoroki looked where the noise was coming from, which was the ceiling, to see a grinning Luffy, looking down at him. Surprise attack. Todoroki didn't get the chance to do anything as he was now tackled to the ground, with a palm pushing his face into the ground. Luffy. The capture tape. Toru reminded Luffy that the plan was to tackle the ice guy and wrap the tape around him. Right. Luffy said as he used 90% of the capture tape to completely immobilize Todoroki. Gotcha. Yay. We got one, Luffy. She held out a palm high up. High five. Luffy proceeded to slap, not her hand, but her face, causing her to fall to the ground. Oh crap, you. Alright? Luffy said as he ran towards where he could only guess she was. You okay? He asked again as he proceeded to poke what he could only guess was her forehead. Yeah, it happens more often than you think. Toru was very glad she was invisible right now. Stop poking me, that's not my head. Hey, Todoroki, what's taking so long? Shoji said as he walked into the room wondering why he hasn't touched the bomb. What the? Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy quickly punched him in the gut, causing the dupli arms quirk user to fall to the ground on his knees while clutching his stomach. And gotcha. Luffy said as he used the remaining capture tape on Shoji. Yay! We won! Said Luffy and Toru at the same time. The VV Villains T-Team win, good job. Said a shivering All Might. Todoroki, using his other side, burned the tape that was holding him and defrost the entire building. I can't believe I lost. With the rest of the students, they were all happy that now they were able to not freeze in place. See? What did I tell you? My boy Luffy had no chance of losing. Said Kirishima, happy that Luffy won and he wasn't made a fool of, in front of the whole class. But you do have to wonder, how did he know that the ice was coming? Asked Azui. The only ways I can think of is if he somehow sensed the cold or he saw the future. Doesn't Sir Night-Eye already have that quirk? Asked Mineta, as he was trying to warm up. Oh yeah, I forgot that he has that quirk. Responded Azui to Mineta's question. I can't believe Luffy beat the guy that got in on recommendation. Said Denki, wondering just how strong Luffy is. Was that also Haki? Thought Momo while looking at a footage camera of Luffy entering the building where the rest of the students were. I can't beat them, I wouldn't even know how to deal with the Ice Guy's quirk, and that rubber brain beat him. Thought a shell-shocked Bakugu. Now that we are all here, can somebody guess who the MVP of this match was? Asked All Might, even though he was pretty sure they all knew the answer. Luffy was staring so intently at Momo that she was pretty sure that if she didn't respond, things could get ugly. I know, sir. Responded Momo for the fear of not getting 2 holes in the back of her head. I believe the MVP was Monkey D. Luffy, not only for him managing to dodge the ice attack but also for formulating a plan successful enough that it managed to subdue both heroes. Additionally, Toru Hakagure played an integral part in managing to bait and distract her opponent. While Shota Todoroki was too ignorant, if he had been more careful, he would have noticed earlier that Luffy was gone only for Toru Hakagure remaining, and thus he would have created a plan accordingly to deal with the situation. In the same way, Mizo Shoji was too overconfident in his teammates' skill, which inevitably led to their downfall. Said Momo before clearing her throat for having to speak so much. Yep, that's about the gist of it. Great job everyone. Said All Might, giving a thumbs up to the whole class. You didn't have to say that much. You could have just stopped talking when you said how great I was. Said Luffy with a happy expression on his face, and Momo under one arm hug, while the other was scratching the back of his neck. Momo, already knowing this would happen, just decided to go with it, while also turning red. Alright young heroes, on to the next matches. And so on it went, each team either losing or winning to the other, and the students watching the others' battles. Luffy was already snoring off in some corner with a sandwich in his hand. And that's a wrap. Said All Might in front of every Class 1A student besides Izuku, who was at the nurse's office. Super work. You really stepped out to the plate. Nobody had any major injuries, except for Midoriya. You should be proud. Excellent first day of training all around. Luffy was already spacing out, ready to get home and fill his belly. I want home. Luffy said with a whine. We still have afternoon classes, you know that, right? Momo said to him in a whisper. Ugh. Luffy wanted to sleep and eat, not like he doesn't already do that. At the end of classes. Okay Momo, time to go home. Luffy said to Momo with a yawn. He was getting very tired. Aren't you gonna wait for Midoriya? Momo asked Luffy, thinking that if anybody would wait for him, it would be Luffy. Why? Nothing's gonna change with me here, you? Luffy asked the same question as Momo. No, truth be told, I am tired. Momo said as they were leaving the classroom. You know, they're going to choose a class president next week, Momo told Luffy, more so to make conversation. What's that? How do I explain it? Momo thought with a hand on her chin for a second, before knowing how to put it so that Luffy will understand. It's like a pirate captain. Oh. Well, that's me, I'm the captain. Said Luffy with a frown. Well, I guess we will see, won't we? Said Momo with a giggle, imagining Luffy becoming class president. Luffy and Momo were getting out of the limousine as they arrived at UA. Nothing of note happened between this day and the one before. They were surprised when they saw a bunch of reporters blocking the UA entrance gate. They were confused as to why the reporters chose to block their path. Huh? What's going on? Said a confused Luffy, which caused every reporter to do a 180 and look at the two of them. Reporters? Wondered Momo out loud. Are you two students in the hero course? Said one female reporter while holding a microphone to both of their faces. Hero course? Yes, we are. Said Luffy and Momo at the same time. When they finished saying this, all of the reporters' faces lit up like they were a Christmas trees. Can you tell us what's it like to study under All Might? He's super loud, and bigger than me, said Luffy, not helping the reporters at all. Is there anything else? Said Momo in a hurry, wanting to get to classes as soon as possible. No, you can go, said the female reporter, extremely disappointed by the lack of information they just got. Yosh, let's go, I'm starving, said Luffy, with the only thing on his mind being the cafeteria's food. When are you not starving? Thought Momo in amusement. Luffy? What's wrong? Momo said when she noticed Luffy suddenly stopping in his tracks and turning around like somebody just shouted his name. She then decided to also look in the same direction as Luffy, only see two people walking on the sideway. Nothing, I thought I just felt something, Luffy said as he continued to walk through the gate. He was sure he felt something like hate and killing intent, but when he turned to where all this bloodlust was coming from, he saw nothing but regular citizens walking. He continued walking to his class, but something nagged at him in the back of his mind. Deciding to push it deep down, he focused on eating his giant piece of meat in the classroom. Soon after, the first lesson started. Decent work on yesterday's training, you guys. I saw the footage and went over each and all of your team's results, said a very tired Aizawa, addressing the whole class. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't sulk over your loss like a child. Tisk, yeah, whatever, said a mildly annoyed Bakugo at being treated with kid gloves. Midoriya, said Aizawa, causing Izuku to straighten in his seat quickly. I see the only way you won the match is by messing up your arm again. Work harder and don't give me the excuse that you don't have control over your quirk. That line is already getting old. Luffy, said Aizawa, causing Luffy to come back to reality. I saw you won your match, which I give you props for, but you treated it like a game. If you don't take this more seriously, it will be your downfall. But I won, said a confused Luffy, wondering why is he getting scolded for winning. Winning isn't everything, and in a real battle, your opponents won't be so cocky. Aizawa lectured Luffy and the whole class. Anyway, let's get down to business, this lesson will affect your whole future, Aizawa said, causing a tense atmosphere to settle in the whole classroom. You all need to pick a class representative. Oh, okay, just normal school stuff, thought the majority of the class. Hey, Momo. What's that? The class thing, Luffy whispered to Momo, which caused her to turn to him. We talked about this yesterday. It's the pirate captain of the class, Momo said, hoping the metaphor will work a second time. While they were having their little discussion, various students stood up in their chairs, proclaiming that they should be the class rep and why. Not really giving good arguments. Oh, I have to be the captain. Hey guys. I'm the class rep Thingy, said Luffy, also standing up and saying it as loudly as he could. Unfortunately, his voice drowned out in all the commotion. Silence everyone, please, Ida suddenly said as he stood up, causing everybody to shut up and look at him. The class representative's duty is to lead others, it's not something that just anyone can do. I can do it, Luffy said, only for him to be ignored. You must first have the trust of everyone in the classroom, therefore the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader, he said, very clearly wanting to be the class representative. This doesn't feel like the best idea, said Denki, slightly sweating. We've barely known each other a few days, how do we know who we can trust? Said Azui with a finger on her chin. Yeah, plus everybody will just vote for themselves, said Kirishima, also not thinking this is the best idea. Most people will, yes, but that only means that the person who gets chosen is truly the one who deserves the spot, said Ida in an attempt to convince everybody. It's the best way, right sir? Ida asked his homeroom teacher, who was already in a yellow sleeping bag. Do what you want, just decide before my nap is over, he said as he closed his sleeping bag and dropped to the ground. Thank you for your trust, sir, said Ida, getting ready to hand everybody their piece of paper so that they can choose. A while later, the election result was shown on a screen. First place, Monkey D. Luffy with 4 votes. Second place, Midoriya Izuku with 3 votes. Third place, Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Yahoo! I won. I told you I could do it, Luffy said, pointing to Momo while putting a leg on a desk, causing the girl in question to wonder why she was getting attacked. Well, I guess it's better than a stranger, thought Momo. Alright. Who voted for Rubber Brain and the nerd? Asked Bakugo angrily. This caused a certain invisible girl and a gravity girl to whistle while looking off to the side. Did you honestly think that anybody was going to vote for you? Asked Denki, which only made Bakugo madder. I get why people would vote for Midoriya, but Luffy? Really? Asked a disbelieving Azui, which made Kirishima turn to her. Well, you saw his quirk and how he used it. He's super strong. Said Kirishima, trying to defend Luffy and by extension himself, him being one of the ones who voted for Luffy. You done choosing? Asked Aizawa as he got to the ground. Taking one look at the screen, he called the two boys to the front of the class. Luffy, Midoriya. Come here. Luffy was standing at the front of the class with a huge smile on his face while Midoriya was trembling. Are we sure it's not some sort of mistake? Izuku asked, referring to himself. Oi! Calm down. Said Luffy as he slapped Izuku's back, almost making him faceplant into the ground. This is not how a first mate should act. Oh, and you have a lot of experience in how he should act, Captain? Asked Denki, mockingly, very evident in his tone. Yeah, he's supposed to be super strong and always acting cool. He said the things that made Zoro, well, Zoro. This whole election reminded him of his crew and it made him homesick, plus Izuku and Zoro having green hair didn't help the situation. That doesn't sound right. So that means that we are the crew? There's no way in hell I'll take orders from you. And several other comments like these were made. Alright, now we need a boat and we can set off on our adventure. He was cut off by the bell going off indicating that the lunch PRD started. Before anyone could even begin to get out of their seats, Luffy was already gone. Now with Luffy, Momo, Ida, Izuku, and Hachiko, were seated at a table, each desperately trying to stop Luffy from eating. This rice is super good. Said Hachiko sarcastically. That is what I would have said if I were able to eat. What do you mean? Asked Luffy, wondering why everyone is so guarded. I mean stop stealing my food. Said Hachiko loudly, which just caused Luffy to laugh. So hey guys, I don't think I fit the role of class deputy. Said Izuku to his friends. Truth be told, he was never one to take leadership positions. Nonsense, the quick thinking and critical thinking you demonstrated are the true values of any leader. Said Ida in an attempt to console his friend while trying to eat his meal. He was still disappointed at the fact that he didn't get chosen to be the class rep, but he wasn't going to argue with his vote. Yeah. Plus the way you blew up that building, it was very cool. Said Luffy, already having finished his meal. I don't think blowing up buildings is a great qualifier for being the deputy. Said Izuku, wondering what blowing up buildings has to do with taking charge. What he means. Said Momo, also done with her meal. Having lived with Luffy for almost a full month now, she was forced to learn to eat fast. Is that, being strong is also necessary of any capable leaders. Which is why I chose to vote for you. Said Ida in an attempt to further comfort his friend. You voted for me? Izuku asked, surprised and receiving a nod in response. To be honest, I'm more worried about you, Luffy. Said Hachiko to the rubber man. I mean no offense, you are strong and the way you use your quirk means that you have at least some brain power. But have you ever taken leadership roles before? Obviously. I am a pirate captain for about 2 and something years now. Luffy said, a bit offended. I don't think that's true. In any case, observing the Ida family agency has taught me that a leader should be able to analyze and compile a plan under stress, and you both have shown clear proof of that. Ida explained further. Ah, thanks. Said Luffy as he scratched the back of his plan, not really understanding what he was praised for, but happy that he was. Agency? Said everybody else at the table, having caught Ida's slip up. Hold on, what does your family do, Ida? Asked Izuku. It's nothing. Said Ida, sweating a bit. You know, I've been wondering something about you, Ida. Said Hachiko as she was getting in his personal space. Admit it, you're filthy rich. Ah. I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Said Ida while closing his eyes. Yes, I know how you feel. Said Momo, being able to sympathize with Ida at the fact that people only care about your money, although she hopes this school will be different. You see, the Ida family have been heroes for generations now. It runs in our blood. Said Ida after caving in from being stared at by 3 different people. Are you 4 familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Who is that? Asked Luffy with a frown on his eyebrows. Oh. I know all about him. He's a super popular pro working alongside 65 sidekicks at his Tokyo agency. Wait, don't tell me. Said Izuku, wondering if what he thought was true. He's my elder brother. Said Ida while looking very proud. Wow, cool. Said Luffy, still not knowing who he is. I can't believe it. Said Izuku with admiration in his voice. Your family is super famous. Gushed Hachiko. I knew your family name sounded familiar. Said Momo, wondering how she didn't realize it until now. Ingenium is a masked hero that protects the innocents. As his little brother, I strive to be just like him. Said Ida, still proud at having such an awesome brother with a smile on his face. Yeah, I know what that's like. Ever since I was with Ace I could never beat him in a fight. I wanted to be as strong as he was. said Luffy, happily reminiscing the times when he, Ace, and Sabo would fight all day, and Luffy not winning once. Wow, your brother must have been really strong if he could beat you in a fight, said Izuku, wondering what type of quirk Luffy's late brother had. And that was all before he got his duh. He was cut off from saying that Ace ate the fire Logia fruit when an alarm sounded. What's that noise? Level 3 security breach? Ida asked out loud when he heard a voice saying that a level 3 security breach has been issued. What does that mean? It means someone trespassed on school property, said a calm and collected Momo, while on the inside she was slightly panicking. The rules say to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Alright, let's go then, said Ida, always following the rules, hurrying everybody else around him. Let's hurry. Hey, stop pushing me, said an annoyed Luffy at being pushed on from all sides. He was in the hallway, with his other friends, not being able to move around in the big crowd that formed from all of the other students being in a panic. You guys okay back there? I can't breathe, said Izuku as he was getting pushed from all sides. Aya. Luffy. Your neck, said Izuku when he noticed Luffy's neck being extended way more than humanly possible. Everyone is so quick to react. As expected of UA students, said Ida, while also having a very hard time moving around. Who in the world could be trespassing on the school grounds, he said as he was approaching the window to look outside. Hey, what are we looking at? Said Luffy's head, who was also looking outside the window side by side with Ida. Those are the guys from before. It's the reporters from this morning, he said in disbelief at all the commotion they were causing. We have to warn them. This caused Luffy to take the hint and say as loudly as he could. Oi! It's the guys from this morning. So just relax. Unfortunately for him, everyone was too focused on running ahead to notice the overextended head shouting at them. The only people to pick up on his announcement were the students in his class. I have a plan, said Ida after getting an idea of how to help everyone, while he was making him through the panicked crowd to Ochako. Uraraka, activate your quirk on me. As they barely touched, Ida started floating over the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? That looks fun, said Luffy, also wanting to fly. This is no time for games. I just need to get in front of everyone and deliver a quick and precise message to stop the panic, Ida said as he was getting ready to his quirk to somehow fly over the crowd, but he stopped when he felt a hand on his back. Ha! I'll help you then. After all, it's a captain's job to help his crew, Luffy's head said as he pushed Ida to the front of everyone. Thank you. Ida thanked Luffy as he got his announcement ready. Okay. I need to be clear and concise and make an impact. Listen up. Everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There is no reason to panic, Ida shouted at the top of his lungs while balancing himself on the exit sign above the doorway. We are UA students. We need to keep calm and prove that we are the best of the best. Luffy, not knowing what to do in this situation, decided to give a thumbs up with his overextended hand. His announcement proved to be effective as it managed to calm everyone down when the police arrived. Now that the new lesson started, Luffy was standing at the front of the class with a smile on his face while Izuku was shaking in his boots. Why are we here? Said Luffy, slightly confused as to why he was at the front of the class. Wait, Luffy, before we begin, I want to make an announcement, said Izuku while trying to calm his nerves. I thought a lot about this, and I think that Tenya Ida should be our class deputy. I know it's not exactly class rep, and that I don't exactly have the right to give my role to him. But he managed to get everyone's attention during the panic and calm everyone down. So I believe that he should have the role of class deputy, Izuku said, finishing his speech with a look of admiration on his face, before suddenly realizing that he needed to ask permission. I mean, if that's alright with you, Luffy? Sure, Ida is a good guy. Plus his costume makes him even cooler, Luffy said while digging through his nose. I'm fine with that, he totally manned up during the whole panic today, Kirishima said as he looked at him, with approval. Yeah. Plus, didn't he look like the emergency exit sign guy while he made his speech? It was hilarious. Denki also gave his sign of approval. This is a waste of time, said a tired Aizawa from his sleeping bag. I don't care who the deputy is, just hurry up, he said as he was going back to sleep. If Midoriya is nominating me for this job, then I humbly accept, he said as he stood up with his arm raised. I shall do my best to do this job to the very best of my abilities. Don't let us down, man, Kirishima said with a thumbs up. Yeah. Emergency exit Ida, Denki also commented. Oh come on, I got 2 more votes than him. Momo whined at not being picked. Okay, so, now what? Luffy asked his first mate, not knowing why they were called to the front of the class. Now we must pick a class treasurer, Ida informed his class rep with respect. He was slightly annoyed and offended at a class rep not knowing what to do, but him being the way that he is, he wasn't going to show any form of disrespect to someone with a higher ranking than himself. Okay. Who wants to be the treasure? Luffy asked his classmates, who let a bead of sweat roll down their forehead at Luffy mispronouncing treasurer. If I didn't get the first 2 places, I guess I'll settle for third. Momo thought as she raised a hand. Her not being the only hand up. Okay, Momo, you're the treasure, Luffy said while pointing at his friend, which caused the other classmates with their hands up to mutter something about biases. Yes, I also agree. Momo Yaoyorozu would make a fine addition to the class's administrative roster. Ida said, also agreeing with Luffy, thinking he made a good decision. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy just picked her, because she was his closest friend, in the classroom. Thank you, Momo said as she was also coming to the front of the class. Yeah. Yaoyorozu is very smart. I got no problems with her being the treasurer. Ribbit, said Azui, giving her opinion to the rest of the class. I agree. Agreed Mineta, for the wrong reasons. Anything else? Asked Luffy his 2 other friends. No, this concludes our first class meeting, said Ida as he was getting back to his seat. A couple of days later. It was 12:50, and Aizawa was addressing his classroom. Today's training will be a little different. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. This caused the class to wonder why 3 teachers instead of the usual 2 will be at their lesson. 3 pros? Is that because of the break-in? Thought Izuku, just as surprised as the rest of the class, well, the class besides Luffy, who was too busy at the moment with eating his 3rd packed lunch. The teachers and Ida reprimanded him multiple times for eating or sleeping in class, but seeing as how nothing they did changed his bad habits, they decided to drop it and just hope that somehow he was paying attention. Sir, what training will we do today? Asked Zero from the back of the class with his hand up. Rescue training. Shipwrecks, accidents, natural disasters, stuff like that, responded Aizawa. At this news, everybody in the class got excited about the fun day they were going to have. That sounds like fun, said an excited Denki Kaminari. Yeah, totally, agreed Mina, and several other comments like those were said with pure excitement from the other students. Guys, I'm not finished yet. Wear what you want to wear, and this special training is at an off-site campus facility and we will be taking a bus to go there. That's it, start getting ready, he said as he was getting out of the classroom. Woo! Adventure, Luffy said as he was already running out of the class, his case in hand. Class rep? Wait, Ida said as he was walking very quickly behind Luffy, trying his best not to run. No running in the hallways. Outside, at the bus parking lot, they were waiting for the bus to get ready. Hey, Momo. So, where are we going? Luffy asked the girl, who was staring offended at a Mineta, who in turn was drooling over the girl's hero costumes. With a sigh, she turned to Luffy. We are going to train, why do you even ask? You usually never care where we are going? I don't know, I just can't shake this bad feeling I'm having, Luffy asked with an annoyed expression. Ida then used his whistle to get everyone's attention. Alright, classes 1A, using your students' numbers, form 2 lines so we can enter the bus efficiently, he said before using his whistle some more. But Luffy already got on the bus, said the martial arts student with a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, which caused Ida to look at the window where Luffy was poking his head through in shock. As they were on their way to the training grounds, Ida was sulking at his plan being a total bust because of the seating arrangement, and Luffy was with his head out the window with his tongue out flapping in the wind like a dog. Ida, you're taking things way too seriously, said Mina, who was seating next to Luffy and Ida on the bus. If we are pointing out the obvious, then I want to say something about you actually, Azui said while looking at Izuku. Me? He said, surprised that another girl was suddenly talking to him. That quirk of yours, isn't it a lot like All Might's? Asked Azui, which caused the boy in question to start sweating buckets. Wait, you're forgetting something, Tsu. Kirishima interrupted their chat. All Might doesn't hurt himself when he punches, that makes a huge difference. I guess you're right, responded Azui, which made Izuku give out a sigh of relief. Actually, I wanted to ask you something, Luffy said as he was getting his head back on the bus. Why, yeah? Said Izuku, who started sweating again. Luffy's questions are always random, so this could be nothing. He tried to reassure himself. Whenever I use my Haki to feel you, I feel 8 other people in you, said Luffy, which made Izuku almost have a heart attack. What's up with that? WWWWLYYUC. Izuku started stammering profusely, wondering what's the best lie he could come up with. Wait, you mentioned Haki before, what's that? Asked a confused Denki. It's a mystery ability, said Luffy, thinking he eased everyone's question. Should have expected that, said Mina while also listening to the conversation. He explained it to me once. Piped in Momo, who was seating next to Mina. This caused the people near her to turn their attention to her. He said that he uses willpower to sense other people and do all sorts of things. Wow! That's amazing, Luffy. How do you do that? That sounds like it's some kind of quirk, but I've never known any. Izuku went into his muttering spree, already forgetting that All Might's secret was one sentence away from being found out. That does sound like another quirk. Do you have multiple quirk or something? Piped in Mineta from further back. What's a quirk? Luffy said, confused, which just caused everyone around him to sigh. Anyway, you can become a super popular hero with an ability and quirk like that. My quirk just makes my skin harden, which is super useful in a fight, but not very flashy. Kirishima said as he hardened his hand to demonstrate, which made Luffy look at him with stars in his eyes. No way, you can totally become a pro hero with a quirk like that. Izuku said with a face of admiration, not on the same level as Luffy but pretty close. You think so? Kirishima said while scratching the back of his head. Well, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, then it's definitely Bakugo and Todoroki. Sure, but Bakugo is always angry, so he'll never be that popular. Said Azui bluntly, which caused Bakugo to snap at her and Luffy to laugh his heart out. See, what did I tell you? Said Azui in response to Bakugo's aggressive reaction. This made some other students tease the angry boy while Izuku was questioning what is life right now. Hey, stop messing around, we are already here. Said Aizawa from the front of the bus. Wow, it's the Space Hero 13, who specializes in saving people from natural disaster. Informed Izuku his other classmates, who were staring at the hero in awe. They were now in front of the USJ, which is a building with a massive dome for a roof. You look like a marshmallow. Said Luffy, who was digging through his ear. How dare you? Said Uraraka, offended at the fact that Luffy wasn't impressed with her favorite hero. I can't wait to show you what's inside. Said 13 while pointing her hand at the USJ. Wow, I didn't know we were going to an amusement park. Said Luffy while looking at the giant training facility that looked oddly similar to an amusement park. After all, that is what a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. That's all I had to say. She finished her little speech with a bow. Hey, wait. I didn't tell you what we were going to do yet. She said when she noticed Luffy go past her and approach the beginning of the staircase. Rep? What are you? Mina asked Luffy when she noticed that he wasn't moving from his spot, only to be interrupted by him. Something's coming. He said seriously. After this, all the lights began to shut down and a weird purple portal appeared in front of a fountain. A guy with hands for masks poked his head through. Soon after, dozens and dozens of villains began popping up. Luffy and everybody else, stay back. Aizawa said seriously, although Luffy did not step back. 13, stay with the kids and protect them. What's happening? Asked a slightly scared Toru. Is this part of the exercise? Asked an agitated Kirishima. I said stay back, said Aizawa when he noticed Midoriya about to step forward. This is real, those are villains. He said while putting on his yellow glasses. This caused every student to put their guard up. UBSTRDS used the press to sneak in and find out about our schedule. Aizawa retorted to the villains, who looked slightly disappointed. What? No way. How could so many villains summon such a secure facility? Kirishima asked, hoping this was some kind of prank. No, those are real, alright, especially the guy covered in hands. Luffy said, pointing at the person in question. This caused the teachers and several students to look where he was pointing. I can feel his hate, even from here. But it doesn't make any sense. Why are the alarms not going off? Asked Momo, who was doing her best to keep calm. That's a good question. Said 13 while looking up to where the alarms are. Maybe they have some sort of quirk that disrupts electronic devices. And they must have a concrete objective in mind with their location and timing, there's no doubt about that. Said a calm and collected Todoroki. It doesn't matter what their objective is. 13, try to keep the students safe. Kaminari. Use your quirk to contact the school. He said, receiving a yes sir while looking down at the approaching villains. What are you going to do? You can't fight them on yo. Izuku stopped his question when he heard Luffy. Gear second, he said while activating his second gear. This caused every person to look at him in bewilderment. What the hell are you doing? Said a very stressed Aizawa. This isn't some game, those are real villains. I can't just sit here and let you guys have all the fun. He said before showing everyone the ear-to-ear smile he had. Luffy. No. Said a very scared Momo for his friend's life. Unfortunately for her, Luffy already jumped Aizawa's scarf not fast enough to catch him from behind. Hey, where do you think you're going, rubber brain? Said Bakugo as he also jumped after him. Kaken. Said Izuku, scared for his friend's life and a little for the villains. Damn it. Make sure nobody does something stupid again. Aizawa told 13 as he also jumped. I'll take care of them. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy said at the top of his lungs as he coated his arm in armament Haki and threw it way back. This caused every villain and student to look at him in surprise as his arm slowly became engulfed in fire. Red Hawk. The poor villains who were at the epicenter of Luffy's massive fiery explosion couldn't do anything besides just drop to the ground while looking at the straw hat, with what looked like a sun behind him. Wow! Was pretty much every student's reaction to what they just witnessed. Don't think you're the only one that has fancy tricks, said Bakugo, who was quickly approaching the villains on his part. Howitzer dash, he said as he began quickly spinning in midair, becoming engulfed in smoke. Impact, he said as he released a massive explosion on a big group of villains. It was now Bakugo's turn to receive the wows. Nice one, boom boy, Luffy said as he was giving a thumbs up with a grin to Bakugo. What did you just call me? Said a set-off Bakugo, who was getting attacked by a bunch of villains. Don't interrupt me. These kids are gonna be the death of me, Aizawa thought as he too joined the battle. Ugh, how annoying, I hate it when a pro lives up to their hype, said the masked man, refereeing to Eraserhead. I didn't think this class would have brats this strong. Wow, I guess they're stronger than we thought, said Kirishima with a look of confidence and admiration. Momo was next to him with a look of worry. This may not be so bad. This is no time to be admiring, Ida said to Kirishima, getting him to go with the rest of the class. Our teacher is with them, I'm sure they will be fine, said Ida, trying to get the class's treasurers back to her senses. Now let's go. Unfortunately, they were stopped when a purple smoke-like villain appeared in front of the entrance, causing Kirishima to blame himself for jinxing the class. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, Luffy said as he rained punches on a small group of villains before looking at his other classmates, who were engulfed in purple smoke. DMN it. This is no time to curse yourself for stuff you could not predict, Aizawa said as he was battling 3 villains at once. You chose to enter the battle, now act like it. Yosh, Luffy said as he got his mind back on defeating the low-level villains. After about 5 minutes, Izuku, Azui, and Mineta were coming to shore after defeating the small group of water villains. I think we should stick to the other zones and avoid the plaza entirely, said Midoriya while holding his 2 broken fingers. I still can't believe that Luffy and Bakugo were the first to join the battle. I mean, I know they're strong and everything, but they're still just kids, said Mineta, who was amazed by their and Izuku's resolve to fight. I am worried about them, those are real villains out there, not dummies, said Azui, who was walking through the water. Yeah, I know what you mean, they could be in real danger, worried Izuku, as he was getting out of the water. They were indeed strong, but they were outnumbered massively. Is this it? I thought I was going to fight villains, not target practices, trash-talked Bakugo while blasting away a 4-armed villain. Woohoo! I'm having fun, said Luffy as he unleashed a Gomu Gomu no whip, knocking down several villains at once. Idiots! This is not a game, reprimanded Aizawa the students, who were looking like they were enjoying themselves too much. We just have to hope that they will be fine after all this is said and done, said Izuku, trying to comfort the other 2 as they were making their way toward the plaza to see if they need other help. Remember, we are just here to see how they are doing, no need to get involved, said Mineta as he, Izuku, and Azui poked their hands above a ledge to see how the fight was going on. Looks like they are winning. Ribbit, said Azui while looking at the 2 boys in question kick Pure Butt and their sensei going in for the masked man. Oh no, said Izuku as he noticed the villain catch Aizawa's elbow and disintegrate the skin, leaving only muscle. Sunglasses, Luffy yelled when he felt the teacher's aura oozing with pain. Get your sheet-stained hands off our sensei, Bakugo said as he delivered a massive right hook to the masked villain's face, making him fall to the ground. Bakugo, protect yourself. I don't need your help, Aizawa harshly told the angry boy, who was now facing a large crowd of low-level thugs. Tell your elbow that, said Bakugo, who was grinning madly at the crowd in front of him. I can protect you and myself. Now die, Bakugo yelled when he threw a blast at the villains who were coming to them. You really are cool, Eraserhead. You didn't hesitate to jump in after the brats to protect them, but sadly I am not the final boss. Aizawa wondered what he meant when a massive villain the size of All Might, with an exposed brain and purple skin, appeared near him and Bakugo. Knocking Bakugo to the side before managing to do anything, he then proceeded to pummel Aizawa mercilessly. Sunglasses, Luffy yelled as he was getting ambushed and tied up by about 30 villains all at once. Get off of me. What do you think about him, Eraserhead? He is the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Nomu, the masked villain said while looking at a beaten-down Aizawa. YUBSTRD, Bakugo said as he was cradling his broken arm. Die, he yelled as he blasted the villain with the beak-like mouth, only for him to be completely ignored. He's not even phased. Soon after the mist-like villain appeared, he informed the masked villain that one of the students managed to escape, which angered him. He decided since the heroes are soon gonna come and save the teenagers, he might as well kill a few of them. Let's wreck his pride. Let's make this hurt, he said as he was seconds away from putting his hands on the frog-like girl, but stopping inches away from her face. You brat, he said as he looked at Luffy, who was now holding his hand and who was in second gear. I'll key. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to say anything else as Luffy blackened his hand and broke his arm in a grip, who was now screaming for having a now useless arm. I did it, because I saw a horrible future. Luffy said to the villain, who was now screaming in pain. Yeah, I know he already said it in Wano, but it's such a cool line, I just had to use it. After barely dodging the Nomo's fist that was aimed at Luffy's side profile, he stared at the villain and blasted him with Conqueror's Haki. But because the Nomo doesn't have the will to overpower, he just threw another haymaker at him. Guess you're tougher than these other guys. Luffy said to the Nomu as his face slowly turned into a grin before smashing his fist into his open palm. We are going to have some fun. Luffy. What are you talking about? Izuku said loudly as he felt his heart drop into his stomach. Why, you can't possibly want to beat that thing. Yeah. That monster was made to kill All Might, yelled a tearing Mineta. He admired his will to fight and everything, but this was too far in his opinion. Guys, don't worry, I'm a monster too. Now take Sunglasses and Boom Boy to the others while I deal with this guy. Luffy confidently instructed the others while giving them a reassuring grin. You stupid brat. You really think you have a chance against my Nomu? Yelled the hand-covered villain, whose arm still felt like a sledgehammer had hit it. Doesn't matter what I think, just watch what I do. Luffy said, eerily calm as he began dodging punches from the Nomu, punches that were so fast that you needed a slow-motion camera to even begin knowing where they were going to hit. And he dodged every single punch. Here I mean Tsu, hold on to Mr. Aizawa for me while I get Kaken. Izuku said, worry clearly evident in his voice as he came to a stop near Bakugo. Okay Kaken, easy does it. Don't treat me like a baby. Kaken bellowed as Izuku flinched in fear. And I don't need your help. Or anybody's help. I can still fight just fine. See, come on Kaken, don't be like that, we just want to help you. Said Izuku as he approached the tired but still angry boy who was now standing up. Oh really, you can fight? Then what happens when I do this? Azui said as she poked Bakugo in the ribs, which caused him to fall to the ground helplessly. Azui? Don't hurt him more. Izuku said as he crouched to where Bakugo's limp body stood. Come on, I know you want to fight, but right now you are too hurt to even walk properly. Don't you dare patronize me, Deku. I can walk just fine. Bakugo said as he slowly but surely got up and began to walk back to the rest of the group. You could just feel the tenseness of the situation just by walking with them, neither of them daring to utter something as they carried a broken and bleeding Aizawa who was very hoarsely breathing. I blasted him with all the remaining strength I had left. Now everyone turned to Bakugo, surprised that out of everyone, he would be the one to break the silence. I attacked him and he didn't even as much as flinch. The rubber brain signed his death warrant the second he entered the fight with that thing. You know, it says a lot when even Bakugo admitted he wasn't strong enough. Gomu Gomu no Hawk Gatling. Luffy screamed as he blackened the end of his arms and attacked the Nomu relentlessly. DMN, your skin sure is though. That's not his skin that's the problem, it's his quirk. The hateful villain proudly proclaimed as the mist villain was tending to his arm. That's right, super strength isn't the only quirk the Nomu has, shock absorption is also one of them. The only one that has a chance to defeat my final boss is All Might, not one of his brats. I didn't really get any of that, but what you said is that normal punches won't work, right? Then let's see how you handle this. He said as he was weaving from the barrage of punches. Gear 3rd. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy said as he put his finger in his mouth before shaving away from the Nomu. Elephant gun. Luffy shouted as he moved his ginormous fist towards the Nomu, who in turn decided to challenge it by also punching it as hard as he could. You're gonna need a stronger attack to stop my fist. Luffy excitedly said as he saw the Nomu crash into the stairs as if he was just hit by a giant. That was impressive, are you one of All Might's special brats? No matter, this is far from over. The boss villain told the pirate as a makeshift sling was supporting his arm. We're villains so we don't exactly play fair. Luffy, before he could even begin to wonder what he said, felt as if he was falling, only to look down and see a familiar purple portal stopping at about his waist. Crap, I let my guard down when I punched the big guy. I don't exactly like having guts and blood making a mess in my portals, so I'll just hold you in place. The mist villain politely said as he was waiting for the Nomu to rip the kid's head off. DMN. That was all Luffy managed to say before a massive Nomu punched the pirate's head so hard that it started flying backward. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy's voice was heard yelling from a whole different zone. As he was yelling, his body began turning pinkish. Jet Bell. With a little bit of armament Haki on his forehead and breakneck speeds, he delivered a massive headbutt to the Nomu's exposed brain, which caused him to fall on his back. Yosh! Now get this purple thing away from me, Luffy said as he scked in his belly and put his hands on the portal's edges. This thing's not budging an inch. You simpleton, I am the only one who can affect my pa? Wait, how are you doing that? The mist villain broke his facade for a moment when he saw Luffy's Haki-infused hands start to make the portals wider. Should have known Haki would work on you, Luffy said with a smile as he got out of the portal and pulled his fist back to strike the purple villain. Okay, so for clarification, Haki attacks a person's soul, their will, right? So it's only logical that it would work on Kurogyri, even though he is not a Logia. You again? You sure do recover fast, Luffy said, slightly annoyed at being interrupted from his attack by the big creature. 2-on-1? It's not very fair. Luffy, despite saying something whiny, he said it with excitement like a kid nearing the water park. Then how about 2-on-3? Does that sound better? Kirishima said as he dropped his hardened fist on the mist-like villain, only for his punch to go through it again, making the villain step back. You know we've figured your little trick. You still have a body, you just cover it with mist, said Todoroki in a blood-chilling cold voice from behind the villain with a hand on the villain's metal brace. Don't try anything, I don't know what this metal brace is supposed to do, but my guess is that it's not supposed to be frozen, he finished saying as he face-planted the villain. Spiky hair. Ice guy, Luffy said as he was trading blows with the oversized villain. What are you guys doing here? Luffy more so said than asked. Well, you said it, it's not very fair for these guys to gang up on you, so we thought we'd help out, at least lighten up your load, Kirishima said as he was getting in on a battle-ready stance. No, you don't get it. Luffy, as soon as he finished saying this, activated Gear Second, no time to say it. Ice guy. Before Todoroki could even wonder what he meant by that, he soon saw the straw hat standing in front of him and soon after the Nomu in front of the pirate. Gomu Gomu no Ballon. As soon as he said this, Luffy quickly inflated his whole body with air, knocking him, Todoroki, and the Nomu away. Rep. Todoroki, you guys okay? Said Kirishima as he barely saw Luffy come in front of the Nomu and become a giant balloon. We're fine. Now go away. This is my fight, Luffy angrily said as he punched the mist villain next to him, knocking him out for a short time. Alright, you BSTRD. Time to end this. As soon as Luffy said that, he jumped towards the Nomu, who was prepared to block the incoming attack, only to have Luffy use him as a step ladder to jump high into the air. Gear Third, Luffy said as he put both fingers in his mouth, and used Haki to his now gigantic fists, which caused the two boys who were still at the battle site to look at him with gaped mouths. Gomu Gomu no Elephant, Luffy said as he threw one massive fist at the Nomu and then brought it backward. Gatling, and then throwing the other one down and bringing that one upwards and again each time faster than the last. There's no way, said Kirishima, now kneeling next to a Todoroki who was watching in pure amazement at the absolute beatdown the Nomu was receiving. Each fist hitting the ground made small earthquakes, making any low-level thug drop down to the ground as they too watched in pure fear the monster that was Luffy. A couple of seconds earlier. Hey! Help us out, would you? Yelled a Mineta as he felt like his legs were turning to noodles from having to carry Aizawa. Our Sensei and Bakugu need help. No, I don't, you ball-headed imp, retorted Bakugu to a now scared Mineta. We're coming right in. Uraraka stopped herself when she felt the ground beginning to shake. Earthquake? At a time like this? Wait, I don't think it's an earthquake, said Mina while crutching on Uraraka to not fall down from the unstable ground. Look, it's the rep. Impossible, Izuku said as he looked at what looked like Luffy throwing small meteorites. This was pretty much everyone's reaction, students and villains alike. Even a short-circuited Denki was looking with horror in those fried eyes of his at the natural disaster that Luffy was creating. After 20 more seconds of Luffy raining fists and creating earthquakes, he began to slow down until coming to a stop and falling to the ground. Rep, you okay? Asked a still shell-shocked Kirishima who was kneeling next to Luffy's body. Luffy, say something. Me dash, said Luffy while still laying on the ground. Me? Asked a now confused Kirishima. What about you? Me meat. Luffy suddenly yelled as he sprang back to life, which caused the two students to face vault on the ground. I'm hungry. Well, he's still the same. Asked Kirishima, now getting back up. No. This can't be it. the masked man said as he scratched his neck and looked at the crater that Nomu was now staying in. He must be defective, there's no way a brat is stronger than All Might, he totally cheated. It doesn't matter what he did, it only matters what we are going to do with you now, said Todoroki as he approached the villain. Sadly for you, it's over. Don't lose hope, sir, the mist villain said as he came back to his senses. Soon after they heard a blood-curdling roar echoing from the crater. It's not over yet. He's coming back, said Luffy while getting into a battle stance. What? How is he not dead? Asked a now terrified Kirishima since he thought that Luffy had hit him with his most powerful punch. There was nothing he can do now. Ah, yes, I nearly forgotten. You see, another one of our beloved Nomu's quirk is high-speed regeneration, he said as Nomu jumped back at the top, now looking like nothing had happened to it. He can just come back again and again and again, there is nothing you can do, it's game over. Game over? Idiot. Luffy chuckled as he began running full speed to the Nomu. You know, I may not be the smartest guy, but I think I finally learned something at this school. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy said as he coated his arm in not only armament Haki, but also Ryo Conqueror's Haki, giving his arm a golden glow. I think I finally understand what that saying means, to go beyond. Plus ultra. As soon as his uppercut made contact with the Nomu's chest, well, let's just say that if it were nighttime and you were near the USJ, you would think that a massive rave party was going on. Luffy's hit made the whole USJ be engulfed in such a bright yellow light that it would put 50 light quirk users to shame. And soon after, a small section of the dome broke, leaving behind a Nomu-shaped hole in its place. Oh no! What's with that light? I need to hurry, said All Might as he began running even faster toward the USJ. That was absolutely insane, Kirishima said while rubbing his eyes from being hit with such a bright light. That was super mainly, also I'm kinda blind right now. I can't believe it, not even my father can make a light that strong, Todoroki said shell-shocked. Is that really our class rep? Or is he some sort of demon monster? Asked Zero the question which was pretty much on everybody's mind right now. Monkey D. Luffy. Just who the hell are you? Aizawa questioned himself, barely hanging on to consciousness. Luffy? Don't tell me that was also Haki, said Momo as she rushed to Luffy's side, leaving behind an unconscious villain, a shell-shocked Jairu, and a terrified Denki. Why you brat? What kind of cheat code was that? I'll kill you, he said as he started running full speed at a standing Luffy who was not moving from his spot, only for him to stop running as soon as he heard the door burst open. Have no fear, students. Because I am here, said a set-off All Might. No. With our weapon gone, we have no hope in winning this turn, the villain said as he quickly turned to his partner. Kurojairi. Time to go to the lobby. Yes sir. The villain, apparently named Kurojairi, very quickly acted in opening up a portal. Not while I am here, All Might said, running as fast as he could toward the portal. Oh, don't you worry, All Might. We'll meet again, the masked man said with All Might's hand seconds away from grabbing his face, only for the portal to close up and leave behind a frustrated hero. Luffy! Momo yelled as she slid on the floor to catch Luffy's falling head on her thighs. Luffy, are you okay? Luffy! The answer she got was in form of a snore. Damn it, Luffy. You had me worried there. Young students. Is everything alright? All Might asked the three students, one who wasn't listening to him, one who was watching the passed-out pirate with pure admiration, and a still shell-shocked one. All Might, the number one hero, turned to see Izuku running at him, with tears in his eyes. Wow, calm down, young Midoriya, and tell me everything that happened. All Might tried to calm the crying child, not really work. The villains came and they separated us, and Luffy, Kaken and Mr. Aizawa fought them, and Mr. Aizawa Kabliui, whatever Izuku tried to say after that was completely incomprehensible by the amount of crying he was doing. He truly hated this pair of jeans he got from his mother. Young Midoriya, I thought we talked about the waterworks, said All Might, which did manage to calm down the crying student a little bit. And have no fear about Aizawa, the ambulance is already on its way. Awesome. So that means we won. Yoo-hoo! Celebrated Kirishima, almost forgetting about the others' injuries. Meat! Murmured Luffy in his sleep as he began to drool all over Momo. Unfortunately, young Kirishima, this has been a loss, said All Might, which caused every student to turn to him. They managed to steal valuable information from the school and attacked a class in order to get to me, while inflicting major injuries to other students and faculty members. We barely managed to hold them off this time, and we won't know when they will attack again, said All Might before quickly realizing what he said. Crap. They're only kids. They don't need to hear this. But don't sweat it. I'm sure they won't do it again, said All Might, hoping he calmed the students' nerves, but he didn't. Anyway, I must go to check on Aizawa and 13. Until next time, bye. Hey, how's Luffy? Izuku asked after getting slight secondhand embarrassment from the pro. Oh, he'll be fine. Momo said as she put Luffy down and created a cloth to clean herself. I think he's just hungry. Hey, have you seen how he took out that Nomo guy? It was insane. He went like this, said Kirishima as he started mimicking Luffy's movesets. Yeah, I saw him, it was amazing. Izuku said before stopping himself from going into another muttering spree. But it does make you wonder, how is he that strong? With Shigaraki at his hideout. I can't believe this, those brats were so strong. How can we hope to defeat the final boss if we can't even defeat his henchmen? Asked Shikaraji as he stood at a bar, with a drink in hand. Their hideout didn't really look like a hideout, more like a small bar giving off that 80s jazz atmosphere. The only exception there being the TV which displayed sound only, and nothing else. And that Nomu you sent, was definitely defective if a kindergartner could defeat it. Shikaraji said harshly to his master and the doctor. Speaking of which, where is the Nomu your master and I created? Responded the doctor on the TV. Yes, why is he not with you? Repeated the master. It was blown away. Responded to Kurojairi after seeing that Shigaraki didn't want to respond. This received a surprising response. It was all that Straw Hat Kid's doing, he defeated it before even All Might showed up. Explained Kurojairi further. This is a tragedy. And after all the work we put in to make it as strong as All Might. The doctor said furiously. That brat. That brat. If it wasn't for him All Might would be dead right now. Said Shigaraki as he pounded the desk like a child throwing a tantrum. He even broke my arm. Well, the silver lining is that this was not a futile mission, we have learned a lot of useful information. Next time we will be better prepared, said the master hoping to inspire his own protege some more. Next time gather up your elites and build your troops. Next time Tamura Shigaraki, you will show everybody why they should be afraid. Now back with Class 1A. Everyone seems to be alright besides that boy who took on a full hit from the Nomu and the boy with the broken fingers. Said a policeman to the Class 1A students who were now outside the USJ. After the other faculty members arrived, Principal Nizu asked them something strange. Half an hour ago. Even though Luffy did beat the Nomu, I do not want any of you to tell the police just yet. I have a few personal contacts in the police who I trust with sensitive information. But until everything begins to get a little clearer, I want you all to say that All Might defeated the Nomu. Said Nizu, who was now at the entrance to the USJ with a sleeping Luffy. But why, sir? I can't imagine All Might being okay with this. Said Izuku, not believing that his number one hero would want to steal someone else's spotlight. Yeah. Plus I also have a few questions of my own. Said Uraraka, slightly annoyed at not getting answers, which caused a few of the other students to agree with her loudly. And they will all be answered in due time, and as for the reason All Might is getting the credit meant for Luffy is because Luffy doesn't have a license to use his quirk in combat yet, even though it was self-defense. Said Nizu with his chipper voice as usual. Lying is never ethical, but I suppose that protecting a classmate is ethical. So for the sake of our class representative I will lie. Said a very uncomfortable Ida, clearly not liking the fact that he has to lie. Thank you very much. Said Nizu as he was leaving the group. And I assure you, I will give you the answers you deserve. Present time. I still can't believe the amount of power Luffy displayed. Said Tokoyami as he was talking to a small group of boys from his class. Yeah man. You should have seen him all close and personal. I'm still seeing kinda blurry. Said Kirishima in response. Yeah, but don't forget about Bakugo, he totally saved Mr. Aizawa when he went in after the hands guy. Said Mineta praising Bakugo. I didn't forget about him, he also manned up and jumped in without hesitation. It was super manly. Alright, time to get these kids onto the main campus for now. Said the policeman while getting the bus ready to send them to UA. But sir, what about Mr. Aizawa? Said Azui as she hopped in front of him. Nothing too serious besides a couple of broken cones and a crack in the skull. He was lucky for All Might to appear when he did, or he could have suffered severe brain damage. Said the policeman while pretending that All Might saved Aizawa, him knowing it was actually Luffy. What about Luffy? Momo asked, worried if something had actually happened that she wasn't aware of. Luffy? Oh, you mean the boy with the straw hat? He doesn't seem to have any injuries besides being little tired and hungry. He said, which made everyone release a sigh of relief. Okay, time to go back to campus everybody. He said. This caused every student to the bus. With Nizu and Midnight. It is frightening to know that a group of villains could have so much power and resources. Said Nizu. Referring to Nomu and Kurojairi. What's more frightening is the fact that a bioengineered monster designed to kill All Might was defeated by a single boy. Care to explain? Midnight asked the animal, who in turn just looked at her. I promise I will give every bit of information I have from this student, but after this whole mess is sorted out. After that I will reveal everything. Nizu said with confidence, hoping that his explanation would be good enough. I hope it can explain that then, she said while pointing to the crater in the middle of the plaza. Yeah, me too, said Nizu. Chapter text. Most of the UA teachers and the police officer from yesterday were seated in a conference room. Right now they were discussing everything that happened at the USJ. I think it's safe to say that our security needs an improvement, especially after this incident. Nizu started off the meeting. I agree. The policeman continued his train of thought. From what little camera footage we have and the eyewitnesses, it's safe to say that this won't be the last time they attack. Most of the thugs were low-level villains who resorted to mugging people in back alleys. But yesterday they were all under the leadership of the masked man. Unfortunately, we don't have too much information on him, based on the other students, only a couple coming into close contact with him. If only I could have ARR. A skeletal man with blonde hair stopped himself for a brief second, sweat rolling down his forehead. I mean, if All Might could have arrived there earlier, we could have put a more in-depth psychological profile on the villain. And that is why we are here, Nizu said as he looked at the student who was in the middle of the conference room. Or better said, that is why you are here, Mr. Luffy. Luffy right now was eating some biscuits given to him by the little bear. As usual, he had no idea why he was in a room full of heroes and a normal guy. Huh? Luffy, you are here to tell us what you know about the guy with the hands covering his face and the Nomu. Now get on with it, I don't have all day. Aizawa hurried Luffy. He right now was wearing 2 splints on both arms, and his head and chest were covered in bandages. Aizawa felt as if he could fall asleep at any second right now, even though his entire body itched and he felt like one wrong move and he would feel unimaginable pain. Every teacher begged him to get some more rest. But he would not budge, he would be at this meeting as if his life depended on it. Truth be told, the only reason he was there was Luffy. Ooh, those guys. Well, let's see, Luffy said as he plopped on the floor, concentrating hard to think right now. Oh, okay. There was this guy, he was covered in hands, he kept saying the bird guy was his and he was really weak. That's it? Said Midnight, surprised that such a huge crowd of villains could be led by the guy Luffy just described. Yeah. I didn't even break a sweat when I broke his arm. Luffy said it like he was bragging to his parents about a good grade. Huh? Wait. You broke his arm? Said a surprised Vlad King. Well duh. He was going to kill the frog girl. Luffy said, which just made everyone question who frog girl was. He means Tsuyu Azui, a student in my classroom with a frog-like quirk. Said Aizawa as he tried to scratch his temples. I know you did it to protect a fellow classmate and that he is a villain. But next time, choose a less drastic approach. Now continue. There was also this smoky purple guy, he made a bunch of portals. He was also weak. Luffy said as he munched on some delicious cookies. The villain with the warp quirk. Very rare to see, which makes him extremely valuable to the League of Villains. Anything else about him? Asked Snipe. The purple guy? Not really, but he was polite. Said Luffy, which did not help the others. And then there was the bird guy. Honestly, not that tough. As far as strong people go, he wasn't that strong, but he gave me a little workout, even fell asleep. Guess I've been slacking off from training, huh? Luffy said while thinking that he should get back to training, to at least last longer in battles. Training? What kind of training do you do? Aizawa thought with a raised eyebrow. You call making a crater and blowing a hole in the dome a little workout? Said Midnight. She thought that the kid was putting on a brave face, but then again, he did manage to get out of that battle unscathed. We need more of a personal background. Things he said, how he talked, how he responded to events. Stuff like that. Said the detective with a notepad and pen at the ready. He didn't say anything or really did anything besides attack me or whoever attacked those 2 other guys. Said Luffy, which just made matters worse. So you're saying that he doesn't have a personality? Asked the cement hero. Besides protecting his bosses? Well, I don't know about that, but it's more like like. Luffy said as he thought of a way to make them understand. It's more like he doesn't have a will. Will? Said Aizawa to the excited kid. Yeah. When I blasted him with my Haki to knock him out, it was like I was hitting a brick. Luffy said, unbeknownst to him, that he just made everyone more confused. Haki? Asked Snipe. Hold on, Professor Snipe, we will get around to that in today's meeting. Now let's focus on the task at hand. I agree, from what I can tell you mean to say that he is a mindless drone? Asked the skeletal man, only to receive a stare with a frown. Mr. Luffy? Asked Nizu as he was getting his cup of tea ready. Can I help? Why? Hey, do you know All Night or something? Luffy asked the man, who in turn proceeded to have an almost heart attack. What do you mean by that? The skeletal man at this point was sweating buckets while every other person thought two things. Can you be any more obvious? And how did he knew? Well, whenever I feel your aura, it feels like All Might's just way weaker, said Luffy, who in turn caused a sweating skeletal man to look at him in pure horror. Admit it. Admit what? Why, young man? I mean man. Just man, he said as his arms were starting to get heavier by the second and his knees to tremble. Just say it, it's pretty obvious. He somehow managed to figure it out, said Ectoplasm, with a couple of the other teachers nodding. Is he some sort of genius? Asked the detective, completely surprised at Luffy figuring out one of the greatest secrets in Japan. It's so obvious now, said Luffy to a skeletal man. You're All Might's brother. This caused most of the teachers and a detective to face vault. Am I right? Luffy more so said than asked, thinking he had it right. Never mind, the detective said. I should have expected this. Aizawa really wanted to get these splints off so that he could pinch the bridge of his nose in pure frustration. Why yes, that's it, man. All Might thanked his lucky stars that somebody with such an ability can be this much of a dumbass. But it's a secret, so you can't go telling anyone about this. This is gonna cause some confusion when Luffy inevitably blurts it out, Aizawa said to the other teachers, who responded with a nod. It's better than the actual secret. Yeah, dig? Yamada loudly said in his seat, next to Aizawa. Stop yelling. It's way too late for this kind of noise, Aizawa said, planning to get an aspirin for his headache later. Well yes, I agree. It is getting late, Nizu said as he looked at the starry night sky. I hope the answers you received were to your liking? I admit, I have been hoping for more. But this will do for now, the detective said as he got his coat on. If there is nothing more, then I will take my leave. Yay! Time to go home. I'm so hungry, Luffy said as he ran, leaving behind a startled detective. Bye everyone. But before he could exit the room. Wait, I think you should know this too. Nizu stopped him. Alright, I know I have promised some of you some answers and I am here to give it. So there is no need to snoop around, Nizu said as he looked at Aizawa, who in turn just scoffed and looked the other way. The reason that Luffy has such a low IQ and the reason that Luffy looks like he has multiple quirks is because, Nizu said as every teacher in the room was looking at him. Experimentation. Yep, that's the route I'm going with. If y'all don't like it, then IDC. I spent way too much time thinking of this, and experimentation just makes the most sense. This caused the room to feel a sense of pity and even a few slight gasps from some of the more heart-kind heroes. Experimentation? Are you serious? Asked a disbelieving Aizawa, one of the ones who did not gasp. That topic is one I wouldn't lie about so casually, Nizu said, lying through his teeth. Okay then, how can you explain his combat experience? Aizawa said, trying to find holes in this story. He did jump without hesitation into battle. Not even gonna say anything about his gears. The facility where he grew up, he was forced to fight by the people he was experimented on. Gradually becoming more and more skilled in the usage of his quirks. Nizu explained, hoping this story is believable enough. Okay, I guess that explains that. But what are his quirks exactly? Aizawa kept up his interrogation. Well, besides from the obvious. He has a quirk called Haki, as he said before, Nizu said, which caused All Might to pipe up. He did say he sensed my weaker aura and my buffed up forms being one and the same. All Might reminded everyone. Is that what Haki does? Let you sense other people? Asked Vlad King, becoming more and more interested in classes 1A rep. From the little that I know, it also lets the user predict incoming attacks, Nizu said, based purely on the reports he has read of Luffy in battle. What about the quirks, where he can make his hands a shiny black, or the one where he emits light from his punch? Aizawa kept asking. I'm afraid that's all I know. If you want any more information, you can just simply ask him. But I advise against that, Nizu warned them. Oh? And why is that? Aizawa said, which caused a few teachers to facepalm. I speak from experience when I say that it's not nice to ask about such an event, Nizu said in his usual happy manner, but the way he emphasized that word sent some shivers down the teacher's spine. I'm sorry, but there are still some holes left to fill. Why is he so obsessed with pirates? And if he had no schooling before UA, how did he manage to pass the written exam? Aizawa kept pushing, hoping that something would crack. I theorize that the reason he admires pirates to this extent is because of an event in his childhood where a pirate somehow managed to help him in some way, shape, or form, Nizu kept saying, not breaking under Aizawa's questions. You theorize, huh? Aizawa retorted, but it did not stop the animal from continuing. And as for the reason he passed UA, I admit that I have taken a liking to Mr. Luffy, since we have shared such an experience. And since UA was the perfect way to oversee him, as he re-enters civilized society. I decided to help him in the written portion of the exam, as a way to keep him on school grounds. This caused a few eyebrows to be raised at the principal, not quite believing what they just heard. I know what you may think, but do not think that I would accept a person who could be in an emotional unstable place or who I don't think could be a pro-hero. Nizu finished his explanation, awaiting the responses from his staff. I will say this, I am surprised to see that the principal would break his own rule. But this young man, who is purely a victim of circumstance, should have every chance as any other student. Besides, I also believe that he would make a great pro one day. All Might said as he was thinking back to the entrance exam, seeing Luffy's goofy smile never disappearing for more than 10 seconds off his face. Well, from what I've heard, he was chosen democratically as the class representative, which means that if he is getting treatment, then it's clearly working, said the school's psychiatric counselor. Your decisions have never led us astray before, so I will trust your judgment. Midnight said, soon to be followed by every other teacher saying something similar, well, almost everyone. Thank you all very much for your trust, I hope I won't let you down. Nizu said as he did a slight bow. Aizawa? Your story is plausible and I have no reason to doubt you. So for that I won't have any objections against Luffy staying in UA. Aizawa said as he was nearing the door. But do not misunderstand, if I find that he has ill intentions or is hiding something, then I will not hesitate to expel him. Feel free to do so, Nizu said to Aizawa, who already left. Detective? Ah, he was startled at being addressed all of a sudden. Why yes. I am not a part of UA, so I cannot have any objections. But I will keep this secret, that you can depend on. Thank you very much, and that concludes our meeting, Nizu said as he and everyone else got out of their chairs. With Luffy, after the meeting. Momo. Oi, Momo. Luffy called her name as he exited the building. Oh, Momo, there you are. Here I am, now let's go, the car is waiting on us, she said with a troubled expression on her face as they neared the limousine. Get in. The car ride was nothing special, the streets sparkled with lights even though it was nearing 7 p.m., the limousine was quiet with the only sounds coming from the radio. Since this luxurious car was soundproof, the radio was the only thing you could hear. After a couple of minutes of silence, Luffy was tired of the boring, jazz music playing on the radio, so he decided to start a conversation. Momo, check this out, Luffy said as he put 2 small sticks in his mouth, making him look like a walrus. I'm a walrun. That's disgusting, Momo said, looking up from her phone where she was browsing the news. You don't know where those could have been. Ack, you just don't know how to have fun, Luffy said as he crossed his arms and spit out the sticks. In response, Momo gave a slight chuckle. Oh yeah? Then maybe you should teach me, Momo said. After a second of thought she realized what she had just said and instantly regretted those words. Wait, wah. That's an awesome idea, Luffy said, already bouncing with excitement. Let's have a party. Me and my big mouth. Momo scolded herself under her breath before turning her full attention to Luffy. Luffy, look, it's not that I don't want to have a party, but there are other things to consider. Huh? Like what? Luffy's face held a surprise. He thought that if there was ever a time to have a party then it would be now. Like the fact that my father won't allow it. Even the way she said it betrayed the fact that it was a poor excuse. Eh? But didn't he say that he'll let me hold a party whenever I wanted? Luffy said the thing that Momo feared. Well, he actually said it in the near future. Momo tried to continue this reason of why he wouldn't be allowed to have a party. Same thing. This caused Momo to sigh. Her shoulders were stiff and her posture was rigid. Maybe she needed some sort of break, especially after the USJ. How about the fact that this is not the best time? Momo said, thinking she got one on Luffy. Truth be told, she never knew when was the best time for a party besides birthdays, holidays, and important business transactions at her family's company. What are you talking about? This is the perfect time for a party. Luffy said it as a fact. Oh really? And why is that? Momo asked, genuinely curious to see what the rubber man would answer. Because after a battle we need to have a party too cool for a bit. Luffy responded to Momo, who was genuinely shocked at the fact that Luffy actually gave some good advice. It's just common sense. Well maybe, but who are we going to invite? Just us, Tenya, Midoriya and Uraraka? I don't think that's enough for a party. Momo said while subconsciously, she was starting to like the idea of having a party. What are you talking about? Are you stupid or something? Luffy asked as if Momo just said that meat is not delicious. You're the last person that gets to say that. Momo snapped half-heartedly at Luffy. But what do you mean? It should be obvious, we're inviting everybody. Luffy said as he spread his arms as much as he could in the limo. You mean the whole class? She asked only to receive a nod in response. Well, it's still not going to work. You still need to ask my father for permission, and I doubt that he'll give it to you. We'll see about that. Luffy said as if he accepted a challenge, only for Momo to scoff in return. Did he honestly think that her father will allow a bunch of children at a party led by Luffy? Not possible. Yeah, I have no problem with it. Momo's dad said as he was going to his office with a newspaper in hand and a coffee in the other, leaving behind a completely shocked Momo and a celebrating Luffy. Yahoo! See? I told you. Luffy said as he laughed triumphantly at the fact that he was right and Momo wasn't. Father. You cannot be serious, didn't you deny Luffy's parties for about 2 weeks in a row? Momo tried to find the method to the madness. I did say that he will have a party in the near future, and that future is now present, so congratulations Luffy. It seems you got your end of the deal. Momo said, which made Luffy beam with happiness. Plus, I thought you said you wanted guests, did something happen? Trust me, Luffy is more than any guest I'll ever need. Momo said as she began massaging her temples. I suppose there is no stopping it now. When will we do it? Momo started asking Luffy different questions to which he had almost to no answers. She should have guessed it. At school. Did you guys see the news last night? Asked Hakagure her classmates in hopes of passing the time. Right now they were in their classroom waiting for the teacher to come in. Yeah, what about it? Responded Ojiro, the one seated next to the invisible girl. We totally got a few seconds of screen time, although I doubt anybody noticed me. Said a now saddened Toru. Probably not. Agreed Shoji, the dupli arms quirk user. This only made the invisible girl sadder. We're totally big deals. Said a proud Denki. The news channels love us. Get over yourself. Said Jiru in an annoyed tone. They only care about the hero course, not the students. Who knows what would have happened to us if the rep wasn't there? Zero said while looking at an eating Luffy. Probably All Might would have saved us. Tokoyami assured the other students. But to be able to stop the monster that was meant for All Might, I only shudder at what his other gears look like. I think you're being overdramatic. Said Zero, who was also looking at Luffy. But you gotta wonder. How can a student be so strong? Before anybody else could say anything, Ida was heard scolding the class for not being seated as he entered the classroom. But you're the only one who isn't seated. Said Ojiro to the class deputy. Yeah, we are all seated. Said a snickering Denki. Dang it. Said Ida in embarrassment as he took a seat, which caused a reassuring comment from Uraraka, and a hearty laugh from Luffy. Oh man. This never gets old. Luffy laughed as if he heard the greatest joke ever, even though he heard it every morning since Ida became his right-hand man. Soon after the door was opened as a mummified Aizawa walked in. Good morning class. His voice was muffled by the bandages. Cool. A mummy. Luffy said, which caused a few snickers from his classmates, and an eye roll from Jiru and Momo, although Momo's more from fondness than anything. Sir. I'm glad you are feeling well. Said Ida with a raised hand. Is that really, feeling well? Questioned Uraraka from behind Ida with a look of worry. My well-being is irrelevant, if you want to worry about anyone then worry about Bakugo. He said as everyone turned to their explosive friend who now was wearing a simple sling and a couple of bandages courtesy of Recovery Girl. Don't you dare. Bakugo growled as much as he could without getting in trouble. Anyway, these bandages are unnecessary, seeing as how I'll be removing them after this lesson. Aizawa said to reassure the class, which mostly worked. What's more important is the school's sports festival. Aizawa supplied the topic of this lesson. Yeah. Let's G. Kirishima was about to finish his cheer when a certain electric user stopped him. Wait a sec, is it really a good idea to hold this event so soon after what happened? Denki along with most of the class shared his worry. That means you better not slack off on your training. That's it. As soon as Luffy heard these words he was out of the class already running to the cafeteria. I swear, our class rep doesn't have anything but food on his mind. Mina said as she and everyone else was getting ready to leave for a recess. Actually hold on, I guess this is as good as time as any to tell you guys, so nobody leaves yet. Aizawa said, which caused every student to plop back into their own seats. But what about Luffy, shouldn't he hear this? Toru asked, concerned that Luffy was missing out on possibly important information. Do you honestly think he pays a lick of attention to any classes? Ever? Said Jiru, which caused a lot of the other students to agree with her. Actually, this is about Luffy. As soon as Aizawa said this everyone in the room quieted down, and a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone. Okay, I'll just keep it short and sweet. You see, Luffy has been experimented on as a child to have multiple quirks and was forced to fight by them, that's why he is so strong. Nothing was said, you could hear a pin drop in the classroom as each student looked at their teacher with a variety of shocked faces. That's it. Class dismissed. Hold on. Was what pretty much everyone said when their teacher tried to leave. You can't just drop a bomb on us like that and then peace out. Kirishima said as he almost got out of his seat. Bomb? More like a nuke. Denki said as he turned to his red-haired friend. What do you mean the rep was experiment on? Mina asked in a face with a mix of shock and pity for the pirate. Luffy. Momo uttered under her breath, with eyes as wide as the sea. You never told me. She felt pity and betrayal at the same time. Look, I don't have all the details, if you want you can ask him. Aizawa said as he looked at everyone's faces of worry. But you shouldn't do it. Eh? And why not? Bakugo said a bit annoyed at the fact that the reason Luffy was ahead of him was because he basically cheated by having multiple quirks. Of course you shouldn't ask him, you idiot. Jairu said as she lightly yelled at him. Can you even imagine what he's been through? In response, Bakugo only scoffed instead of insulting her back. In Izuku's head. And I thought I had it rough, I bet my life was a dream compared to his. Then he is truly worthy of being class representative. Ida said as he stood up in an attempt to defend his superior. To be able to smile even after everything that had happened to him, he is a true hero. The ones who smiles are the biggest are the ones who hide the most pain. Tokoyami sagely chimed in. Out of everyone here, Luffy may be the only one who can understand what I went through. Todoroki thought as he looked at his desk. Technically it's not wrong. But, isn't he like a danger to society? Said Mineta what some other students were too afraid to say. How can you honestly say that? At the USJ he jumped so that he could take on all the villains by himself. Said Toru in Luffy's defense. I would probably be dead if it weren't for him. Ribbit. Azui said as she remembered being inches away from an agonizing death. Yue wouldn't have allowed him in if he were crazy, we are not that stupid. Aizawa said putting all thoughts of Luffy being a serial killer to rest. Now if that's all, I have to get these stupid bandages off me. Oh, and I think it goes but try to act natural around him. Now the students watched as their teacher left the classroom leaving behind a quiet class. Okay guys. Just be natural, and don't bring up any unwanted trauma. Kirishima said as they all waited for Luffy to come back and begin their second lesson. Yeah. But you can bring the wanted trauma if you want. Denki said which caused a few laughs to break out. It helped relieve the tension, but it came all back when they heard the door opening. Ah. Man, that was good. Luffy said as he walked back to his seat with his eyes closed and hands behind the back of his head. Apparently, the whole class failed theater class, as they all stared at Luffy like he would disappear if he wasn't watched. What? Luffy asked as he watched every eye in the room look at him. Do I have something on me? Luffy, why didn't you ever tell me? Momo asked in a whisper that could be heard in any close proximity. You know, I would have never laughed at you or anything. What are you talking about? Luffy was getting more confused by the second. You know, we don't think any less of you. Now or ever. Uraraka said in an attempt to comfort her friend. Yeah. You are just as manly as always. Kirishima said as he flexed his biceps and gave Luffy a toothy grin. Ha! Luffy started to get angry too. He used his haki but all he could feel was pity from the other auras. You are just as magnifique as always, mon ami. Aoyama decided to pipe in. His French accent was very clear. I admire the way you hide all that pain behind your smile. Izuku also tried to comfort his class rep. It reminds me of All Might. What pain? What are you guys talking about? Luffy was a couple of sentences away from marching out of the classroom. Fortunately for him, the teacher came in. What's popping? Little listeners. He yelled thinking the class would be dead bored for upcoming the English lesson. Only to find everybody looking at Luffy with a look of pity and an angry Luffy. What? We found out about Luffy being X. Mineta winced from the pain of having an earphone jack stuck in his arm, not being able to finish his sentence. What he means is that we found out about, you know. Jairu said as she tilted her head at Luffy. Found out about what? Luffy was nearing dangerous levels of anger. And Present Mike, being the pro that he was, quickly found out about what they meant and he responded in a way to calm Luffy down and start the next lesson. Luffy, look, as a part of the hero agency, I say that we are sorry for not being able to help you when you needed it. Actually what he did is purely fan the flames. The class could swear that they saw Luffy's hair becoming white for a split second before Bakugo came in and somehow managed to save the day. You idiots, Aizawa said to act normal, but what your dumbass are doing is just making him angry, so stop coddling him. Rubber brain, don't you gotta eat or something? This made Luffy forget all the anger he felt as he reached into his backpack to get a big sandwich. "Wow Bakugo, never expected this from you," said Azui, genuinely impressed. Only to have him snap back at the frog girl for the backhanded compliment. All right, let's get this English business on the road," Yamada said, which reminded everyone what lesson they had. Almost all of them proceeded to slump in their seats. At lunch hour, Uraraka, Ida, Izuku, Momo, and Luffy were all going to the cafeteria to eat. While for most it was the first time that day, for Luffy it was the third time, and that's not counting the packed lunches. "Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go," Luffy said in quick succession in an attempt to hurry his friends. "We're gonna miss it." "I doubt that," Izuku said with an amused smile on his face. He was still amazed by the fact that still with all that trauma, Luffy could still keep his goofy self. Technically not wrong. "Anyway Uraraka, I wanted to ask you something." What is it Deku?" responded Uraraka. "Why do you want to become a pro?" Izuku asked, which in turn caused Uraraka to shudder. "Well, you see," Uraraka tried to draw it out as long as possible, hoping someone would come to save her. "It's the money." Nobody came. "The money?" Momo found herself repeating the question. "I had no idea middle-class families live so badly, that the only way to make money is by becoming a pro." No, it's not like that." Uraraka quickly tried to take out the thought that she was broken from their friend's mind. "I just want to get a license to be able to help my family with their construction company. That's all." "Oh I see, with you being able to use your quirk in public, you could do the work of dozens of heavy machinery. That's not a bad idea." Izuku found himself admiring Uraraka again. "With your ability to float you spend way less money." "Oh yeah. You can make people fly," Luffy said as he remembered Ida flying out of the crowd. "Make me fly, please." "Are you sure? Is this even legal?" Uraraka asked her friends. "I don't see why not, we are on school grounds so that means that we can use our quirks in public." Momo chimed in, who was standing next to Luffy, who was nodding aggressively. "Sure, if you want," she said as she touched Luffy's arm, making him float. "But if something happens to you, then it's not my fault." "Wow. This is so awesome. I feel like I don't have any weight," Luffy said, only for him to reach the ceiling and be stuck there. He then proceeded to shoot his arm to reach for Momo's suit. "What the? Luffy!" Momo scolded the boy for making her clothes wrinkled. "Shishishi, sorry." Luffy laughed as he proceeded to float right above Momo. "Anyway, don't you guys think my goals are too greedy?" Uraraka got back on track as she asked her friends, while holding her face in embarrassment at having such a greedy goal. "No way, you'll still be a hero, that's all that matters." Izuku reassured his crush. "Exactly. Your goal is to support your well-being, which is a perfectly fine ambition to have." Ida also reassured her while various robotic poses with his arms. "Money is important, if you have an ambition that follows that statement then it's nothing wrong with that." Momo gave her a nugget of wisdom. She had a good understanding when it came to the value of money since she comes from a business focused on making money. "Thank you all very much." Then she looked at the floating Luffy, wondering what he is gonna say. "I don't care," Luffy said, which made Uraraka sad and a little angry from not getting the validation she wanted. The mood also intensified. "What do you mean you don't care?" Uraraka asked, trying to keep her calm facade on. "I mean that making money, it's not that big of a dream," Luffy said, which just caused the gravity girl to get angrier. "Oh, so what? My dream not good enough for you, Mr. King of the Pirates?" Uraraka said as she glared daggers at the class rep. "I didn't say that," Luffy said with a blank expression at a now confused gravity girl. "If making money makes you happy, then I'm happy. Thanks." Uraraka was slightly taken aback by the fact that Luffy said something so wise. Ha, young Midoriya is here," All Might said as he turned a corner. All Might? What are you doing here?" Izuku said, slightly taken aback by the fact that All Might appeared out of seemingly nowhere. "Lunch. You want to eat with me?" All Might said as he showed a packed lunch in front of everyone. "I want it," Luffy said as he reached for the packed lunch, only for All Might to dodge out of the way. "Oh come on. I'm sorry, young Luffy, but this is my lunch. I want to eat it," All Might said to the flying Luffy, who in turn just stuck his tongue out and pulled on his eyelid. "Don't think you're all high and mighty. 'Cause I know your secret." As soon as Luffy said this, all the color from Izuku drained away, leaving only a husk. No, if Luffy knows then everybody knows. Izuku was desperately trying to get his racing mind under control. "What secret?" said all the other students. It doesn't matter," Izuku said as he was waving his arms. "Let's just go, All Might. This is for sure going to create some confusion." All Might thought with a sigh as he and Izuku went to his office. The last lesson of the day. Guys. Wait. Luffy said as soon as everyone got out of their seats, ready to go home. I gotta tell you something. Oh no, is this about before? Or is it because we know his past? That was pretty much everyone's thoughts, despite the smile on his face. Yeah, Rep? What's up? Zero asked, hoping it was not what he thinks it is. We are having a huge party at my house, Luffy said, only to be interrupted by Momo. He means my house. Momo explained, but Luffy did not stop. It's gonna be super fun, we'll have food and music and all sorts of cool stuff. It's gonna be all night. Luffy continued hyping this party. That's not true. And it's captain's orders. That means you gotta come. Luffy said as he finished his little speech, leaving behind a surprised class. A party at the Yaoyorozu mansion? I'm in. Said Mina and Toru, not missing a beat. Wait a second. Don't get us wrong guys or anything. Zero said. But is this really the best time? Duh. Obviously. We just had a battle, so now we gotta celebrate. Luffy said it as if it were nothing but the obvious. After every battle we celebrate. Those are the rules. He's right. After the eventful week we had, we deserve a break so that we can rest. Ida commented. This could also prove to be a great bonding experience. He finished with a robotic wave. Well, you're not wrong. It could be fun. Ribbit, Azui agreed with most of the class. Yeah. I can't wait to go. Kirishima said, already excited. Yeah man, I'm gonna bring my video games. Denki was not far behind. A party at the Yaoyorozu's? Mineta asked himself as he looked at Momo. Definitely. I could bring my karaoke set. Jairu said as she fidgeted with her ears jack. That could be fun. My dazzling self will also make a plus grande entrance. Said Aoyama. I've never been to a party before, so I don't really know what to do. Izuku said as he stared at his desk sheepishly. There is nothing to do, besides have fun. Uraraka encouraged him. It's gonna be great. Good, then it seems like Luffy was about to finish. Hell no. When Bakugo interrupted him. I'm not going to some nerds with a ponytail house, just to be around a bunch of losers and other nerds. As for Luffy, he looked completely taken aback, like somebody stole the last meat from the fridge. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm also not coming. Todoroki agreed with Bakugo. It's not my sort of thing. He said as he got his backpack and got ready to leave. No way. I said it's captain's order, so you gotta come. Said Luffy as he stood in front of Todoroki's way, not allowing him to leave. You're not my captain. Bakugo snapped at Luffy, while also getting ready to leave. You can't order me around. Oh come on guys, it's gonna be fun. Mina said, trying to convince the two of them. Don't be such buzzkills. I really am sorry. Todoroki said as he vaulted over the desk to be on the other row. But I'm not coming. As for Luffy, he looked like someone just curb-stomped his dog. It's fine Luffy, they'll just ruin the fun anyway, so it's not a huge loss. Uraraka tried to comfort him. Who in turn just received a whimper. Who are you? Todoroki said as he looked at the hallway being filled with people not letting them go. Now everyone in the classroom turned to the new commotion that was being caused. What business do you have with our classroom? Ida said as he got into his deputy role. Why are you blocking our doorway? We will not be held hostages. Mineta said as he pumped a fist into the air. They're scouting out the competition, you idiots. Said Bakugo as he walked past a scared Mineta. We are the class that survived a real villain attack, they want to see it with their own eyes. At least now you know what a future pro looks like, now move it extras. Bakugo said as he glared at them. Izuku and Uraraka were freaking out at a potential war happening while Ida was waving his arm at Bakugo to stop calling people extras. So this is Class 1A, I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. Said a new arrival, he had purple eyes and purple hair. Is everyone in the hero course delusional? Or is it just you? This caused Bakugo to look irritated, most of the class to shake their head rapidly, and for Luffy to come near Bakugo. If any of us do well at the sports festival, the teachers can decide to replace a student in any of the hero courses. So you want to steal a spot in my crew? Is that it? Luffy asked the new arrival dead in the face, which caused a lot of muttering from both outside the class as well as inside. Your crew? The student said with a chuckle. That's a cute way of saying it, and yes, I will take a spot from here. Consider this a declaration of war. You think you know what war is? In war, brothers die. This is just jealousy. If you'd have been good enough you would have already started here, but I guess you're not. Luffy said in an even tone, which caused a very massive tick mark over the student's head. Now hold on. The entrance X, the student said, only to be cut off. It doesn't matter what you think, the truth is you weren't good enough. You think you are now? I wanna see it, but don't think we'll just slack off, so you better bring everything you got, because the day you take a spot here without my permission is the day I failed. Luffy said before he left everyone in silence. That was so manly. Kirishima said as he wiped a tear from his eye. Yeah, no kidding. Denki was not far behind. Soon after, everyone left with a variety of different emotions and feelings about what just transpired, and the way Luffy defended his class. Luffy's comeback only served to further motivate, not only his classmates but also the other classes. And soon word spread out throughout the entire school. At the Yaoyorozu mansion. 5 minutes before the party. Oh my goodness, this place is huge. Midoriya said as he looked at the mansion. Even though he was outside the gate, it was still impressive. Good afternoon, Midoriya, said Ida as he slightly startled the shorter teen. I hope your days of training have been well. Yeah, I mean my muscles feel sore all over, but this little break is just what I need. Izuku said while rubbing his arms. It was 2 days after the 2 training weeks have started, each student doing their utmost to live up to Luffy's speech and their school's reputation. Hey guys! Uraraka said loudly as she ran at the 2 of them like they were going to disappear. Woo! What do you have there? Oh, this? Izuku said as he looked at his gift. My mom said it's custom to bring a gift at a house invitation. So I packed something from my room. How about you guys? Oh, it's nothing. Just a phone case. Uraraka said as she presented them the phone case with the Hero 13 on its back. I, of course, have brought a homemade salad. Perfectly rich in vitamins needed for our training. Ida said as he waved his arms at what looked like a packed lunch. Oh, that's practical? Uraraka said, slightly confused at the weird gift. Thank you very much. Ida responded with a slight bow. Oh great, what are you nerds doing here? The trio turned to see a familiar spiky-haired blonde boy with anger issues. Bakugo, what are you doing here? Ida asked as he put his hand on his chin and thought. Yeah, I thought you said that this is a nerds party, duh, said Uraraka with a teasing smirk. Does this mean you're a nerd? The hell it does. Bakugo snapped, which made Izuku flinch. After my old hag checked the group chats behind my back, she forced me to go. Oh, I guess Aunt Mitsuki hasn't changed. Izuku said, which made the explosive boy glare at him. Anyway, what are you extras doing here? Waiting? Bakugo said as he tried to not look impressed by the giant house. Actually, we have all just arrived, we were getting ready to approach the intercom. Ida said, which made Bakugo approach it himself. So? Just do it. Bakugo said as he pressed the button. We are here for the shitty party, now let us in. I don't think that's how you're supposed to say it. Izuku thought with a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Name? The intercom said back. Bakugo Katsuki. He gave his name with a slight glare. Which one is that? The one with the green hair. The intercom said back with a slightly teasing tone. I'll blow your butt to bits. Bakugo said very angrily while Izuku just yelped. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Don't get your panties in a twist. The intercom said as the gates opened. In you go. With a TSK from Bakugo, they all started to walk towards the secondary gate. So Kaken, what did you get? Izuku asked in hopes of making conversation. It's called Ask Me. Bakugo said while staring ahead. Ask me? Uraraka repeated, confused. Ask me again and I'll shove my hand up your butt? Bakugo said while getting slightly ahead of everyone. Should have expected that. Uraraka said with a slight shudder from the visual Bakugo provided. Classic Kaken. Izuku said with a slight smile. As they reached the front door, they rang the bell and waited to see who would open the door. Apparent that someone was a gray-haired butler. I take it you are friends of Ms. Yaoyorozu and Mr. Luffy? He said only to receive 2 yes and a no. Very well, follow me. Meanwhile, Uraraka was thinking something completely different. Oh my gosh, an actual butler. With a suit and monocle and everything. Wow, it's bigger on the inside. Izuku said with a look of fascination. In fact, everybody had this look, even Bakugo had a hard time hiding his admiration. That's everyone's reaction. Now if you'll follow me to the party hall. The butler said as he guided them to a living room with a lot of food, snacks, drinks, and music. This room is literally bigger than my entire house. Uraraka said as she looked astonished. Oh, look who showed up. Denki said as he greeted the 4 new arrivals, but really only talking to one person. Guess you joined the nerds cult too, huh? I'll kill you. Bakugo said as he started running after the electric boy, who in turn was screaming with a mix of happiness and horror. Hey guys. Luffy greeted the now trio. Glad you guys could make it. I am happy to be here, class rep. Ida said as he did a small bow and gave Luffy the salad, who in turn ate it instantly. No. That was meant for the whole class. Ida said as if he had just lost a huge bet. To be honest, I'm surprised you gave food to Luffy and expected him to no eat it. Uraraka said this only caused Ida to fall into greater depression. Let me show you guys around. Luffy said as he pointed at different spots in the room. There is the TV, Calamari got some of his games and now some of the other guys are playing there. He said as he pointed at a couch with a giant 4K TV, where Shiro, Ojiro, and Tokoyami were playing a fighting game against each other. Then we got the music place, earphones got something called karaoke or something, where you can sing to music. It's awesome. He said while pointing at Amina and Toru doing a duet in front of Jairu, Aoyama, Koda, and Mineta. I like singing, but sometimes they cover their ears, I don't know why. Then we got my favorite place, the food table. You go there, you eat and you talk. I love it. He said while pointing at a table with little to no food left, courtesy of Luffy. At the table Kirishima and Shoji were having an arm wrestling competition, nearly breaking the table. And then we have the books corner. Nothing interesting happens there. Luffy said as he pointed at a corner bookshelf with a couple of bean bags. Only Momo and Tsu were there, playing chess. Luffy. Come on, we said whoever wins gets to arm wrestle with you. Kirishima said as Shoji was grumpily walking away. That's it, now go do whatever you want. Luffy said before turning to Kirishima. I'm coming, spiky hair. Wow, is this how all parties are? Izuku said as he was eyeing the TV, already wanting to go play the All Might fighting game. They are a lot more separated than I thought. Uraraka said while looking at the music place, always wanting to try her hand at music, she hasn't been to a lot of parties but she guessed it would have been more connected. Yes, this is truly the best way to form closer bonds. Ida said while gazing at the book's corner, wanting to try his intellectual might against Yaoyorozu. Soon after they all quickly dispersed, each going to the place they felt like they belonged the most to. Oh, come on man. It didn't even budge an inch. Kirishima said, salty about his loss. Heh, next time you need to be way stronger. Luffy said clearly enjoying his win. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you guys wrestling? I wanna join. Luffy said as he jumped into what was Bakugo kicking Denki's butt. Don't you dare, rubber brain. Unfortunately, Bakugo's threat was too late seeing as how he jumped right on Bakugo. I wanna do it too. Kirishima said as he quickly jumped on top of Luffy, who was on top of Bakugo, who was on top of Kaminari. I see can't be breath. Denki said as he struggled for breath. Ugh, boys are such barbarians, not having even a lick of culture. Momo said as she watched the quickly forming group pile. Anyway, I win. Darn it. Ida said angrily, mad that he lost in only a couple of moves. Is this the new All Might Ultimate Symbol of Peace 3 game that just came out? Izuku said as he took a seat on the couch. It's so hard to get a copy that even I'm struggling. Yeah, you can play as All Might versus all the villains he faced. Ojiro said as he watched Tokoyami and Shiro beat each other, one using All Might and the other Best Jeanist. You can also play as the other heroes. Damn it, of course you're gonna win with All Might. It basically says it in the name of the game. You were just lucky to that you picked first. Shiro said as he almost threw the controller. How does the ancient saying go? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Tokoyami said, which just made Shiro angrier. That's not even ancient. Shiro then looked at the new arrival. Oh, what's up man? Wanna play? Yes, please. He said as he took the controller and picked All Might. Of course. Shiro said with a sigh. Never gonna say a lie. And hurt you. Toru sang as she, along with Mina, finished their song. If you know, you know. Who man, I'm exhausted, my throat hurts. Mina said as she got on the armchair and opened a bottle of water. You said it, I've never singed that long and loud before. She said as she got on the round couch. Who's next? Can I try? Uraraka said as she got up from her seat. Sure. Solo or duet? Toru asked, but before she could respond she heard another voice. You guys done? I wanna sing. Luffy said as he ran towards the karaoke station. No, wait Mineta couldn't even finish before being interrupted by Uraraka. Sure, Luffy. Uraraka said as she gave him the other mic. No, trust me, you do not want to do this. Jairu said so more in a whisper so that Luffy couldn't hear her. Oh come on, how bad can he be? Uraraka said as she picked a song she liked. Well, don't blame us if your ears start bleeding. Jairu said as she got ready, physically speaking. One song later. Who man, that was fun. Not as good as Brook's songs but I liked it. Gonna go check on Momo, see you guys later. I apologize, I know what I did wrong and I hope you guys can forgive me. Uraraka said as she massaged her ears. Not really helping. It's fine, it's actually our fault, we should have insisted on it more. said Toru as she took her invisible fingers out of her invisible ears. Next time I'm asking Momo for a pair of earplugs, Mina said, which caused a round of agreement to go around the group. Alright, you guys. Time for dare or truth, Luffy said as he caught everyone's attention. And after a quick elbow in the side. I mean truth or dare. Okay, so, how does this work? Luffy asked around the group. Right now they were all seated in a circle on a rug. I believe that the objective is to ask a question, and based on the answer you either give them a question or a challenge, Ida said as he did various poses with his arms. Yeah, but this time with a twist, Mina said as she got a glass bottle, seemingly out of nowhere. The bottle does the choosing. So who goes first? Oh, me. Me, Luffy said as he grabbed the bottle right from Mina's hands and placed it in the middle of the circle. So now I just spin it, right? After receiving a nod he spun the bottle, which landed on Momo. Now what? Now you ask me truth or dare. Momo answered his question while sweating a bit. Okay, truth or dare? Truth, responded Momo. No way am I ever going to give Luffy a chance for him to make me do something. Now ask me a question. Okay, what's your favorite type of meat? Luffy asked the only question he could think of. No, you're supposed to ask her some juicy question, like, who do you love, and is he here, stuff like that. Toru informed Luffy, only for him to look at her like a white piece of sheet. I guess Kobe beef? I think. Momo gave her answer, which made everyone look at her like, really? Oh wow, what a surprise, the rich girl like rich food. Bakugo said, which made a couple of people glare at him. Oh, you better pray you don't fall on me, Jairu said with an evil grin. Tisk, am I supposed to be scared? Bakugo retorted. Oh, you will be, Jairu said in response. So now what? Now Momo spins, said Azui, which she did just so only for her to fall on Mina. Truth or dare? Asked Momo. I'm feeling adventurous. Dare, responded Mina, only to get a slightly panicked Momo. I don't really know what to say, she said, and after thinking over it for about a sec, breakdance. Okay, Mina said, more excited than Momo thought anyone would be. Wait, Mina, you can breakdance? I never knew this, said Uraraka in slight surprise, while Mina was picking a quick song. Yes, she told me once that she breakdances in casual conversation, Momo commented, then proceeded to watch as Mina did the windmill, the head spin, the bigger windmill, and all sorts of other tricks. What it's called. I haven't breakdanced in front of so many people in a while. I was a little nervous, Mina admitted as she came back to her place. Nonsense, you were très bien, mon chéri, Aoyama said with a twinkle in his eye. Yes, very impressive, Ida also commented. Okay, now my turn. One bottle spin later. Everyone looked at the man in question. Midoriya. Truth or dare? This caused Midoriya to slightly panic. I can't choose truth, cause then my secret may be found out, so I guess dare. The whole class proceeded to comment on him, on his bravery, and say things like, he will not be forgotten. I dare you, Mina said as she looked at an explosive boy. To make your best impression of Bakugo. Ha! Don't you dare, Deku, Bakugo said as he nearly got up and marched to the green-haired boy. Oh come on, don't be such a buzzkill, Denki said while snickering. Yeah, just do it, dude, we'll hold off Bakugo from killing you. Kirishima said this did not help Izuku in this situation, but since this is a bonding experience, I'll kill you, Izuku said, doing his best to keep his hair spiky and make the angriest harsh voice he could. I'll kill you. This caused the real Bakugo to respond in the same way, which made half the class roll on the ground laughing, while the others were trying to keep Bakugo away from committing manslaughter, while also laughing. After a couple more spins, Jairu finally landed on Bakugo. Truth or dare? Dare, I ain't a coward, Bakugo replied with a small growl. That's just what I wanted to hear. Now the dare is to call the last person you texted and say, meowed. Jairu's dare made a lot of people laugh, not thinking Bakugo would actually do it. You are gonna do it, right? After all, you ain't a coward, right? I'm not scared of shit, Bakugo said as he picked up his mom and dialed his mom. Meow. I said meow, you old hag. Who did you call? Asked Azui, the question on everybody's minds. My mom. This made everyone laugh wholeheartedly, while others kept calling Catboy. I'll kill every last one of you, I swear to All Might. After a couple more spins, the last dare came around. Can you give us a tour of the house? Asked Uraraka, really wanting to see where she would end up, hopefully. Don't bother, there's nothing interesting in this whole mansion, said Luffy, reminiscing the first day he came here. That can't be true, in this whole mansion? Asked a skeptical Denki. It's true, the only places even remotely interesting are the garage and my gym, said Momo, which just got everyone more riled up. Of course you have a private gym. Thought you Raraka and a couple of the other students. Let's go, Kirishima said as he jumped into the air. At the garage. Wow. No way. Amazing. Is that an actual Rolls-Royce? And several other comments like these were made when they entered the garage. These are some nice cars. Tsuyu said as she looked at a Ferrari. I need my phone. Just imagine the amount of likes I'll get. Mina said as she opened the door to a Lamborghini. These cars have some impressive engines. Ida said as he looked at a Porsche's engine. But why is that car set apart from the others? Zero asked when he looked at a very expensive car that was in a corner. Oh, that one. Luffy, would you mind explaining? Momo asked the straw hat, who only gave a toothy grin. Oh, I lift that car. Luffy said it as if he lifts cinder blocks, not cars worth more than 10 of the students' houses combined. The weights in the gym are too light for me. You're telling me you build muscle by lifting a Buggity Devo? Asked Kirishima, who was slack-jawed. I don't know what's crazier, the fact that you build muscle by lifting cars, or the fact that that car is literally in the top 10 most expensive cars in the world. Asked Denki. It was probably both. The gym. Ooh, very nice. It's perfect for a handful of people. Izuku said as he eyed the weights. I have these kinds of weights. So this is Yaoyorozu's gym. Mineta said as he looked everywhere. Very interesting. Your gym has better equipment than most gyms I've been at. Kirishima said as he looked at the treadmill. And the ring? You take lessons with somebody? Ojiro said as he looked at the slightly tattered ring. Oh, yeah. Me and Luffy have been sparring from time to time. Momo said, which caused a couple to gasp like she just admitted to fighting bears in her spare time. And you're still alive? Asked a non-believing Mina. Of course, I'm still alive. Momo said in a bit of a surprise that no one was believing her, then yet again, she can't really blame them. Back at the party hall. After a couple of more games and mingling with everybody, they all said goodbye to one another, already feeling their bonds strengthen. They were all happy at the least. I'm dead tired, said Momo with a sigh as she plopped on a bean bag. I feel like I could fall asleep at any second. That means the party worked, Luffy said from his place on the couch. Hey Momo, I wanted to say thanks. Thanks for helping me and going through this whole party. After not receiving anything in return, he continued. Thank you for always being in my corner and having my back. You know, if I wanted a SI, Luffy was cut off by a light snore. When he looked over at where Momo was, she saw her snoring away like a little baby. Deciding that he should at least do this much, he picked her up, bridal style, and brought her to her room. After gently placing her down in her bed, he left, but not before hearing a very slight, "You're welcome." With a grin on his face, he decided that this would be a good time to go to eat and sleep. After all, in 2 weeks the sports festival starts. I'll take one order to go please, said MT Lady in as a stuck tone as she could while her mouth was salivating like she was seeing food for the first time in months. Her, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms were hired by UA to be security regarding the last events that happened at USJ. Wow, MT Lady, is it really you? Said the shopkeeper to the heroine. The sports festival attracted a large audience both at home as well as in person, so the principal took advantage of that and allowed vendors to come and sell their products. And keep the salt, please, she said as she was holding a finger. At the same time, a certain straw hat-wearing teenager was looking at all the shops with drool coming out of his mouth. Of course, that will be $10, the shopkeeper said as he tried his best not to look at her curves. Oh no. My money is in another costume, she lied while leaning on one foot, looking at the ground, and playing with her hair, which also managed to rock her BRSTS, making her look very desirable. So hot, the poor shopkeeper said while trying very hard not to pull a Sanji and nosebleed. This is on the house. Aren't you a dear? MT Lady said as she very quickly and graciously accepted his offer. Oh, hey, can I get one too? Luffy said as he suddenly appeared near the heroine, slightly startling her and the other heroes. I also don't have money. Huh? No way, the shopkeeper said as he looked over the teen. His chance of getting food was next to zero, seeing as how he wasn't a girl. Huh? But you gave her, Luffy said in protest while the heroine was devilishly smirking. After not receiving an answer. Ugh. You're just like Sanji. Sorry kid, guess you're just not good enough, MT Lady said as she began to turn around and walk away. Then give me yours, Luffy said as he reached and grabbed MT Lady's food, but before he could eat it, MT Lady grabbed the hand that was holding her stolen food. Don't you dare, MT Lady said as she began a tug of war over her free given food. This is my food. I paid for it. That's a blatant lie. Kamui Wood said as he watched with a slight smirk under his mask. Gimme it. Luffy said as he almost got the food to his mouth, only for MT Lady to close Luffy's jaw, making him bite his tongue and let go of the food. Ow, ow, ow. Hey, you're supposed to share your food. Says who? MT Lady said as she got back to eating her food, only to find it completely mushed. Look what you did. Now nobody can eat it. I'll still eat it. Luffy said with a smile on his face, while an irritated Momo was searching for him. No way. I'd rather throw it than let you have it. MT Lady said as she began an intense glaring daggers competition with Luffy. What are you? 5? Just let it be. Wood said as he began going back to his post with death arms. Come back when you grow up, okay? Finally, Luffy. Come back. The games are about to start. Momo said as she sighted Luffy from afar. When she got in closer, she noticed the intense staring competition between the two of them. What now? Momo. She messed up my food. Luffy said, not taking his eyes off hers. Some would say this would be a romantic moment, but the teeth gritting and slight growl made that impossible. It was my food. MT Lady could feel the blood veins on her forehead become more and more accentuated. Look, I am sorry for whatever he did, but we are in a hurry. Momo said as she grabbed Luffy's collar and began dragging him away. Looking like a light bulb went off in his head, Luffy turned his sour expression into one of slight surprise. Hey, hero lady. You gotta teach me how to make people give me free food. Ha, in your dreams, you brat. MT Lady said as she did a very exaggerated turn. Luffy, you can't go 5 minutes without getting into trouble, can you? Momo said as she let go of Luffy and began pacing faster toward the stadium. You do realize we are running late because of you, right? Shishishishi, sorry. Luffy said, looking slightly apologetic. Hey, I have an idea. What are you Momo was cut off by Luffy putting her on his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. What are you doing? Don't worry, just hold very tight. Before she could even comprehend what he meant by that, she heard. Gomu Gomu no dash. Crap. Momo decided not to question it and she held it tight as she could while getting into a piggyback position. Luffy, now jumping with full force and at the same time pulling on his arms that were holding onto 2 lamp posts, yelled. Rocket. Aya. Momo was doing her best to not have a heart attack. Not fall off Luffy. Not kill Luffy. Luffy, she yelled, only to receive a laugh. In the waiting room for Class 1A. Hey guys, do you think they're gonna make it? Mina asked her classmates as they anxiously waited for them to come back. I mean, we only have like 5 minutes left, and they're still not back. I'm sure they'll be fine. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Ojiro asked as he started pacing around the room. Exactly. Have no fear. I am sure our class rep will make it in time. Ida said, desperately hoping he was right. I wanted to say this to Luffy too, but since he's not here. With a sigh, Todoroki approached Midoriya, while also managing to get everyone's attention. Midoriya. Hey Todoroki, what's up? Izuku said, slightly startled at having the quiet boy, who rarely said anything, all of a sudden approach him so publicly. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that I am stronger than you. Todoroki said with an ice-cold expression. Yeah. He was also startled by having Todoroki just brag about it so casually. However, you've got All Might in your corner helping you out. I'm not here to pry about what's going on with you two. But know this, I will beat you. Todoroki said as he finished his own declaration of war. Wow, what's with all the declarations of war lately? Denki said in an attempt to elevate the tense atmosphere. Yeah, what's the big deal? Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Kirishima said as he got up from his sit and put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. And right before we got started? Koda, being the closest to the window, saw 2 very conspicuous flying objects or people? He couldn't tell. But him, being the shy boy that he is, was having a hard time announcing it to the class. We're not here to make Friday. Todoroki was interrupted all of a sudden by 2 voices from outside. Open the window, open up. Koda, being the closest, opened the window, only to have Luffy and Momo miss the window completely, break through the wall and land on the 3 boys. Shishishishi. Aw man, that was fun. Luffy laughed as he was deactivating his Haki on his arms. Let's do it again. Wow. You guys are crazy. Mineta said as he looked in terror at the hole in the wall. Don't lump me in with him. Momo said as she got back up, and tried her best to keep her racing heart still. You idiot. You could have killed us. Sorry. Luffy said with a slight giggle, before stopping and looking at the student beneath him. Ice Guy? What are you doing there? What do you think? Todoroki said loudly as he pushed Luffy off of him while trying to maintain as much dignity as he could. Glad you guys could make it. Izuku said as he was also getting up. But maybe next time, try to use the door. I said I was sorry. Luffy defended himself only to have the whole class let a bead of sweat roll down their foreheads. But before anyone could say anything, they heard an alarm which signified that the sports began. What are you guys still doing here? Let's go, Luffy said as he got out of the classroom and run in a different direction. With a very audible sigh. I'll go after him and meet you guys outside, Momo said as she began running after the Straw Hat. The stadium. That's right. It's the students who survived the USJ attack. Class 1A. Present Mike said as he finished introducing Class 1A. Some of the students were feeling anxious because they were in front of such a big crowd. Yay! Thank you all. Luffy was not one of them. He waved his hands in the air at all the cheering spectators. Why are you thanking them for? Izuku asked as he tried his best not to shiver from being in front of such a huge crowd. For cheering for me. Luffy said it as if it was obvious, which made Izuku's sweat drop. I don't think they are cheering for you, Izuku thought but decided not to ruin Luffy's good mood. Present Mike sure did talk us all a bunch, makes me feel kinda nervous. Kirishima said as he looked at the huge crowd surrounding him. How you feeling, man? Oh, I'm not worried, said Bakugo with an evil grin. Makes me wanna win this thing even more. Now that all the students rounded up, they waited for the hero to come to kickstart this whole festival. Turns out that hero was the R-rated heroine Midnight, who, like usual, was wearing a very tight and thin bodysuit. Silence everyone, she said as she whipped her whip. And for the student pledge, we have Monkey D. Luffy. Oh no, are you serious? Mineta said as he looked at Luffy going near Midnight. He's totally gonna bomb it. In the teacher's booth. I still don't think it was a good idea to have young Luffy do this year's student's pledge, All Might said with increasing levels of worry. We didn't really have a choice. We always used the top of the entrance exam leaderboards for this speech. Ectoplasm tried to comfort the NRS1 hero. Still don't think it's a good idea, All Might confessed. Don't worry, All Might. I gave him a rough idea of what he should say, Nizu said, which did not help in the slightest. Back on the stadium. As Luffy slowly got on the platform, he came face to face with the microphone, and with a deep breath, he said, I forgot what I had to say. I'm not even surprised. Thought the whole of Class 1A and the teachers. I knew it, said All Might as he facepalmed, but Nizu's smile never went off his face. Midnight, trying to salvage the situation, whispered, just say something about yourself and give an inspirational speech. Oh, okay. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's gonna become the Pirate King. Unfortunately, nobody knew what he was talking about. But to become the Pirate King, the little bear said I had to win this thing. So, good luck with second place, Luffy finished saying. This caused all hell to break loose. All the other classes booed Luffy. Majority of Luffy's classmates looked completely shocked at Luffy for basically declaring the first spot for himself, and some of the other classmates to stop Bakugo from not going to kill Luffy right then and there. Why do I feel like you, sir, are getting more and more comfortable with lying? All Might said to Nizu. I've never had a problem with lying before. This is just the first time so many of my lies have been discovered, Nizu said while smiling at Luffy. What the heck, Luffy? Momo said as he shook him multiple times. Now they are all gonna come for us, said a scared Mineta. They were already going to do that, Luffy said after Momo stopped shaking him. Besides, I have no problem with that. Well, it's not like anything has actually changed, said Uraraka, trying to find the silver lining. Without further ado, it's time to get started, Midnight said as a giant TV popped up behind her. UA isn't really letting us catch a breath, is it? Uraraka said, slightly surprised at the fact that they were jumping straight into the trials. The first fateful game of the festival, Midnight said as the giant TV showed it randomly choosing the game. What could it be? The obstacle course. In this game, your goal is to complete the circle around the stadium as quickly as possible, Midnight said as she pointed to the entrance to the race. As long as you are in the course, you are free to do whatever your heart desires. Now then, take your places, contestants. Everybody quickly scrambled to the narrow hallway. As everybody put their own game faces on as they waited for the countdown, Luffy's face held a toothy grin. As soon as the third light turned off and Midnight said begin, everybody ran as fast as they could to get out of the narrow hallway. Ugh! Stop pushing me, Luffy said as he was getting pushed from all sides. Quickly realizing what to do, he just started climbing on people and walked on them as fast as he could. What the? Hey! That's not fair, and several other comments like these were said by the people whom Luffy stepped on. This is the first obstacle. Luffy heard Todoroki's voice before a giant ice wave hit the entire hallway, freezing most of the people inside. Apologies. Hey! Not bad ice guy. Luffy, unfortunately for Todoroki, said as he started running on the frozen ground side by side with Todoroki. But you kinda froze some of our friends inside. They are not my friends. Todoroki said as he released an ice wall in Luffy's path, stopping him momentarily. And neither are you. I didn't expect so many people to dodge that. Todoroki said as he looked behind at most of his classmates and a couple of others leaving the hallway. Nice one you guys. Luffy cheered his crew. Wow. It's those big robots. So the others had to fight these robots, huh? Todoroki said as he looked at about 5 giant zero-pointers, coming in as an obstacle. They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they prepared something a little more difficult. As soon as Todoroki finished his sentence, one zero-pointer who was closing in on him was hit by a giant ice wave attack, freezing it mid-step. Wow! It's like that one Admiral's ice attack from before. Luffy said, in his mind thinking of the Ice Age the Admiral used. Careful now. I froze them while they were off their balance. When Todoroki said this, the giant frozen robot started to fall on the other students. On purpose. Woo! Very nice. Luffy said as he once again appeared side by side with Todoroki and received an annoyed TSK. Now let me show you one of mine. Gear 3rd. Now Luffy with 2 giant-sized fists started spinning them and pushing them back while jumping face to face with a zero-pointer. Gomu Gomu no Dash. Grizzly Corkscrew Magnum. And with full force he brought down his 2 rotating giant fists on the robot's face, destroying it in the process. For those wondering, rifle plus giant pistol plus Haki plus bazooka. He only used this move in the anime against Katakuri. Impressive. Todoroki said as he glanced at the falling robot. But that's only to be expected. Wow. With an impressive display of power, Luffy and Todoroki take the lead with a destructive start. With Luffy being slightly behind. Truly impressive of the class's 1A rep and the recommendation student. Present Mike commented on them taking down the zero-pointers with little to no problem. They are true forces of nature. Thoughts? Todoroki's attack was both offensive and defensive, while Luffy's attack was destructive. Both of them managed to seriously slow down the other opponents. Aizawa said from the commentator's booth. Present Mike having dragged him in there. Looks like Bakugo is finally starting to catch up. Todoroki said as he slid across the ropes of the next obstacle, which is the fall. The fall is a giant pit with mini islands connected by ropes. Took you long enough. Luffy said as he was jumping from island to island, using his rubber body to make springs and Haki to harden them, the technique learned from Bellamy. I hate you. Bakugo said as he tried to blast Luffy out of the sky, only for Luffy to push him behind him, in midair. Stop pushing me. In the crowd. The dudes in the first 2 places are so far ahead. Said a random spectator. The guy in front has a very powerful quirk, but is his natural athletic talent and keen thinking that is keeping him in the first place. Said a guy with 3 eyes. But the other one behind him, his quirk doesn't seem that powerful, but the creative way he uses it puts him above the others. Well, I'm not surprised about the first one, his father is Endeavor. But the other guy, I have no idea who he is, but his smile reminds me of All Might. A red hair extra said as the screen focused on both Luffy and Todoroki, Luffy wearing an ear-to-ear smile and Todoroki having an ice-cold expression. Yeah. I bet a ton of agencies will want to get their hands on those too. Said someone. Back with Luffy and Todoroki. Okay, last one. This is EA. Luffy was cut off when an explosion went off under his feet. Ha! Mines. As much as I hate it, I can't take it fast without giving others a path. At least I'll be able to deal with Lou. His thoughts were cut off when he saw a certain straw hat running full speed ahead without a care in the world. What the hell? Are the mines not activating? No, he isn't stepping on a single one. True enough, Luffy with his future sight was able to pinpoint the sweet spot of where he needed to step. And just like that, Luffy takes the lead. Running full speed ahead without touching a single mine. Does he know where they are? Or is he just lucky? Present Mike said as the whole crowd watched the gap between Todoroki and Luffy widen. So this is what Haki can do. Thought every teacher, and a couple of his classmates who were just now catching up. You icy hot BSTRD. Your declaration of war was to the wrong person. Bakugo said as he threw an explosion at Todoroki, making him stumble back and put some ice on the ground to not set off any mines. Leaving him behind. Rubber brain. You're next. Wow. What's this? Todoroki now fell to 3rd place? And Bakugo is gunning after Luffy now? What a turn of events. Present Mike said as he watched Bakugo quickly fly over to where Luffy was now. Sorry, can't let you have 1st place. Todoroki said as he started running on ice towards Luffy, with Bakugo side by side. Hey, what or why? Luffy was cut off by having to dodge an explosion to the back of the neck and breaking the ice wall in front of him. What the hell, guys? You said the first place was yours? I'd like to see you try. Bakugo said as all three of them started throwing hands, explosions, and ice at each other. But before any one of them could actually do any real damage, they stopped when they saw and heard a giant pink explosion at the start of the minefield. What the? BSTRD. Greenie. They all said at the same time as Izuku was coming at them from the sky on a piece of metal. And just as he surpassed them, Izuku was seen flying over them, taking the lead. Woohoo! Yeah, go! Luffy was cheering Izuku on as he, Todoroki, and Bakugo stopped their fighting and went to catch up with Izuku. Don't you dare, Deku! Bakugo yelled as he and the others were neck and neck with Izuku. Izuku proceeded to use his momentum to stomp on both Bakugo and Todoroki's backs, and then using what strength he had, he slammed the piece of metal into the land mines. Huh? Unfortunately for Izuku, nothing happened because the piece of metal never hit the land mines. The only thing it hit was Luffy's hand. Before he could even think of what happened, he hit the ground, detonating several mines all at once. Wow! Luffy said as they were all blown up, making each of them in the lead as they left the minefield. I don't even know what happened, but it looks like there are now 4 people in the first place. Who is going to be the first to arrive? It's not much now. Present Mike said as he shouted near Aizawa's ear, making the other hero groan in frustration. Don't you losers dare! Bakugo said as he began using more and more power with each of his blasts. I can't lose here. Todoroki thought as he began skiing on the ice. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Izuku thought as he strained every muscle in his body to be as powerful as possible. Gear second. Luffy said as his skin now turned a slight pink with steam coming out of his body. And the winner is, Present Mike said as he waited as patiently as he could for the first person to go through the finish line. Monkey D. Luffy. And soon after the other participants came in, with Todoroki getting second place, Bakugo for third, and unfortunately, Izuku getting fourth. The whole crowd burst into cheers, and Luffy was happily eating it up. At entrance to the stadium. Oh, hey look! It's the kid from earlier. Death Arms said when he noticed Luffy's goofy face getting plastered on the TVs on the outside. Yeah, he destroyed MT Lady's food. Wood said as he looked at the other contestants walking in. I still have to thank him for that. Tisk, MT Lady made a very irritated expression on her face for a split second before turning back to the paparazzi. Back at the stadium. Woohoo! Yay! I won! Luffy said as he bounced up and down. Soon after, all the other students started to pour in. Oi! Momo! IW. He stopped talking when he saw Mineta on her back, clinging as if his life depended on it. Anyway, you see? I won. Luffy said to Momo, who was looking in slight horror and mostly gratitude at a knocked-out Mineta on the floor. I saw. Nicely done, Luffy. Momo said as she was doing her best to keep her breathing under control. Listen up. Only the top 42 can continue to participate. But don't worry, the others can do all sorts of different stuff. Midnight said that last part with a bit of a stuck tone and a lick of her lips. Now the real fun is about to begin. Let's see what else we have in store for you. As soon as she finished, the TV behind her finally showed the next upcoming game, which was a cavalry battle. What's that? Luffy asked the people around him. It's a bit hard to explain. Momo said, but before she could proceed, Midnight did it for her. Yep, like that. The last place has only 5 points, and with each place, 5 points are added. Midnight said as a leaderboard was shown. Which means that the first place has 10 million points. What? Luffy said as he started feeling predatory vibes from the auras around him, besides Momo and a few others. That SCKS. Momo said, thinking that teaming up with Luffy may have a bit of a disadvantage. Wow, so that's what it means to be at the top. Izuku thought as he looked at Luffy scratching his ear while all the people around him were looking at him like a lion looking at a piece of steak. So those are the rules. This is going to be rough, but you can use your quirks as much as you like, but be warned, if you make a team fall you will be immediately disqualified. Midnight said as she finished the rules of the game. Now you got 15 minutes to build your team. I recommend you get started. Okay, so, Momo. Luffy said as he got face to face with Momo. Let's make a team. I was afraid you were going to ask me that. Momo said after she thought about it for about a minute. Sure. Yay. Luffy said as he looked at people getting into their own groups. Now who else? So I am sorry, Midoriya, but think of me as a full-fledged rival from now on. Ida said, refusing Izuku's invitation to the team. Hey, Glasses. Wanna join? Luffy said, slightly startling the boy. I am sorry, class representative, but just like I told Midoriya, I still am in your shadow. I will join a decent group and become the winner. Consider this a declaration of war. Ida said as he began looking for other teams and walking away. Good luck, Luffy said in a carefree way while Momo's heart was beginning to pound. Now, who is going to join our team? Momo said with a finger on her chin. This was troubling. Sure, Luffy was strong, but 10 million points puts a giant mark on your back. Spiky hair, wanna join us? Luffy said to Kirishima, who was standing near a couple of people. Look guys, it's not that I don't want to join you, Kirishima said as he was trying very hard to look for an excuse. But I already joined Bakugu's team. Huh? Since when? Bakugu said with a tick mark above his eyebrows. Come on man, think of the team we'll make. I won't get hurt by your explosion. Kirishima whispered to Bakugu with his back turned to Luffy. We'll be unstoppable. Yeah, Bakugu said with a demonic grin on his face. Thinking that he will be able to blast as much as he wanted. SC guys. I'm sorry, Kirishima said while scratching the back of his neck. Maybe next year. It seems nobody wants to team up with us, Momo said in frustration. Unbeknownst to her, another participant was approaching them. Hey, Mr. Captain. Want to team up? The purple hair student asked the team of two. Shinso? I believe that is your name, Momo said to the purple-haired student while Luffy was thinking it over. I'm surprised, I thought you hated our class. I don't hate your class, I hate the system which picks and chooses candidates for the hero course, Shinso reasoned. Plus, if I win the cavalry battle with the team that has 10 million points, it's bound to put me in the teacher's crosshairs for choosing a student to your crew, as you called it. Hey Momo, this isn't the last game, is it? Luffy asked his partner while looking at Shinso. No, after this, there is usually a tournament between the winners. Momo answered his question while looking at Luffy. I see. After thinking about it for a second. I don't want you to replace one of my crew or the others, so no. Shinso expected this to happen. In truth, he had very low hopes of joining the captain's team. I see, good luck finding another teammate. It's getting pretty late. Wait for a second, Momo said before Shinso could run off. Luffy, come here for a sec. Yeah, Momo? Luffy said as they turned their backs to Shinso. Do you have some meat? No, listen. I think we should let him on our team, Momo said, which caused Luffy to gasp. Look, I know what you are going to say, but we don't have a choice. If we don't find at least one more teammate, we will be disqualified. Luffy didn't budge an inch, so Momo reassured him. After this, we will have a tournament battle, so you can always beat him and make sure he doesn't join our class. Seeing that Luffy began to think it over, she decided to go in for the final push. I don't like it too, but we need at least one more and then you'll never see him again. Ugh, fine, Luffy said as turned to Shinso. Congrats. You are on our team. Try not to slow us down. I'll do my best, Captain, Shinso said as he drew closer. Now, what do we do? I think we start talking strategy. Momo offered her input. I don't think anybody else will want to team up with us. So with that in mind, let's talk quirks. While Luffy's team was formulating a strategy, more like Momo and Shinso, a certain pink-haired girl was looking for the 10 million points boy. Hey, we met earlier, remember? Uraraka said to the support course student. I meet a lot of people. I don't remember all of them, the pink-haired girl said as she didn't even turn to Uraraka. Now I gotta find the guy in the first place. Look, I saw all your gadgets and stuff. I bet we will be an awesome team if we partner up, Uraraka said as she put a hand on her shoulder and pointed toward Izuku and Tokoyami. I don't want to win this festival, the girl said, which confused the gravity girl. I just want to advertise my babies. And the team with 10 million points is gonna get the most attention, so I have to team up with them. Uraraka was slightly taken aback by her reasoning, but nonetheless, she persevered. Why yeah, but imagine how much spotlight we are going to get if we manage to get the lead. Everybody will know our name. That is, if we get it. How can you be so sure? The support student said as she thought about joining Izuku's team more and more. Oh, don't worry, we have a plan, she said with a slightly demonic smile on her face. But before she could make any decision, the timer reached. That's it. The 15-minute timer is up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, each team has 5 minutes to prepare and put on their respective headband, Midnight said into her microphone. Don't let us down. Crap. I didn't find Mr. 10 million, she said in a slight panic before turning to the gravity girl. Fine, but you better have a good plan. About 20 seconds before the cavalry battle started. Alright, we each know what to do. Right, Luffy? Momo asked the rubber man who was on her right shoulder. She had zero to no hopes of Luffy actually knowing what to do. Yeah, I got it. Just steal their headbands, Luffy said in a happy tone, which made the others sigh. The plan is to run away. Shinso said to the straw hatter on his left shoulder. We will be targeted and we have enough points. We just need to stall for time. Eh? Only cowards to that. Luffy rebutted. But before anyone could even start to argue they heard midnight. All right, the countdown is over. Time for the battle to start. As soon as she finished saying this, everybody started going toward Luffy and his headband. You're way lighter than I thought you would be, said Momo, genuinely surprised at the fact that Luffy didn't weigh about 300 pounds from the amount of food he eats. This made Shinso raise an eyebrow, thinking, this is light for you. Shinso wasn't as bulked up as the rest of the hero course. You rubber brain BSTRD. How dare you steal first place from me again? Bakugo said as his team went full force for Luffy's team. I'll kill you. You really don't have any manners, do you? Shinso said to Bakugo, trying to get a response. Probably why you are never going to win, huh? What d? Bakugo stopped talking, only looking straight ahead with a blank expression. Now, why don't you give me your headband? Shinso said, making Bakugo remove his headband and start handing it over. Wow, how did you do that, Purpley? Luffy asked the person to his right, making him a little irritated at the nickname. I have a name. That was my quirk. Whenever somebody responds to my question I can brainwash them. Shinso said, making Luffy widen his eyes a bit. Wow. That's awesome. Luffy said while stretching his hand for the headband, only to be cut off by Todoroki's team, which consisted of Aoyama, Todoroki, Denki, and Ida. Bakugo. Snap out of it. Kirishima said as he pinched Bakugo's leg, waking him up. What the? Bakugo looked confused for a second, looking at his headband before quickly putting it back and focusing his attention on Luffy's team. You BSTRDS. You tried to trick me. You have to be more careful about your surroundings, said a new rival with a tone filled with smugness as he snatched Bakugo's headband. You never know what could happen. As Bakugo's team was fighting with Monomoa's, Luffy was face to face with Todoroki. Luffy, we have to steer clear. We can't afford to be cocky, Momo said as she tried to rein in Luffy. Yaoyorozu, huh? I would have chosen you if you weren't so attached to Luffy, and the student who declared war. I don't know his quirk, but I have to be careful, especially Luffy. I don't know what kinds of other abilities he could hide. While Todoroki was having his inner monologue, several teams were getting quickly disqualified. I didn't get the chance to say this before, but I also declare war on you, Luffy. Your physical prowess and the way you use your quirks are all just standards that I have to achieve, Todoroki said, which made Shinso wonder what he meant when he said quirks. Ugh, why is everyone declaring war all of a sudden? It's starting to get really annoying, Luffy said as he lightly slammed his fist. Ow. Shinso said, even though he didn't sound hurt at all. I can't believe my idea made so many copycats. Can't think on your own, huh? Unfortunately for Shinso, Todoroki chose not to respond. Instead he said, I hope I see you in the finals, Luffy. Deciding that confronting Luffy is too much of a risk, and as a parting gift, he threw an ice wall in front of Luffy. Then we can see who has better hopes of becoming the NR1 hero. I thought you said that if people respond to you, you can brainwash them? Momo asked Shinso after making sure that nobody is in their near vicinity. Only if they respond to my question, Shinso said as they were sticking to the outskirts of the arena, trying to be as hidden as possible. About 5 minutes later. Hello, person in first place. Mei's voice was heard from afar, which made the entirety of Luffy's team turn their head to recognize Izuku's team. I have come for your spotlight. Who are you? Luffy said before turning his head to notice Mineta and Tsuyu on Shoji's back. Ah. We are getting boxed in. I have come for your points, rep. Mineta said without having a headband. Get them, Tsu. Azui threw her tongue as fast as she could to Luffy's headband. Unfortunately for her, her speed wasn't fast enough because Luffy caught her tongue in his fist. Oh no, was the last thing Azui said before getting dragged to the ground along with her entire team. Nice one, Luffy. Now we got one more, Momo said as she looked at Dark Shadow reaching for Luffy's headband. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. As fast as Luffy could without being in gear. Second, he threw a massive 2 open palm hit at Dark Shadow, it making it go back to his owner. Ow. That hurt? Dark Shadow said with a tear in his eye as he got back to Tokoyami. I apologize, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami said as they tried their hardest to catch up to Luffy's team. Luffy has both offense and defense on his side, we shouldn't go after him. Plus, we already have enough headbands to reach the finals. No way, Birdhead. I need that spotlight. Mei said as they didn't stop chasing Luffy, making Tokoyami sweat drop at his new nickname. Wait a second. Luffy said as he stopped his 2 horses. Why are we running? Let's get them. Luffy, we talked about this. Yes, they are alone now, but we can get quickly overwhelmed. Momo tried to reason with Luffy. Don't care. Let's go, Luffy said as he stretched his hand for the others' headbands, only to be swatted away by Dark Shadow. You rubber-brained BSTRD. They heard Bakugo yell as he came at Luffy from the side, making their only escape route backward. Those points are mine. Crap, we only have one way to escape, Momo said as she looked back, only to see Todoroki come. Oh no. We are trapped. We had to bail out last time, but with the headbands we have now, a spot in the finals is secured, Todoroki said as Aoyama launched a laser blast at Luffy, only for him to narrowly dodge it. Only 30 seconds left to go. You better hurry it up, people, Present Mike said as everyone's attention were drawn to the 4 teams that were now boxed in a ring of ice, making Luffy's escape nigh impossible. We don't have much time, but I will do something that will guarantee us that headband and make me useless for about 10 minutes. Ida said as he roared his engines. Get ready. As Luffy tried to think of the best way to get out of this, he saw with future sight Haki what Ida was about to pull. Guys, when I say now, jump to the side. Before they could even question what he meant, they heard Ida say. Torque over, recipro burst. As Ida's exhaust pipes started to spew blue fire and the pipes themselves became red from the heat, he gained an insane speed boost that could be missed in the blink of an eye. Now, Luffy said before Ida said his thing, and with 1 inch to spare he managed to dodge Todoroki's hand. But because of the way Luffy's team was positioned, they didn't see Izuku's team and they crashed into each other. It was a miracle that neither Todoroki nor Izuku fell off. Not the same could be said about Dark Shadow. Ha, nice dodge, but don't think that's gonna work on me, Bakugo said as he was flying in the air, using his blasts to give him momentum. He was reaching Luffy at an alarming rate. As Bakugo's hand was near inches from Luffy's headband, Luffy thought of what he could do, and what he did was stretch his head back, making Bakugo's eyes widen. End time, Present Mike said, which caused Bakugo to drop to the ground. Look, I know this cavalry battle is absolute dog's hit, you don't have to say it cause I know it. I kept putting it off and it was a nightmare and a half to write it, but it's done and I'm not looking back. Now time to take a look at our top 5 teams, Present Mike said as everyone got off their horses. In first place, we have Luffy's team. Yay! We won, Luffy said as he started cheering. That was way too close for comfort. We had too many close calls, Momo said as she held a palm on her forehead. We won, that's all that matters, Shinso said as he plopped on the ground exhausted from having to carry Luffy. In second place we have Bakugo's team, Present Mike said as Bakugo punched the ground in frustration. That was pretty close. If the timer hadn't gone off, Bakugo would have been disqualified, Kirishima said as he was huffing and puffing. At least it's second place. That's better than nothing, Mina said as she wiped her forehead. I don't think our leader would agree with you, Zero said as they looked at a very angry Bakugo. In third, we have Todoroki's team, Present Mike said as Todoroki was looking at his left hand. I can't believe I used my left side in order to brace myself from Dark Shadow, Todoroki thought as he put his hand over his scar. My instincts still remember everything that BSTRD taught me. Darn it, said Ida, annoyed at the fact his special move was shown only for it to do nothing. Don't worry, Mon Ami. You did wonderfully, Aoyama said with a wink. It did not help Ida. In fourth place, we have Midoriya's team, Present Mike said while the team was gasping for air. Huff, I'm sorry Hatsumi-ai, you didn't get your spotlight, Izuku said as he placed his hands on his knees. Oh, that's fine. I can still advertise my babies in the finales, Mei said as if she wasn't tired. I can't believe we managed to pull it off, Uraraka said as she sat down. And last but least, we have Kendo's team, Present Mike said the final team barely managed to scrape it off. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, said Tetsu as he was pumping a fist in the air. I thank the Lord for blessing us with this win, Ibra said as she prayed. Now let's take a break to celebrate the festivities. See you soon, Present Mike said as he announced the break. Hey, Eraserhead, let's grab some food. No way, I'm taking a nap, Aizawa said as he plopped in his sleeping bag and went to sleep without a care in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for our final round. But before that, good news for everyone that didn't make the finals. We prepared some super fun side games that everyone can be interested in. We even brought in cheerleaders to get the blood pumping, Present Mike said as almost everyone got back from their break. Nothing of note happened. Luffy ate almost as much food as there was. Izuku and Todoroki had an interesting little chat and the girls of Class 1A were tricked. Hold on. What are they doing? Said Aizawa with wide eyes as he looked at his girl students. Looks like Class 1A is going full-on fan service, Present Mike said as a lot of the boys' participants were blushing at the fact that the girls were wearing cheerleader uniforms. Shishishishishi, Luffy laughed while clutching his stomach and pointing at the girls. You guys look so ridiculous. Shishishi. Luffy. Don't laugh. Momo said with a very heavy blush on her face. I can't believe I let myself get tricked by that little pervert again. I even used my quirk to make these outfits. Momo said as she plopped to the ground. Oh, come on. You couldn't have known. Uraraka said as she put a comforting hand on her shoulder while also slightly glaring at a laughing Luffy. Besides, we were all tricked. She knew Aizawa wouldn't have made them wear these outfits if only she went with her gut instinct. Now, girls. I appreciate a woman trying to draw attention to herself as much as the next heroine. Midnight said on her microphone, which caused a sea of denials to come from the cheerleaders. But we must make preparations to see who will be fighting whom. So come closer everyone. As Midnight said this, every participant drew closer, be they cheerleaders or otherwise. Oh man, I can't wait to get this started. I have always watched the sports festival on my TV, but to actually be here. Kirishima said as he was brimming with excitement. It feels surreal. What are we gonna do anyway? Luffy said as he was walking side by side with Kirishima, still recovering from the fit of laughter he had to endure earlier. Well, every year is different. Last year they held a foam sword competition. Zero said as he held a finger up, slightly in the back. But it will involve some sort of battle, that much is for sure. After some bickering about there being too many participants and whatnot, a majority of Team Kendo chose to withdraw, leaving only Ibara Shiozaki and Tetsu. After they have said their emotional goodbyes and promises of winning, Midnight proceeded with the tournament, showing who will be fighting whom. Ashido? Luffy asked himself as he saw the brackets. Unbeknownst to him, a pink-skinned girl was severely sulking. Who's that? So I'll be keeping the fights normal. I only switched Aoyama with Luffy. Damn it, I at least wanted to make it past the first round. Mina said as she dropped her pom-poms. She had no hope of winning besides pure dumb luck. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do fine. Toru cheered her best friend on, only for Mina to look at her like, are you serious? Well, you at least made it to the tournament. I didn't even get past the cavalry battle. Well, we always have next year. Mina already accepted her fate, with Toru right behind her. Now that we have decided who our duelists will be, let's enjoy the side games. Midnight said as she walked off with a little strut in her. Several minutes later, Luffy decided to check up on Momo. At the moment she was trying to think of a strategy against Tokoyami while also putting in her bare minimum into cheerleading. Hey Momo, how you doing? Oh, hey Luffy, you gave up on your scavenger hunt? Momo said, a bit surprised at seeing the Straw Hat approach her. Usually, he would have either gone to the buffet or tried to solve this little side game. Well, I wanted to do it. But I don't know what this thing is. Luffy said as he held up his card. If you want I can make you a smartphone. Momo said, slightly bewildered that Luffy still didn't know what a smartphone is. Nah, the prize isn't meat so I don't care. Luffy said as he plopped on the ground, Momo following closely sitting next to him. Should have expected that. Momo now sat on the ground as they watched some of the other students participate in a side game with a giant ball. Do you think I'll win? Of course. Luffy said without missing a beat. Momo always appreciated that part about Luffy. Plus we trained so there isn't anything to worry about. True, but I still have a long way to go until I learn even the basics of Haki. Momo said as she recalled sparring with Luffy. You said so yourself. Everybody learns differently. He said as he started cloud gazing. If I've learned anything, is that you learn the most Haki in the heat of the battle. So who knows? Maybe you'll learn it this match. Maybe. Momo said as she started to go over everything Luffy taught her, which, besides a few broken bones and bruises, wasn't much. Flashback. In Momo's gym. Momo? Why'd you call me here? Luffy said as he stood in the middle of the ring, while Momo was equipping her boxing gloves. Those small ones. I need to ask a favor of you, Luffy. Momo said, which caused Luffy to quirk an eyebrow. Teach me Haki. Sure. Luffy said with no hesitation. I gotta say, I thought that agreeing to you to teach me would be harder. Momo said, perplexed at the fact that Luffy was so nonchalant about teaching her Haki. In her mind, Haki was a super secret technique that only gifted children could learn, but calling Luffy gifted was a stretch. Why not? It's the least I can do for what you did for me. Luffy said as he started looking for something around the gym. I didn't do anything for you. If anything, I'm still repaying you for saving me at the mall. Momo said as she put a hand on her chin. So anyway, how is this going to work? It's not that hard, I just need a BLNDFLD and a big stick. Luffy said, which caused Momo to use her quirk to make just these items. Like these? Momo said as she held out a bat and a black BLNDFLD to Luffy. Yeah. Where did you get these? Luffy said as he looked at the baseball bat. He had seen it before on the TV but never in person. I used my quirk, which I told you about 1,000,000 times before. Momo said with a small sigh. She wasn't surprised at this point. So, what are we doing? I'm gonna teach you observation haki. Now, normally for the very beginning, we would need something like a giant pink elephant. Luffy said as he remembered the first part of his own haki training. But we don't have that, so we'll just skip over that step. Everybody learns haki differently. It took me a year and a half to learn the basics of all forms, but we have only a couple of days. Here, put this on. Okay. Momo said with uncertainty as she grabbed the BNHA and put it around her eyes. After that, she was forced into a sitting position by Luffy. Luffy? Okay, now dodge. Luffy said as he prepared to strike. Dodge. Momo couldn't say anything else, as she felt a baseball bat hit her square in the shoulder, with what must have been the strength of a freight train. What the hell? Momo said as she untangled herself from the ring's ropes. You could have broken my arm. It was dislocated and slightly fractured. No way, I barely put any force into that. Luffy defended himself. Plus I told you to dodge. I was blindfolded. Momo retorted as she wondered how the hell was Luffy so strong. How am I supposed to dodge it if I can't see it? With haki. Luffy said as he prepared another attack. Dodge. Momo once again found herself tangled. I might actually die before the sports festival. No time for slacking off. After this, we will spar. Old man Rayleigh always said the best way to learn is through pain. Luffy said as he prepared for another home run. So get ready. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to say dodge. End flashback. I still have some bruises from the hits you gave me. Momo said as she caressed her arm looking mad, but her tone said otherwise. I was lucky that any broken bones I had were quickly fixed by our family doctor, or you would have been in serious trouble. Shishishi, sorry. Luffy said as he tried to hide his laughing mouth. But you learned something, right? I hope so. Momo said, wishing that all those broken bones and restless nights with Luffy beating her amounted to something. Tokoyami has a strong quirk, and I don't know its weakness. Maybe if I do a variety of different tests during our battle, then maybe I can figure out some sort of PLA. Stop it. Luffy said as he lightly punched her on the head. You're making my head hurt. Ow. Momo said as she rubbed the top of her head. That hurt. How many times did you do this when we fought? Luffy said, which made Momo momentarily forget about her pain. I think every time. Sometimes there isn't a weakness, trust me, I know. Luffy was thinking of his first fight with Kaido, Doflamingo, Katakuri, and many others. If I fought like you, I would be dead right now. Luffy said with a straight face, which was an unusual sight for Momo. Luffy was 99% of the time silly and goofy. Seeing this different side of his gave her pause and goosebumps. Sometimes the only way you can win it's just by punching your enemy until he can't get back up. Don't forget that. You have been in a lot of fights, haven't you? Momo asked the obvious after about a minute of sitting in silence. She didn't mean to pry, but she hoped that maybe, with a little bit of luck, she'll be able to look into that rubber brain of his. Yeah, you can say that. Luffy didn't mind sharing, especially with somebody like Momo. More than I can count. I'm sorry, that must have been horrible. Momo didn't like the fact that someone as close to her as Luffy has seen more bloodshed than any child should see. Why were you sorry? I don't regret it. You don't? Of course not. If I can't fight for the sake of my dreams, then what's the point in having them? There aren't any other ways of reaching your dream besides fighting? No, not my dream. I hope I will find a dream like yours someday. One where I would give my life to achieve it. I hope so too. Okay. Enough chit-chatting and games, let's leave the spots area for Cementos, our resident builder, to make the arena. So anybody who is still in the grass area, get to your seats. Present Mike said with enthusiasm from his booth while Eraserherd was trying to make his headache go away. That's our cue, it's time to go, to our classes 1 as area. Momo said as she got up from the ground and looked at Luffy. Let's go. Momo said with a slight smile and an extended hand. Yeah, I'm coming. Luffy said as he grabbed her hand and used it to prop himself up. Soon after they started walking back to their seats. Thanks, for the talk. Momo said as she didn't look away from the path in front of her. It helped. Anytime. Luffy said as he slapped Momo's back, almost making her fall. Okay, he's back. Momo thought as tried to regain her balance. Momo liked Luffy's serious side, it showed that he understood the world rather than just live in it, but she preferred Luffy's sillier side more. Soon after a quick wardrobe change, they got to their viewing space. Mineta was sulking because the girls took off their cheerleader uniforms, which managed to get a tongue slap from Azui. Everybody was there, doing their own thing, besides Izuku. After some time of Luffy eating the others' popcorn and Bakugo getting frustrated at him for causing such a ruckus, Cementos finally finished. Soon after, Izuku's fight with Shinso started. For a second it looked like Shinso would win just by telling Izuku what to do, but after 2 broken fingers, Izuku just ran him out of the arena. After ending the match and a quick checkup at Recovery Girl, Izuku rejoined his classmates. Deku. Hey! Said Uraraka while also giving small flashbacks to Izuku from his days of being called that by Bakugo. I am glad you were able to secure your victory. Ida said as he pointed at the seat next to him and Luffy. Thanks, guys. Izuku said as he sat down. It was a close one. Yeah, you almost walked off. Luffy suddenly joined their conversation. Not the smartest guy, are you? No. It's not like that. Izuku stammered at having the class rep call him a dumbass. Thankfully he was saved by the quirk creation user. No Luffy, don't you remember? Momo said. Which caused Luffy to quirk an eyebrow at her. Right now she was peering over the railing to get a better view. Shinso can mind control people, that's probably what happened. Luffy made an O shape with his mouth. So you're not dumb? It think so? Izuku was weirded out about the situation he was in. He didn't want to brag about how smart he was, but he also didn't want Luffy of all people to call him dumb. USE. Shut the hell up, you DMN nerds. Bakugo said, which made Luffy turn to him and Izuku almost fell out of his seat. Just watch the DMN rounds or your butt is grass. Do you understand? Before any of them could retort, Present Mike announced the new fighting opponents, Hantashiro vs Shoto Todoroki. The fight itself looked like it was going into Shiro's way, well until Todoroki decided to fight. Momo. Get down. Luffy said as he pulled Momo to her seat, the ice barely missing her face with only a couple of inches to spare. You okay? I'll be fine. Momo said as she tried to get her racing heart under control. In truth, the ice wouldn't have actually hurt her, but it would have been annoying to get her head out of the giant glacier that formed in under 2 seconds. Thanks, Luffy. Wow. Super mainly rescue Luffy. Kirishima said as he started to shiver from having such a giant iceberg in front of him. I would have done the same thing. Mineta said from behind Momo with a slight stutter. Sure you would. Tsuyu said, who was taking this iceberg was very unwell. Oh okay. It's my turn. Wish me good luck. Denki said as he started going to his waiting room. Not that I need it. Good luck. Jairu said with a roll of her eyes. Honestly, the guy that annoyed her the most in this class must be Kaminari, followed closely by Luffy. The fight wasn't much of a fight. After Ibra scolded Present Mike for saying that she was there to cause harm, she quickly dealt with Kaminari, his electricity proving to be useless against her vines. Guess he needed the luck. Jairu said as she twirled her long earlobes. Wow, that quirk was amazing. The number of uses for it, both defensive and offensive, is countless. Not to mention the way she used Izuku was stopped from going into another muttering spree by the class rep knocking him to the ground. Ow. That hurt so bad. You have no idea. Momo deadpanned at the amount of strength Luffy just put in that punch. Fighting before the tournament is strictly forbidden. Ida said as he waved both of his robotic arms back and front at Izuku and Luffy. You were annoying me. Luffy told Izuku why he punched him as he grabbed the torn notebook that Izuku was writing in. Shirozaki Ibare? What this? The class gave Luffy a flat look at the fact that he had to spell it out to understand. It's nothing. Give it back. Please. Izuku normally would have no problem sharing his passion, but he needed a couple of seconds to recollect himself. After a couple of seconds of Luffy looking at the notebook and Izuku, a mischievous smile went across his face. No way. What? Luffy, please give it back. Izuku said as he reached for the notebook, but Luffy, being taller, just put it above his head. No. Luffy said. The way Luffy was acting pretty much told the class that he was just teasing Izuku, not actually bullying him. What's in it? It's nothing, now please give it back. Izuku said as he accidentally pushed Luffy to the ground. Oh no. Are you okay? I think I see a light. Luffy said, which managed to scare Izuku half to death, thinking he murdered Luffy, while half the class just rolled their eyes and the other half were snickering behind their hands. I am going towards it. No. Luffy, don't go. Stay with us. Izuku's mind was going too fast from too many things happening all at once to realize this was just a prank. I'm going. Luffy held a hand up, blocking the sunlight from his eyes. Tell my crew I love them. No. Luffy. Izuku was starting to cry crocodile tears. Guys, I need help. Unfortunately, the only thing he got was either eye rolls or full-blown laughs. What? Oh Deku, he's just messing with you. Uraraka managed to squeak out between her fit of laughs. This caused Izuku to look down at a now laughing Luffy who was rolling on the ground. If he could get redder, then he would invent a new shade from the blushing he was doing. Oh Midoriya. Never change, dude. Kirishima patted him on the back as he laughed. I want to die, Izuku said as he now sank into his seat, hoping that it would somehow swallow him up. Don't say that, Midoriya, Ida said, thinking he was serious. Unfortunately, I am unable to help you, seeing as how my match is the next one up, but never lose hope. Ida tried to comfort Izuku, who got a weak good luck for his efforts. Soon after, Ida's match began. Calling Ida's fight a fight was a stretch, the better word for it being a 10-minute advertisement using Ida as an actor. Mei managed to use Ida as a commercial for her support items, and make a name for herself in the support companies. After showing off all her items, she stepped out of bounds, making Ida the victor of this round. Well, that was something. But it's your turn now, Luffy, Momo said as she looked at an angry Ida making his way back. Luffy? Turns out that Luffy was so bred that he managed to fall asleep, with a slight snore. Luffy, there is free meat. Where? Luffy instantly woke up, surprising Izuku, who was providing a shoulder for Luffy to sleep on. Come on, class rep, it's our fight. Let's just get this over with, Mina said while walking like her pet dog just died. Oh, Luffy said, now running to catch up to Mina. I almost forgot. Good luck, Mina. Break a leg, Toru said in an attempt to make her best friend excited. It didn't work. Now at the arena, Luffy was cracking his knuckles with a big smile on his face, while Mina looked like she would rather be anywhere else. Okay, so who cares if I lose? I still need to give it my all, Mina said in a successful attempt to cheer herself up. Better get ready, rep. 'Cause I'm gonna win. Good luck with that. Luffy said it genuinely, which impressed some of the crowd with their sportsmanship. Opponents, get ready. Begin. As soon as Present Mike said this, Luffy extended an arm that was aiming for her face, only managing to miss her by a hair. Wow. That was a close one, Present Mike said as Mina started using her acid to skate on the ground. Okay, I can't go in for the attack, seeing how strong Luffy is and all, so my best bet is probably to make him use ranged attacks until he gets tired, Mina said as she continued to barely dodge dozens of Luffy's punches. Luffy's attacks are quick and direct, but Ashido manages to dodge every single one. She must be in very good shape and really know how to move her body to dodge all of those attacks, Izuku said as he started writing down in his notebook. Oh man, this isn't working, Luffy said as he stopped his punches. Oh, I got it. Wah, before Mina could even question what Luffy meant by that, she found herself being thrown on Luffy's shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Oh damn it. And Luffy managed to grab Ashido in an impressive display of speed. What will she do now? Present Mike said as Mina started struggling in Luffy's grip. Don't make me use my AC. Luffy didn't let her finish her sentence as she found herself being thrown out of the ring. Ow. Shishishi. Sorry. Luffy apologized even though he didn't sound like it. Does this mean I won? And we have a winner. Everybody give it up for Luffy, Present Mike said as the crowd roared to life with cheers. Everybody was cheering for Luffy, but nobody was really surprised. After seeing what he could do in the obstacle race, it was hard to get surprised. And now on to the next, more exciting match, both coming from the same hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mike said as he was accompanied by cheers from Luffy. Who do you think'll win? Mina asked Luffy as they were going back to their seats. I mean, I know who you want to win. But who do you think really will win? Momo for sure, Luffy said without missing a beat. She trained super hard, I believe in her. I hope she'll win too, Mina said. Soon after they got to their respective seats, the match started. Tokoyami's quirk is great, both offensive and defensive, if I only manage to some dash. No, this is exactly what Luffy told me not to do. I just have to fight. Soon after her little monologue in her head, she created a shield and a metal bat. This is as good a weapon as any. Alright, begin, Present Mike said, which prompted Tokoyami to use his quirk to attack Momo from a distance. In response, she managed to dodge every single attack. At least those Haki lessons managed to teach me this at least. Yeah, Momo. Kick his butt. Woohoo! Luffy screamed at the top of his lungs in an attempt to cheer Momo. Unfortunately, the only thing it managed to do is make her uncomfortable. Yeah. Get him. The class deadpanned at Luffy's cheers and tried to avoid his constant yelling. Okay, now it's my turn to go in for the hit, Momo told herself as she saw Tokoyami start to breathe heavily. Why is he getting tired? Meanwhile, with Tokoyami. Damn it, I've never had to use dark shadow so much with such bright lights before. Tokoyami said as he tried to get his breathing under control. True enough, the fireplaces on all four corners and the fact that it was the middle of the afternoon didn't help his quirk at all. As soon as Momo got into striking range with her bat, she put all the strength into her next attack, only to have Tokoyami dodge it and call his quirk to attack her. Fortunately for her, she managed to use the momentum of the mist strike to hit Tokoyami straight in his ribcage with her hand shield. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't fast enough to dodge the incoming hit from Dark Shadow. Now they were both on the ground, one having a hard time catching his breath while the other. His attacks are like a baby's compared to Luffy. She was genuinely surprised at how much it didn't hurt. Is it because she developed a high pain tolerance, or is it because his quirk was that weak? Get up, Momo! Luffy cheered her on. Thinking his cheering worked when she started getting up. That's what I'm talking about. In the crowd. Pretty impressive, to have been hit by such an attack and get up so quickly. She must be used to it, said someone with green hair and spiky teeth. It's adorable the way her brother cheers her on. A girl with a face mask that had smiley faces on it gushed. I wish I had a brother like that. I can't imagine being her though. To have a family member cheer you up like you are a small child, it has to be pretty embarrassing. Someone in a motorcycle helmet said. The crowd was pretty split about how Luffy cheered Momo on. In the arena. This is it. I just have to go for the finishing blow. Momo said as she rushed at Tokoyami, who was still trying to breathe. Perfect, she fell for my trap. Tokoyami thought as she saw in the corner of his eye a running Momo at him. When she was close enough, Tokoyami wanted to use Dark Shadow at full strength to uppercut Momo. As Momo was going straight into his trap, she felt something. Something like pins and needles under her chin, and she could have sworn that in her mind she saw a glimpse of a layout Dark Shadow punching her. But she didn't know whether it was her imagination or something else. At the last possible second, she moved her head up and took a step backward, managing to just barely dodge his attack. Was that Haki? Tokoyami was staring at her wide-eyed DMN. She's more agile than I thought. Let's go. Momo. I knew you could do it. Luffy cheered his friend on at finally developing some sort of basic Haki. Momo was inches away from hitting him with a baseball bat to the face, not enough to give him a concussion, but enough that he'll remember. And as the bat was about to make contact, Tokoyami caught it in his hand, making Momo go wide-eyed this time. Dark Shadow. He called. I'm on it. The quirk responded as it hit Momo straight in the gut. Woo! That must have hurt. Shall we call the medic? Present Mike commented on the last blow. Yaoyorozu, you surprise me. I thought your quirk and intelligence were your only strengths. Clearly, I was wrong. Aizawa thought as he watched Momo leave behind a small flashbang. Ah! The light! Dark Shadow whimpered as he grew smaller for about a second. Sadly, that second was all that was needed, because the next thing Tokoyami saw was a metal baseball bat before everything went black. Momo Yaoyorozu wins. Midnight declared Momo the winner as she called the standby doctors to check on Tokoyami. Yay! Momo, you won! Luffy yelled as he dropped from the balcony and ran to her, making his other classmates drop their jaws. Thankfully he quickly got up with minor scratches on his body from 4-story drop. So this must be what Rayleigh felt when he saw Luffy off at Sabaody. Pride. What? Is he crazy? Ah, that's adorable. How is he not dead? And several other comments like these were made among the crowd when they saw the resident Straw Hat running to Momo, who was having a hard time standing on 2 feet from the last attack that Dark Shadow delivered. She was now having a harder time not blushing from being thrown into the air multiple times, with Luffy repeatedly saying, hip hip hooray. Hey! Get off, you have to leave for the next contestants. Midnight scolded Luffy, who was now scowling, and a thankful Momo, thinking that Luffy would put her down. But was surprised when she felt being tossed on Luffy's shoulder for the second time that day. No. Not again. Hold tight, Luffy said as he activated second gear and run to the spot where he fell. Gomu Gomu no dash. Luffy. No. Take the stairs. Like a normal person. Momo already regretted her choice of words. Of course, Luffy wasn't a normal person. Jump. Using Bellamy's technique again, he jumped all the way to their class, making people go wide-eyed at the impressive jump he just demonstrated. Ah? Izuku fell on his back from being startled by seeing Luffy and Momo land perfectly in front of them. Hey, guys. Did you see it? Momo won. Luffy said as he put Momo down, who was having a hard time thinking straight. No way. Jairu said in an exaggerated tone. Really? Yeah. It was awesome, too bad you missed it. Luffy said, which just made Jairu angry and the others snicker a bit. Leaving Luffy's antics aside. That was very impressive. I had no idea you could dodge like that. Especially the uppercut that Dark Shadow was about to give you. Luffy said as he continued to write down in his notebook. Ah, it's nothing really. Momo said as she went back to her seat. You should talk to Luffy, he is the one that trained me. So that's what you meant by sparring that time we were at your mansion? Ribbit. Azui said. Yes, without Luffy, I don't think I could have won. Momo said, which made Luffy very proud and happy. Ah, you didn't have to say that. Luffy said as he patted Momo on the back. And the way Luffy was cheering for you. So adorable. Mina and Toru cooed, which just made Momo want to sink into her chair from sheer embarrassment. Please don't remind me. Momo could already see the news outlets, and the headlines concerning her and Luffy. But did Luffy care? No. The next match was Kirishima vs Tetsu. Uraraka got ready for her match with Izuku and Ida supporting her. Luffy was sleeping. After the first 5 minutes of back and forth between the two boys, nobody really cared. After the fight ended in a draw, Bakugo and Uraraka were the next to fight. Luffy for his part was also sleeping. Despite Jiraiya trying multiple times to wake him up, nothing worked. He only woke up when a blast big enough to shake the entire arena was used. Huh? What's happening? Luffy asked groggily, still half asleep on Momo's shoulder. Bakugo just hit Uraraka with a massive blast, seems like she's done. Denki responded to his question. Ah, so nothing new. Luffy said as he went back on Momo's shoulder to sleep, snoring with a snot bubble coming out of his nose. Nobody was offended by what Luffy just said since everybody with common sense knew the outcome. The next match was a tiebreaker between Kirishima and Tetsu. Kirishima won and ended it wholesomely with a new friendship. Now it was time for the roller coaster that is Midoriya vs Todoroki. Hey, Luffy. Momo said, trying to wake up her friend who was still sleeping. With a sigh, she said the magic words. Meet. Meet. Luffy woke up instantly like he was never even asleep. Wow, it's like magic. Observed Azui from her seat. Food really is the only thing on his mind, isn't it? Jiraiya said it more as a fact than a question. That's not true, there is also Momo. Said Mina as she started snickering at the red face Momo was making. Huh? There isn't any food? Luffy said as he now was fully awake. Why'd you wake me up? I'm sorry Luffy, but a new match is starting. Momo said to Luffy, who was sulking at being tricked. And as the class representative, you must be a witness to all matches. Ida said as he robotically waved. Who's fighting now? Luffy asked, only to be answered by the fighters themselves as they showed up in the arena. After a couple of broken fingers and multiple ice barrages, Todoroki finally decided to use his left side, aka his fire side. Wow, he is on fire. I didn't know he could do that. Luffy said as the whole stadium rose a couple of degrees in temperature. Just like Ace and Sabo. Yeah, you didn't know? He said he never uses it in battle. I don't know why. Kirishima said as he looked at Endeavor, saying that his creation finally accepted his true self. Something to do with his dad maybe? Toru said, a bit uncomfortable at the fact that Todoroki's dad referred to him as a creation. Soon the big explosion happened, debris everywhere, and hot air blasted into everyone's faces. Almost everybody fell down except Luffy, who was just dodging the bits of concrete. Wow, awesome! Luffy said with stars in his eyes while everybody was shocked at the amount of power shown. Soon after midnight declared Todoroki to be the winner, while Izuku was passed out, outside the ring with broken hands. That was intense. Said Mineta as he tried to recollect himself from almost flying off. Tell me about it. Said Kirishima with a surprised face. I didn't know our classmates were capable of that kind of firepower. After about 20 minutes Uraraka, Ida, Momo, Luffy, Mineta, and Azui went to check on Izuku in the nurse's office. So should we knock or something? Asked Mineta as they approached the door. Of course, we will ask permission to be let in. Said Ida confidently. Hey, Greenie. Said Luffy, already bursting through the door and startling everybody inside. Ah, what are you guys doing here? Said Izuku, more so scared at the fact that All Might was in the room in his deflated form. Luffy. You should have knocked first. Momo berated Izuku before turning her attention to Izuku and the skinny blonde man. Oh, I'm sorry, are you a friend of Midoriya? Oh, ahem. Yes, I am. Yagi said as he got back into his role as a civilian. Oh hey. It's All Might's brother. Said Luffy, which confused the hell out of Recovery Girl and Izuku while everybody was slack-jawed. What? All Might has a brother? I can't believe this, said the students all at once. Young man. I told you to keep that a secret. Yagi scolded Luffy. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, my mistake. It's not All Might's brother, I swear. Luffy tried to cover up his lie, which didn't work. That's just his cousin. Don't cover a lie with another one. said Yagi while pinching the bridge of his nose. This is the last thing he wanted to deal with today. Look, please just keep it a secret. I don't want any, villains to know. Yep, that's who I don't want to know. Tashinori wasn't that much better at lying than Luffy. Alright enough. Time for everybody to go away, I have to prepare him for surgery. Recovery Girl said as she threw them out of the room, but her mentioning surgery only made things worse. The next match was Ida versus Shiozaki. Ida won, no surprise there. The one after that was Luffy versus Momo. This had the crowd muttering a whole bunch when they came into the arena. Momo, let's have a good fight, Luffy said as he extended his hand to Momo for her to shake. Likewise. Momo shook his hand, and with Midnight starting the fight they were off. Momo, already having some experience from sparring with Luffy, had a pretty basic idea of what she should expect. That is, if Gear 1 is considered basic. She went with a shield like in her last battle and a sword. Even though she had no idea of how to use it besides swinging it around and sticking Luffy with the pointy end. See what I did there? She at least knew that blunt attacks are going to have no effect on Luffy. So she opted for the sword. As for getting close to Luffy, she started swinging it around like there was no tomorrow, and Luffy dodged it with ease every time. Come on Momo, you have no chance of slicing me if you're not faster, Luffy said as he continued to dodge her slices. Sadly, she knew that, so she had a distraction prepared. Within a second, Momo managed to prepare a flashbang and threw it right in front of Luffy's face. What Momo didn't account for, though, is that Luffy caught the flashbang in his bare hands and crushed it. Ladies and gentlemen, unless my eyes are deceiving me, Luffy just broke her sword in half like it was a toothpick. Present Mike commented. My turn, Luffy said as he broke Momo's sword in his grip and started punching her. Momo already knew his move sets, so she knew how to dodge them. You're getting better at dodging. Let's see you dodge this. Luffy put some distance between himself and her, and with an inhale of breath. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun. Luffy's hits were too fast and too many for Momo to dodge, so she opted to block them with a shield as big as her. She could definitely feel pins and needles over her body. Unfortunately, Luffy's punches were too strong for the shield to handle, so he punched her to the edge of the ring, shield and all. Wow. I can't believe it, this shield was 5 centimeters of steel and he still broke through. Momo thought as she looked at the front of her useless shield. You're not out? I'm surprised, Luffy said as he appeared right next to Momo. But this is where this ends. Gomu Gomu no dash. Luffy stretched his hand way back, reaching outside of the ring, and then some. Bullet. And with some strength, he brought forth his fist, delivering one very powerful close-up hit to Momo's chest, fracturing a few ribs in the process and throwing her well outside of the ring. With an impressive display of strength, Luffy wins, Midnight said as she held up Luffy's arm, while he was scratching his nose with the other. Call the doctor, she said to her walkie-talkie. Momo, Momo. Luffy started getting louder and louder. Momo, Momo. Can you please stop yelling, Momo said as she slowly woke up. 5 seconds. Oops, sorry, Luffy said as he looked at her worried. Didn't mean to punch you that hard. It's nothing I haven't endured yet, Momo said as she began looking at the medical room. After her battle with Luffy ended, Midnight called some nurses to carry her to the nurse's office, and after some bickering with a relentless Luffy, they allowed him to come with them. How bad is it? It can't be that bad. When we spared, I'm sure I punched you harder, Luffy said as he looked at her bandages. He started poking her. Ow. Stop that, Momo said as she tried to swat Luffy's hand away with her non-damaged one. That's enough. I allowed you to come here to keep her moral support, but if you're gonna hurt her you might as well leave, Recovery Girl said as she used her cane to hit Luffy's shin, although him being rubber didn't have that great of an effect on him. Sorry Grams. So, what's wrong with her? Luffy said as he looked at the screen with a green line beeping up and down. Is she gonna die? Of course not. She has nothing too serious besides a dislocated shoulder and a few small fractures, Recovery Girl said as she brought Momo her blue gym uniform. She should be able to watch the match, but no more fighting for the next 3 days. Am I understood? Of course, Momo said as she began to put on her clothes. It still amazed her that, even with a bra, Luffy didn't so much as turn pink at the amount of skin she was showing. Anything happened while I was out of it? Boom Boy and Spiky Hair fought. I think Boom Boy won, Luffy said as he began spinning an office chair. So that means, the match after this one is between you and Bakugo, Momo said as she got out of bed. Yeah, I can't wait, Luffy said as he opened the door for her. Recovery Girl just shook her head at his enthusiasm. Hopefully, he won't send someone here again. As they were walking through the corridor, Luffy sensed another person. Somebody's here. He informed Momo, and just as they turned a corner, they bumped into Endeavor. "Watch where you're going," Endeavor said with hostility. Unfortunately for him, all he got was excitement from one and nothing from the other one. "Wow! A fire beard," Luffy said as he expanded his legs to be as tall as the flame hero. "Do you cut it? How long did it take to grow one? When you drink tea, do you drink it cold and your beard heats it up? Will Sabo grow one?" Luffy kept bombarding him with questions. "You idiot, this isn't a beard, it's a mask," Endeavor said as he temporarily stopped it and then turned it on. "See? So that's why you always had one," Momo said as she put a hand on her chin. "I thought it was a side effect of your quirk, sir." "It's not, now if you'll excuse me," Endeavor said as he began walking away, only for him to stop in his tracks. "Straw Hat." "Huh?" Luffy said as he looked back at him. "What you want? I saw your fights." "Your quirk may be a sad excuse for one," Endeavor said, which made Luffy quirk an eyebrow and Momo feel insulted on Luffy's behalf. "But I cannot deny what I have seen. Your strength and the way you use it make you a formidable opponent." "Thanks, Firebeard," Luffy said thinking he was done talking. "That's why I have a proposition for you," Endeavor said as he now fully turned to them. "What kind of proposition?" Momo said skeptically. She was happy that she was now with Luffy. If Endeavor tried to somehow use Luffy, then she'll be able to protect him. "I want you to bring out my son's fire," Endeavor said, which made both of the teenagers confused. "His fire side? Didn't he already use it against Greenie?" Luffy asked back. "Yes, I know he used it," Endeavor said while thinking of his talk with Shoto after the match. "But I have a feeling he'll keep trying to disobey me and use only his ice." "Disobey? What do you mean by that?" asked Momo, intrigued now. "It's a long story, one where you do not have to trouble yourself with," Endeavor said as he looked at the Straw Hat. "Are you gonna do it?" "I'll fight him if that's what you're wondering," Luffy said as he continued walking. "If he uses it to win, then he uses it." And just like that, they left, leaving Endeavor to his own thoughts. On the Class 1A balcony. "Sup guys? You feeling okay?" Kirishima asked as he was looking at the bandages Momo was supporting. "I'm okay, maybe a little hungry," Luffy answered, thinking that question was for him. Kirishima and Momo just stared at Luffy, who was returning to his seat. "Nothing serious, I will be fine," Momo answered her question as she also went back to her seat. "Woo! Who's fighting now?" Luffy asked as he stuffed his face with popcorn. "Hey!" said Mineta as he tried to swat Luffy's hand away from his bag of popcorn. It didn't work. "Ida and Todoroki," said Izuku, who was wearing a sling and was more heavily bandaged than Momo. This could be a close one, depending on the timing and Ida's speed. After what was honestly a pretty close fight, Todoroki takes home the cake and freezes Ida. "That was a close one," Zero said as he watched Todoroki melt Ida's ice. "Poor, ow! Ida," said Izuku as he was barely managing to write in his notebook. "Luffy, your next one is with Kachan, isn't it?" "Who?" Luffy asked as Bakugo began walking to the arena. "Oh, you mean Boom Boy? I'm not worried. I'll make you eat your words, rubber brain," Bakugo yelled from inside the corridor. "Good luck, Luffy," Momo said as she held a thumbs up for her friend. "Knock him dead, rep." Mina cheered Luffy on. She lost, might as well be to the guy who won this festival, plus Luffy was better in her book than Bakugo. In the arena. "Are the opponents ready?" Midnight asked the boys. One was doing stretches while the other was digging in his nose for treasure. "Hell yeah," said Bakugo, slight sparkles coming out of his hands. "Let's start this match," Luffy said, brimming with excitement. "All right then, begin," Midnight said as she whipped her whip. "You're dead, Straw Hat," Bakugo said as he began flying slightly above the arena, coming fast on Luffy, who was just standing there. When he got close enough, he let out a huge blast point blank, kicking up a small dust cloud. And Bakugo opens up with the first attack. How will Luffy respond? Present Mike said as he waited for the dust to clear. "Wow, that was strong," Luffy said behind the slightly panting Bakugo, who now looked at him with rage in his eyes. "But not fast enough." "Damn it," Bakugo said as he kept blasting Luffy, only for Luffy to dodge him every time. "He's toying with me. I'll make you use your gears if it's the last thing that I do." Gomu Gomu no dash. Luffy decided it was time for him to throw an attack. Pistol. After Bakugo dodged the simple attack, he went straight for Luffy again. He blasted right in his face, but not doing any damage besides, leaving a smokescreen. As he went flying around Luffy, he blasted himself into drop-kicking Luffy in his side. "How do you like that, you BSTRD?" Luffy was unfazed, him blocking the attack with Haki under his clothes. This made Bakugo go wide-eyed and just barely miss the backhanded punch that Luffy threw to his jaw. DMN extra quirks. Let's see if you can dodge this. Howitzer dash, Bakugo said as he quickly started spinning. Wow! It's the move you used before, Luffy said as he watched Bakugo spin with stars in his eyes. Oh my! Looks like Bakugo managed to turn himself into a human missile. Isn't that something? Present Mike commented on Bakugo's move. Impact. After enough momentum was created, Bakugo threw a massive explosion which forced some of the audience to close their eyes to avoid the shockwave and debris. Can't see him. Gomu Gomu no dash, Bakugo quickly turns to look upwards, where he sees an unharmed Luffy. Spear. Luffy putting his 2 feet together, he quickly extended his feet downwards, similar to a spear. Bakugo manages to dodge the attack and leave behind a crater where Luffy attacked, only to have Luffy appear in front of him and, very quickly, latch onto Bakugo with all of his limbs. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo said as he tried to blast Luffy off him. Sadly, Luffy managed to get a hold of Bakugo's hand, so the only thing he will blast is himself if he ever tries. I'm finishing this, you were good, but you need to train more. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy said as he threw his head a bit further back. Bell. Ow. That must have hurt. Present Mike said as he watched Luffy headbutt Bakugo into unconsciousness. It's pretty safe to say he's not getting up after that one. And he's done, can't say I haven't seen that one coming. Kaminari said as he watched Bakugo being taken to the nurse's office. Wow, Kachan lost. Izuku said as if he discovered aliens were real. To him Bakugo losing is something unheard of, he was always putting him on a pillar and now that pillar was starting to crumble. Deep down he knew Luffy would win, he just never thought he would see it. Yay! Go Luffy! Mina cheered for Luffy but mostly for herself being right. Never doubted you Luffy. Momo thought as she watched Luffy come back. This whole thing is just one big showcase for Class 1A, said Tetsu, matter at the fact that Kirishima lost to Bakugo. That's the rep of Class 1A isn't it? Kendo asked with a finger on her chin. Yeah, the captain. As the school has nicknamed him. Said Monomoa from the seat in front of her. That's a strange nickname. Said Kendo. I wonder how he got it. It's not any worse than the big sister. That's for sure, said Tsuburaba. The guy that can make air solid. This made Kendo lightly punch him on the shoulder. Ow. Waiting room NR.2. Oh, hey Fire Ice. Said Luffy as he entered the room. What are you doing here? Waiting. Todoroki said as he kept looking at his left hand, still wondering how Izuku managed to get that out of him. Okay, I'm just here to look for something to eat. Luffy said as he approached a vending machine. Hey, do you know how this thing works? Momo always did it for me. After not receiving an answer, Luffy decided to just force the door open and he started eating some chips with no remorse. Are you gonna use your fire powers? That doesn't concern you. Todoroki said coldly, not taking his eyes off his hand. Your dad wants you to use it, you know? Luffy said, which managed to get a reaction out of Todoroki. So? Did my father pay you to make me use my fire? Todoroki said a bit angrily, although Luffy didn't notice it. I don't need money. If he gave me food then I might have. Luffy said as he began eating some chocolate bars. I can give you some tips if you want, with your fireside I mean. How would you know anything about that? Todoroki asked Luffy with narrowed eyes. My brothers are fire people, I saw them use it. Luffy said, which made Todoroki feel stupid about his question. Of course, Luffy couldn't have been the only person to be experimented on. Todoroki thought with some level of sympathy. Sure, can't hurt I guess. Okay, so what you do is, you make green ball that explode into fire. Luffy said, which made no sense to Todoroki. Firefly fire. Thanks. Todoroki thought that this technique may be a little too advanced for him. Do you want to know why I never use my fireside? Todoroki asked Luffy after a couple of minutes in silence, well besides Luffy eating. No, don't care. Luffy said, which made Todoroki a little surprised. I don't care about your story or whatever. I care about the moment, 'cause that's the only thing that matters. This strangely helped Todoroki. Luffy is right, it doesn't matter what happened before, it only matters what happens now. But it's still not easy to just forgive and forget. Thanks, Luffy. Todoroki said, which just made the Straw Hat confused. For what? But before he could respond, they heard a voice over an intercom saying that the match was about to begin. Well, looks like this is it. Yes, may the best fighter win. Todoroki said coldly as he walked out of the waiting room, Luffy not far behind. The arena. Alright ladies and gentlemen. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The finale. Midnight said, excited that this will be over. After Izuku and Todoroki, she needed a day off. This is the fight that decides it all. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Present Mike said. Anything to add? Both fighters are very talented, one with more experience than the other. Monkey D. Luffy is a force to be reckoned with. His quirk may not look like much, but the strength and the creative way he uses it make him a great fighter. Shoto Todoroki is the opposite of Luffy. His quirk is very impressive, but his lack of combat experience is very visible, especially in a match against someone like Luffy. Time will tell who will be the winner. Aizawa sagely added. Wow, so profound. It nearly put me to sleep, Present Mike said before receiving an elbow to the face. Hey, what the hell was that about? As the two opponents walked up the stairs, both of them thought the same thing. I can't wait for this to be over. The level of excitement varied greatly in their minds. Now, I want a nice clean game. Be sure to pull out all the stops. This is your last chance to be recognized. Midnight said as she began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The first thing Todoroki did was throw a giant ice glacier at Luffy, hoping it would encapsulate him in ice. It was not as big as Zero's, but it was more concentrated. After a couple of seconds, Todoroki saw the ice quickly breaking and cracking, and soon Luffy jumped out of a hole he made with a Gatling gun. Wow! Luffy just tunneled out of that iceberg like it was nothing, said Zero as he watched the fight with excitement. Not bad, Gomu Gomu no Bazooka, Luffy said as he threw a massive two-handed open palm hit at Todoroki. Unfortunately, the only thing he hit was an ice wall, and with a little bit of observation haki, he saw Todoroki ice skating around the debris. Impressive quick thinking of Todoroki, said Izuku as he watched the match with growing curiosity. I'll need to rewatch this fight later on the internet. What do you mean? Asked Uraraka with confusion. He just skated around Luffy. Yeah, but he made the ice wall knowing that it would get destroyed, and he used the debris to cover himself. Izuku elaborated, which caught the attention of Momo. It doesn't matter, Luffy still knows where he is at, Momo said as she remembered using a smoke bomb once in a sparring match to try and get the jump on Luffy. A cracked bone taught her that making a smoke screen around Luffy only hurt herself. He always knows. Todoroki just made the situation worse for himself. Todoroki, now behind Luffy, tried to reach and grab him. And, just as Momo predicted, Luffy managed to grab his arm and deliver a quick and painful knee to his tummy, making Todoroki momentarily fall to the ground. Note to self, don't try to catch Luffy off guard, said Uraraka, which managed to make some of her classmates laugh a little, and Izuku began writing in his notebook. Hey, I got a fire attack of my own. Wanna see it? Said Luffy as he began activating Gear Second. He's planning to use the attack he used at the USJ. Todoroki thought as he put all his effort into making a very concentrated ice barrage. Gomu Gomu no dash, Luffy said as he threw back his now blackened hand. This made his classmates and Aizawa have a little déjà vu. Slowly his arm became engulfed in flames. Red Hawk. And Luffy threw a fiery punch forward at the same time as Todoroki's attack. A clash for power began to see whose attack would be stronger, but it didn't last very long and Todoroki felt a punch hit him square in the ribs. Granted, this punch was heavily slowed and watered down by the clash, but it still hurt. Amazing. I wasn't able to get a good look at it before, said Izuku as he watched in admiration. A fire punch? That could be interesting, thought Endeavor with an impassive expression. Wow! What was that? It looked like Luffy had a fire quirk there for a second. Present Mike asked his co-host. He used the friction in the air to ignite his fist, lighting it on fire, said Aizawa. That literally doesn't make any sense, said Present Mike, thinking Aizawa was lying. It doesn't need to make sense, as long as it's effective, said Aizawa, which earned him a touche from Present Mike. After a bit more back and forth, Luffy was starting to get bored of just dodging and occasionally hitting Todoroki. Hey, so you gonna use your fire side? 'Cause if not, then I'ma just end it now. Todoroki, now tired, in quite a bit of pain, and mostly frustrated at not being able to land a hit on Luffy, started to get irritated. Shut up. I'm not going to listen to that monster, he said as he looked at Endeavor. I'm going to deny him the pleasure of seeing me use my fire side. But, didn't you already use it? Said Luffy to a panting Todoroki who was having a hard time thinking clearly. Besides, who cares what he thinks? He's not forcing you to fight right now, is he? Of course he is, Todoroki said with hatred. Really? Then why not surrender? Said Luffy, which made Todoroki pause and evaluate what he just said. Because I have to win without using his part of my quirk, Todoroki said as he tried to stop his shivering. After that he conjured some of his remaining strength to throw another ice attack. Well, I can tell you this much, Luffy said before delivering one quick blow to Todoroki's stomach, making him fall to his knees. You're not winning anything without your full power. Woo, this is getting hard to watch. If only Todoroki wasn't limiting himself. Present Mike said. As Luffy got ready to deliver the finishing blow, he suddenly felt the air spike a couple of degrees. He also saw Todoroki's left side become engulfed in flames, burning the frost from his right side. Wow, is Todoroki really about to use his fire side? Mineta asked, slightly scared at the possibility of another huge explosion occurring. There you go, Todoroki. Izuku quietly said, proud that his friend is getting used to that side of him. Yes, Shoto. I see you have fully embraced yourself. Endeavor said in the crowd. Okay, now we're talking. I'm getting EXC, huh? Said Luffy, very confused. I surrender. Todoroki said as he did a 180 and left the arena. He didn't even acknowledge the fact that Luffy knew what he was about to do. I need time to think. Monkey D. Luffy wins. Midnight said as she whipped her whip, declaring Luffy the winner. She was, like everyone else, confused but still tried to maintain her showmanship. Talk about anticlimactic, said Kirishima with a couple of his other classmates nodding along. I wonder what happened between the two of them, asked Uraraka just as confused as everyone else. Todoroki, why? Izuku asked himself the question he already knew but didn't want to believe the answer. What's the meaning of this? Asked Endeavor as he followed his son. After 20 minutes, every participant was once again in the arena, well, everybody besides the top 3 contestants. So when will they show up? Asked Azui, and that's exactly when they showed up. They were on 3 pillars, each one having the numbers 1, on the nth 3 pillar was a sulking Bakugu. Man, I thought Bakugu would lash out right now. But instead, he is so. Kirishima said as he noticed Bakugu's gaze linger on him. Mild? I'll kill you. Lashed Bakugu at his friend. There he is. Kirishima said, which just made Bakugu angrier. In truth, Bakugu knew the gap between him and Luffy was larger than he liked to admit, so he decided that he'll devote himself even more to training. On the second pillar, there was Todoroki. Nothing really to be said here, he just continued to look with his cold stare of his and occasionally look at his arm. And on the first pillar, there was none other than Luffy, who was enjoying himself way too much right. He was waving his arms around. Well, Luffy seems to be in a good mood, Momo said as she proudly looked at her friend. There was no doubt in her mind that Luffy would win, but she still liked seeing him there and hoped that one day she'll catch up. He did win the sports festival, Kaminari said. And I doubt he knew what was going on half the time. And you knew the whole thing and still lost. That makes it way worse, said Jairu to a now offended and sulking Kaminari. All right, time to bring out the hardware, said Midnight as she pointed her hand at the edge of the roof. Of course, there is only one person worthy of disturbing the awards. Ha 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 ha, laughed All Might in his buffed form as he appeared on the edge of the stadium. After a failed introduction, Midnight pulled out the medals and gave them to All Might, who started handing the medals over. Young Bakugu, you showed the whole world your strength and fire, but be sure not to forget that training and experience are still very important. It's not enough just to have a flashy quirk, All Might said as he put the bronze medal around his head. Whatever, Bakugu sounded said, but deep down, those words took seed. Young Todoroki, congratulations. I'm assuming there is a reason why you surrendered, even though it cost you the final. I'm sure whatever problems you may have gotten over or discovered will soon be resolved and you'll try your best at being a hero, All Might said as he hugged Todoroki and gave him the silver medal. He didn't hug Bakugu for the same reason you wouldn't hug a raccoon. And last but definitely not least, young Luffy. Congratulations on first place, you stayed true to your pledge and managed to secure the top spot, bravo, All Might said as he handed him the gold medal and hugged him. Woo! Shiny, Luffy said as he looked at the medal. Ow! It is not chocolate, so you cannot eat it, All Might lightly scolded Luffy, who was sulking. But leaving those aside, I am glad that you showed such promising skills, strength, and teamwork. But remember that heroism isn't all about fighting, you must also have a good soul. I'm not sharing my meat with anyone, Luffy said it very matter-of-factly. This got a thumbs up and a quick laugh from All Might. Take a good look, everyone. This is this year's winners, but remember, every single one of you could have taken a spot here. If you work hard and devote yourself, then I do not doubt that you could take home the gold medal. I think the next generation of heroes is proving to be the most promising one yet, All Might said as he pointed to the sky. So I have one more thing to say. You know what it is. Great job, everyone. Plus Ultra. The crowd and All Might said at the same time. This made the crowd very mad at All Might for ruining such a perfect moment. Momo, Luffy said as he jumped off the pillar and ran to Momo. Look what I got. That's very nice, Luffy, Momo said like she was congratulating her son on a good grade that he's gotten. The paparazzi didn't fail to catch this moment. In their classroom, Aizawa told them that the school needed 2 days to count all the new request forms that they have gotten from hero agencies, so that means that they have 2 days off. At the mansion. Oh come on. I even won. If that doesn't deserve a party, then I don't know what does. Luffy pleaded with Momo's dad for a new party. The days off were pretty relaxing at the Yaoyorozu residence, well as relaxing as it could be with Luffy let loose. You going away, that deserves a party. Momo's dad said as he was going back to his office. Look, I'm happy you won, really I am. But you just had a party, you have to wait more before another one. How long? Luffy said, baffled at the fact that there were more rules when it came to partying. Until my headache is gone. Momo's dad said as he shut his office door in Luffy's face. This SCKS. Luffy pouted as he went to the living room where Momo was located. Sup Momo? Hey Luffy. Momo greeted without looking away from her phone. She was constantly checking her phone for any news article and or gossip going around about the sports festival. Especially where her and Luffy were concerned. Luffy, did you know that because of your little stunt people are calling us either a couple or family, and honestly I don't know which is worse. Who cares what some people think? Luffy said as he turned on the TV. We are lucky that we have our own limousine, I probably wouldn't be able to take the train to school. Said Momo, exasperated at the fact that Luffy isn't taking her seriously. Oh, and there is something else I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah? Luffy asked. I'm pretty sure I felt some Haki during my fight with Tokoyami. Momo said as she put down her phone. I felt pins and needles and some sort of image in my head. Yeah, that's observation Haki. Congrats, you've awakened it. Luffy said, which made Momo very happy. Now we have to train it so that you learn how to use it for yourself instead of your body using it for you. And just like that, Momo's happiness washed away. So, more training? Momo asked. Yeah, way more training. Luffy answered. In Class 1A. It's so weird that people recognize us from TV. Said Mina to Ojiro, Kirishima, and Toru. Right now they were waiting for the first bell to start. Everyone wanted to talk to me. Yeah. Me too. Kirishima said eagerly. People on the street were staring at me, it was pretty embarrassing. Toru sounded more happy than embarrassed. Well, I feel like I know how you guys feel. What I mean? Luffy asked, completely oblivious, which made Momo lightly bang her head on the desk. Haven't you guys seen the news articles? They love you. Kirishima said while showing them a news article. More precisely, they love talking about you too. Azui said from the front. Your guys' statuses switch from relationship to brother and sister on a dime. Sometimes, at the same time. Mineta said while imagining something not suitable for children. Morning. Said Aizawa as he entered the class. Good morning. Said most of the class. Today we have a harder class on hero informatics. This put the whole class on high alert, thinking the worst. You need to pick a code name. Today's class will be on your hero identities. After a bit more explaining on what the drafts are, how they work, and all the boring stuff, Aizawa pulled a remote and showed on the TV the people with the most drafts. 5,572? Is that a lot? Luffy asked as he squinted his eyes at the TV. Holy crap. I didn't even know there were this many agencies in Japan. Zero said as he looked at Luffy's number. Can't believe I got less than the Rubber Brain and Icy Hot. Bakugo said as rage filled his body. You have 3,852 drafts, what are you complaining about? Kaminari asked, only to get a small blast in his face as an answer. Nice one, Todoroki. With 4302, you are sure to have a great deal of good choices. Izuku cheered his new friend on. I will only choose one. Todoroki said as he thought of his father. Hey, how many did you get, Momo? Luffy asked. I got 257, not nearly as much as you. Momo said, only to receive a smug laugh in return. After some more boring talk about drafts, they got back on track to choosing their codenames, with Midnight coming in and helping them choose. A hero's name represents what you stand for, take All Might for example. Aizawa said as he handed out little whiteboards and markers for everyone in the class. Momo, do you know the answer? Luffy asked his friend, thinking this was somehow one of those pop quizzes. He hated those tests, not that he actually studied for any of them. You just have to write a hero name, something that tells people about you. Momo said and received a quick thank you from Luffy. After everybody came up with a name, they had to present it to everyone in the class. After some good, some bad, and some basic names, it was Luffy's turn. So what do you think? Luffy asked excitedly as he showed everybody his hero name in terrible handwriting. ... Go try again. Midnight said with a disappointed sigh and expression on her face. Huh? What's wrong with Meat Lover? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. This joke is so stupid it makes me laugh. The fact that you don't know what that symbolizes shows that something seriously wrong went on in your childhood. Said Azui bluntly, but it mostly flies over Luffy's head. Look, I love meat as much as the next R-rated heroine. This got a few raised eyebrows from the class. But you need something else, something that everybody will know you by. After some more names and another failed try from Bakugo, Luffy went back in front of the class. Well, it's better than your last one, that's for sure. Kirishima said as he looked at the oddly fitting name. Straw Hat, is that the best you can do? Midnight asked, wondering if she could come up with a better code name. I dunno, you said a name that everybody used to call me. Back home everybody used to call me this. Luffy said as he pointed at the whiteboard. Sure. Until we find you a better one, then that's the one you'll use. Midnight said, which made Luffy's smile grow from ear to ear. Break time. Wait, Luffy. Momo stopped Luffy in his tracks from going to the cafeteria. We need to choose a hero agency. What now? Luffy asked as he went back to his backpack to grab one of his lunches. A hero who will teach you for a week. Azui simplified it for him. A hero, huh? Luffy said as he went deep in thought, his head slowly becoming red and steam starting to pour out of his ears. Yeah, I got nothing. Well, I for one will be interning with MT Lady. Mineta said while taking out his phone. Are you thinking perverted thoughts again? Jairu asked as she looked over her list. Maybe, I mean how can I not when she looks like this? Mineta said as he picked a random pic of her from the internet. This managed to catch Luffy's eye for a split second. Gimme that for a sec. Luffy said as he borrowed Mineta's phone. Wah? Hey, give it back? Mineta said, more so scared of what Luffy could find. Unfortunately for him, Luffy was barely even paying any attention to him. Momo. Who is this? Luffy asked Momo as he showed her the pic of MT Lady. Oh, this is that heroine you fought before the sports festival. Momo answered Luffy's question. Why? Oh, nothing, I think I just found who I'm interning with. Luffy said. The train station. Everyone has their costumes, right? Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet and don't lose them or anything. Aizawa said while looking at Luffy out of the corner of his eye. If anyone was going to lose their costume, it would be Luffy. Right now the whole of Class 1A was waiting for each of their specific trains to come and take them to their internships. Gotcha. Let's do this. Mina and Luffy said excitedly at the same time. Speak properly, it's yes sir. Aizawa scolded the two rowdy students. Yes sir. Yosh. Aizawa just sighed and figured it would be pointless to try and educate Luffy on manners. So Luffy, are you ready? We're not going to see each other for a week. Said Momo a little sad. For as long as she knew Luffy, she has never been apart from him for more than a couple of hours. This chaperoning business started as a chore, but she was going to miss Luffy's antics. Don't cry or anything. Luffy hated crybabies. This just means when we meet each other again it'll be all the better. You sure know how to put a positive spin on things. Momo said when a new train arrived. That's yours, try not to get into too much trouble. I never get into trouble. Luffy lied as he was going to the train. Bye Momo. Luffy said with a wave, which Momo returned, before getting on the train side by side with Mineta. Rep, let's sit here until we arrive. Mineta said as he hopped on a chair. This prompted Luffy to sit next to him and stare out the window like a little kid. I gotta say, I didn't expect you to intern at MT Lady's agency. Never thought you'd be that type of guy. Huh? I just want to learn how she gets free food. Luffy said to the bald-headed boy. After she got free food at the festival, he thought that maybe he could use what he learned at the internship on Sanji. Sigh. Of course. Well, at least I won't have any competition. Mineta said as he started to rub his hands together. The rest of the trip, the boys stayed mostly in silence, sometimes interrupted by Luffy gushing over the scenery, Mineta gushing over heroines, and Luffy eating. The MT agency. Is this it? Luffy asked as he looked at the office building. The MT agency is a multi-story office building, on whose roof two horn-like structures protrude, similar to the ones MT Lady has. Yep, this is MT agency. Said Mineta as they started going to the entrance door. Since MT Lady only debuted like 11 months ago, she doesn't have anything big or fancy just yet. As they drew close to the door, Mineta could hear his heart pounding from excitement and anxiety. He was getting nervous as he went to open the door. Luffy swung open the glass doors, startling the small student and nearly breaking them. Yo, we're here for the lanternship. Hey. He means internship. Mineta quickly corrected the straw hat. Good afternoon. 1 second. The receptionist said as she began calling someone on the phone. Yes, 2 students are here for the internship. Yes, I understand. After she hung up she said. MT lady will be here shortly, I ask you to wait in the meantime. The waiting room wasn't anything special, 2 couches, a plant, and some candy on a coffee table. I'm bored. Luffy said as he was devouring the candy. How much longer? Fortunately for him, that's exactly when the heroine in question arrived. Why you? Straw Hat? MT lady said as she pointed a finger at Luffy. Why are you here? I didn't send you an invitation. I'm here for you to teach me how to get free food. Luffy said as he saluted the heroine. Monkey D. Luffy. The man who's gonna become the king of the pirates. I am Minarumi. Mineta was interrupted. I don't care why you're here. I didn't even invite you. MT lady said with a tick on her forehead. This prompted the receptionist, who was also the secretary, to speak up. Actually, you told me to give him an invite. When? Said MT lady as she started remembering. Flashback. MT lady, have you decided on who you are going to invite? The receptionist spoke up when she saw MT lady pass by her desk at the entrance. Invite? MT lady said as she put a chip in her mouth. Oh, you mean the internship thing? Yes, the internship thing. Have you decided? She said as she pulled up a notepad. I don't really care, just send an invite to every student who looks promising. She said while continuing her walk. Wait, everyone besides the kid who broke his fingers. That freaked me out. Understood. Flashback end. Oh yeah. Now I remember. MT lady said while putting a finger on her chin. But out of every hero, you really chose me? Duh, I am here after all. Luffy stated the obvious. Now teach me. Teach you? MT lady said, baffled by his cheekiness. That's when an idea popped up in her head. Okay, fine. I'll teach you. Yay! Luffy celebrated as he started following MT lady to her main office, Mineta following close behind. By the way, I'm Minoru Mineta. It's gonna be great working under you. Mineta said excitedly for a variety of reasons. You'll see, you DMN brat. You're gonna regret ever wanting to come here. The pro thought with an evil smile on her face. Mineta was ignored. After arriving at her office break room, they settled in an available room with 2 beds. They put on their hero costumes. The office building was pretty barren from what the boys saw. There weren't too many employees, besides the occasional janitor and office worker, and this surprised Mineta the most. Wasn't she supposed to be a popular pro or something? How come there's no one here? He asked more rhetorically than anything else. Who cares? Luffy responded as they exited their shared room. I just want to get free food. Is food all you think about? Mineta asked seriously. No, I also think about becoming the king of the pirates. Luffy responded, which prompted Mineta to sigh. Well, if there's anyone who can become, whatever that is, then it's probably you. Mineta said as they approached the main office door. Thanks, Grapes. Luffy said as he slapped the smaller student on the back, making him faceplant into the wooden floor. After opening the door, Luffy and a slightly angry Mineta were greeted by MT lady and a bunch of cleaning supplies. Huh? Listen up. If you want to become a pro, you have to know how to do tedious labor. That means cleaning, scrubbing, washing the windows, etc. MT lady said as she handed the 2 boys aprons and brooms. She didn't mean to get Mineta involved, but truthfully she didn't care. Have fun. Wait. I came here to learn how to get free food. I don't want to work. Luffy said in protest. Mineta was conflicted. He didn't want to be a janitor, but at the same time, he didn't want to refuse MT lady. But this is part of your training. MT lady said with her back turned, accentuating her curvature. If you want to learn, you have to do this. Whatever you say. Mineta agreed as he began sweeping away. Luffy was still contemplating for a couple of seconds before arriving at a conclusion. Tisk, fine, but you better teach me. Soon after he began sweeping very chaotically, making more of a mess than there initially was. Huh. In your dreams, punk. You shouldn't have messed with me at the festival. MT lady thought evilly as she started eating a brand new pack of chips and looking at her phone. To be honest, Mineta was doing most of the work, and that included Luffy's mess. Luffy wasn't much of a help. Washing? More like breaking the glass, that or just very aggressively washing one spot and leaving the rest of the window dirty. Throwing out the trash? He just threw it out the window, most of the time landing on a car, making the car driver have a mild heart attack. Cleaning the dust? More like sleeping near the dust. Mineta having to wake him up multiple times so that he can do his job. Some of the times MT lady got a few good hits in while he was asleep. And after a day of nothing being learned. Oh. Good morning. The cleaning supplies are right there. MT lady said as she pointed at a janitor's closet. Eh? Again? I thought you were going to teach me. Luffy said angrily. I am teaching you. This is all part of your training. MT Lady lied with a smile on her face. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with a cake. No way. Today, you'll teach me. Whether you like it or not. Luffy said as he grabbed MT Lady like a sack of potatoes and began going down the stairs. Mineta was following close behind and freaking out a little bit. Ha! Put me down. MT Lady said as she punched Luffy as hard as she could. Unfortunately for her, it didn't do much damage. No way in hell am I teaching you something. Our rep? What are you doing? She's gonna have us expelled. Or worse, she's gonna make us go home. Mineta said, more worried about Luffy ruining his chances with her. Stop struggling. We're just going on parole. Luffy said as he neared the entrance door. You mean patrol? No way. MT Lady said before noticing the receptionist. Hey, do something. I'm being kidnapped. The receptionist just looked at her with a blank expression. I don't get paid enough for this. And just like that, she went back to playing solitaire on her computer. Why you? I'll remember this. MT Lady said as Luffy exited the door and started looking for a fast food restaurant. After a couple of minutes of walking, with MT Lady struggling to get off of Luffy, she decided to see if this guy knew where he was going. Do you even know where you are going? MT Lady asked, frustrated. She gave up trying to get free from him. It was like his hands were made of iron or something. Yeah. Just gotta find a restaurant. Luffy said as he began walking in a random direction. Random civilians saw the famous heroine being carried around like a sack of potatoes and wondered if she was in danger, but seeing as how she didn't struggle, they figured everything was fine. Ugh, at least put me down. People are looking at us weirdly and I don't need any drama. MT Lady said, which prompted Luffy to put her down, and the second he did, she did a 180 and went back to her agency. DMN brats. Eh? Luffy said as she watched MT Lady go back. No you don't. And with an extended arm, Luffy pulled MT Lady back in his embrace, bridal style. Put me down. MT Lady said as she began to struggle but stopped when she heard her tummy rumble. Damn it. Ah see. You're hungry. And I'm sure I can find it. Luffy said as he began to look at his surroundings before quickly locating a ramen shop. I see it. Huh? MT Lady looked where Luffy was looking and her mouth began salivating. Fine. But just this once, okay? Yes yes yes. Luffy said quickly as he put down MT Lady and began going to the ramen shop. Meanwhile, Mineta just looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe Luffy got to carry MT Lady and not be reprimanded for pervy actions. If he ever tried to do this, he would get sent to the police. So, how do we do this? Luffy asked MT Lady as they approached the restaurant. How do I make them give me free food? Ugh, can't believe I'm doing this. MT Lady said very audibly. Let's just see if the clerk is a girl or not. Why does that matter? Luffy asked, which made MT Lady genuinely surprised. You can't be serious. MT Lady asked. This prompted Mineta to speak up. Oh, he's serious all right. He lives with a total hottie and I didn't see him as much as turn pink near her or any other girls. Mineta said, which captured the heroine's attention. Really? MT Lady said before deciding to test it out. Eh? What are you doing? Can't walk? Luffy asked MT Lady, who was currently clinging to him in a very scandalous position. Mineta could feel the blood drip from his nose. Huh, nothing at all. MT Lady said after a couple more seconds. This never happened to me before. Can you test it on me? Mineta asked. Get lost. Squirt. MT Lady said, not even turning to him. Nobody ever resisted my charms before, even a little blush appeared sometimes on even the toughest of heroes. After arriving at the ramen shop, MT Lady noticed the clerk, who was a female. Okay, let's see. What the? Food. Luffy said, already in the shop and approaching the counter rapidly, forgetting about his mission. Hey, I thought you wanted free food, you idiot. MT Lady said, which prompted Luffy to come back to her. Okay, let's go outside. After going to a fairly secluded area, MT Lady started analyzing Luffy. Besides your giant X scar, you have a good build, plenty of muscle. She said as she caressed his arms and his chest. Thanks. Luffy responded to the compliment. WW, what are you doing? Mineta asked as he started nose bleeding. He's a minor. Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. MT Lady said as she looked at Luffy's facial expression, which only held a smile, not even a slight blush. Wow, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but still. The clothes are nice, very commanding. She said as he looked at his coat. Besides the sandals, it's not a bad fit. Pretty face, but you are in need of a haircut. MT Lady said as she ruffled his hair. This spooked Luffy a bit. Eh? No way. Luffy said, a bit offended and scared. Look, I teach you, not the other way around. MT Lady said, trying to sound authoritative, but after Luffy not budging an inch, she tried a different approach. Sigh. Why don't you want a haircut? Nami always cuts my hair. I don't want anybody else besides her. Luffy said as she remembered Nami punching Luffy multiple times to get him to stand still and cut his hair. Besides, I have had this haircut ever since I can remember. Nami? Who's she? Your girlfriend? Mineta asked curiously. She's my navigator. I don't want anybody else besides her. Luffy said it as a fact. You're really leaning on this whole pirate thing, aren't you? MT Lady said as she got close to him again. Fine, we'll keep your hair, some girls do like that messy look after all. By the way, disclaimer, I am a guy so I don't know anything about girls, everything you read in this chapter is purely from my own experience and rom-coms. So don't take any advice I put here, cause honestly I'm just guessing. I'm guessing the straw hat is also off limits? MT Lady said as she looked at the iconic straw hat, dangling from his neck. Obviously. Luffy said angrily as he put it back on his head. I don't go anywhere without it. That's fine, weirdly that hat suits you. MT Lady said, which made Luffy's mood change. Shishishi thanks. Luffy said happily. So, now what? Now, we see what you can do. Go in there and charm her. MT Lady said as she started pushing Luffy to the door. Eh? How? Just do your best. MT Lady said as she pushed him into the ramen shop. I just want to see what he can do. Don't think that was the best idea. Mineta said with a nose stuffed with wipes. Luffy he's not the smartest guy I know. He can't be that bad, right? MT Lady said as she peeked through the window and looked at Luffy. Now, as Luffy sat down, the clerk in her early 20s came to get his order. Good morning. What would you like to order? She said with a smile on her face. Food, I want free food. Luffy said as he smacked the table and scared the girl a little bit. Excuse me? She said as she looked at the client who bore a serious expression. I said, I want free food. Luffy repeated himself, which just made the girl more scared. Why are you trembling? Is this a robbery? She asked, thinking that the young man was mugging her. What are you talking about? I just want free food. Luffy said, confused with a bit of drool coming from his mouth, but this just made the girl more scared. Does he mean that he'll steal our food? She thought as she started sweating. Or worse, is he going to eat us? Hey! What's the hold up? Just give me the food. Luffy said as he heard his stomach growling. I won't ask again. Luffy meant that he'll leave the restaurant, but the girl interpreted it as something else. Help. He's trying to eat me. The clerk yelled as she started freaking out. This made the restaurant owner come out. He was a man with a big build and a lot of muscle, smaller than All Might, but not by much. What is it, Pumpkin? He asked his daughter as she ran to him and started crying. Who did this to you? He said he'll eat me. She said as she pointed a finger at Luffy while crying. What? I didn't say that. Luffy said as he started waving his hands around. I swear. You come into MY restaurant, threaten to eat MY daughter, and then lie to MY face? He said as he approached the teen. Thank you for choosing our ramen shop. Wait, sadly for Luffy, he got punched in the face so hard that he flew outside the restaurant. Ow! And stay out. He heard the father yell from inside the shop and various chatter from the customers. Well, looks like he is that bad. MT Lady said, baffled at the events that just transpired. Who knew you could cause this much chaos in such a short amount of time? It didn't work. Luffy said as he nursed the bump he had on his head. They said I was trying to eat them. Yeah, maybe next time try not to be so aggressive. MT Lady said sarcastically. Mineta follows from behind. DMN rep, you good? Mineta asked Luffy. I'm fine. So, how do I make them give me free food? Luffy asked MT Lady, who was looking around for another shop. You need a lot of learning to do. She said, then she spotted another small fast food restaurant. Ahaha. Just watch the master at work. Luffy watched as MT Lady walked into the fast food restaurant, and not even 5 minutes later, she came back with 2 packed meals. Wow. Awesome. Luffy said as he got his share from the heroine. All in a day's work, kid. MT Lady said as she began scarfing down her food. Where's mine? Asked Mineta as he looked at the two of them eating. Oh, forgot about you. Said MT Lady, which completely shattered Mineta. But next time for sure. For some reason, I doubt that. Mineta said. So are we gonna go on patrol or something? I don't really go on patrol. Said MT Lady as she started going back to her agency. It's kinda hard using my quirk in a city. So, then why don't you go to the countryside? Asked Mineta. Duh, because here is where all the fame and money is at. MT Lady said it with her hands waving at the city. This made Mineta sweat drop. After a quick walk back to her agency, everything went back to normal. And by that, I mean that Mineta was cleaning while Luffy was dozing off. And just like that another day went by. The next day. Alright kid, I have some ideas you can try. MT Lady said as she was eating a pack of chips. Right now she and Luffy were chilling on the couch while Mineta was forced to continue his cleaning job. For what? Luffy asked as he looked away from the TV. For your training, duh. MT Lady said, which immediately improved Luffy's mood. For real? Awesome. Luffy said as he got up from the couch. What is it? You'll practice on me and I'll tell you where you go wrong. MT Lady said as she got a chocolate bar from the table counter. Look, your goal is to make me give this to you. Oh, okay. Luffy said as he got face to face with her. Gimme the food. Wrong. MT Lady said while making an X with her arms. Don't say directly what you want, lead them into it and don't be so forceful. Oh, okay. Luffy said, a bit taken aback. Wow, that's a cool chocolate bar you have. Can I have it? Wrong. MT Lady said as she did the same gesture. It's better than last time, but you still said you want it. Try again. Oh okay. Luffy said a bit surprised again, he felt like a stone was placed on his heart but he couldn't tell why. You know, I'm super hungry. If only there was someone who had some food right now. Wrong. MT Lady did the same gesture again. Well, you got over your biggest problem, so that's good but MT Lady stopped for a second. Why were you crying? Huh? Luffy said then looked down and saw a couple of tears go past his face and hit the ground. He quickly wiped them away. I don't know. Look, crying is a big turn-off when it comes to Stockton. MT Lady said with a hand on her chin, thinking that Luffy's crying was part of the Stockton. Well, I guess if you can play the pity card it could work, but too much and people will just try to avoid you, try again. Okay. Luffy said then thought for a bit, his face slowly becoming redder and redder. I don't know, can you give me a hint or something? A hint? Let me see. MT Lady said as she thought for a couple of seconds. Try flirting. What's that? Luffy said with a tilt of his head. Sigh. Of course, try complimenting me, flattery can go a long way, say something nice about me. MT Lady explained the best way she could think of to Luffy. Okay. Luffy said and after thinking for a bit. I liked it when you gave me food. Wrong. MT Lady said again. I meant about how I look, not what I did. Most people, you won't even remember their names when you try to stuck them, so you have to say something nice about their appearance, and stop crying, if it didn't work once it's not gonna work again. Sorry. I don't know why I do it. Luffy said as he wiped his new set of tears away and tried again. About how you look? Luffy said as he looked at her from top to bottom. Yeah, like what you see? MT Lady said it while moving into a sexier pose. She didn't even realize that Luffy managed to spark a reaction out of her. Not really. Luffy said innocently, which made MT Lady sucker punch him. If he wasn't rubber then he probably would have lost a few teeth there. Ow. What was that for? Choose your words more carefully next time. MT Lady said as she went back like nothing even happened. Okay, so clearly flirting isn't your strong suit. You could try to make their heart race. What does that mean? Luffy asked again. It means that, you should try to get into their personal space, surprise them, do anything to get their adrenaline pumping and then, they won't be able to think about anything else besides what you're saying. MT Lady explained the best she could. It'll never work on me though, I can be pretty tough. Surprise them huh? Luffy said before, very quickly, appearing inches away from MT Lady's face. MT Lady said, surprised at the sudden distance between her face and Luffy's or better said, lack thereof. WWWA. Hey, I'm done cleaning the stairs, can I start the real TR? Mineta cut himself off when he saw Luffy straddling MT Lady, looking like they were about to do something indecent. YUDMNBSTRD. Mineta said as he ran out of the room while covering his bloody nose with his palm. Give me the candy. Luffy said with an even tone as he was getting closer and closer. Please. Here. Just get away. MT Lady stammered as she put the chocolate bar between her face and Luffy's. Yay. I did it. Luffy congratulated by eating his reward, now sitting on the other side of MT Lady. Can't believe that worked on me. MT Lady said as she checked her heartbeat, it was going at an insane pace. Might want to fix your tone though, felt like a robot was asking me. Thanks. Luffy said as he ate the bar with a smile on his face. Now I can get free food. The thing you just did only works in specific scenarios, so maybe some more training. MT Lady said as she got the blush to disappear from her face and her heart under control. She looked at Luffy's face. And still, not even a blush. The next day, Luffy was the last one to get out of bed. After putting on his hero clothes and going to the main office, he was greeted by MT Lady as well as 2 other heroes. "Hi, I'm hungry," Luffy said while going to the coffee table to take some of MT Lady's pizza. "Hey, don't steal my food," MT Lady scolded Luffy. "Get some from the fridge." "But it's already here, the fridge is too far away," Luffy said while eating before noticing the 2 extra heroes and a familiar face. "Hey Ears. I have a name," Jiraiya said angrily. "And why are you here? I thought you got like 5,000 offers or something. Are you really gonna settle for her?" "Hey," MT Lady said in response to the mean comment while drinking some coffee. "DMN brats, just wait till you're older. You say it like you're 60 or something," Kamui Wood said, him being one of the heroes. "I feel like I'm getting older. Especially with him," MT Lady said while pointing at Luffy. "Oh, yeah. Are you gonna teach me more now?" Luffy said as he finished his second pizza already. "I'm ready. You showed some promise," MT Lady said to the straw hat. "I'll see what I can do." "Oh, me too. Me too," Mineta said from his spot, where he was washing the dishes. "Yeah, you definitely have no shot," MT Lady said. This made Mineta feel broken. "Training?" Death Arms asked, interested in the conversation. "What training?" Knowing Luffy, it'll probably be something about food, Jiraiya said while twirling her earlobes. "Yeah. We had training yesterday and the day before that," Luffy said like a happy kid who just got his Christmas present. "See? What did I tell you?" Jiraiya said. "She went over my entire body," Luffy said, which made MT Lady spit the coffee she was drinking. "Huh?" asked everybody besides Luffy and MT Lady. "It's not like that," MT Lady said, trying her best to fix Luffy's mess. Out of all the things to say. "Yeah, she said she liked my hat and my muscles," Luffy said with a smile, not knowing the mess he was putting MT Lady in. "Shut up," MT Lady said with a slight blush. "They're gonna get the wrong idea. I know you're a seductress and everything, but you do know that he's a minor, right?" Death Arms said, thinking if he should report his friend or not. "Do I need to take you into custody?" Kamui Wood said, just as surprised as everyone else. "I told you it's not like that," MT Lady said, slightly panicking. "Stop laughing." "Shishishi. Sorry." "Ow." Luffy yelped when he felt MT Lady punch him across the face. "Great boy. Tell them it's just a misunderstanding," MT Lady said when she finally remembered that she had 2 interns. "I have no shot," Mineta said while rocking back and forth in his corner. This made MT Lady even more frustrated. "DMN rep, didn't know you had it in you," Jiraiya said with a slightly impressed face. "For the last time, it's not like that," MT Lady said. "He just asked me to teach him how to get free food, and I had to analyze him, that's it." "Don't say, analyze, like you weren't just checking his body out," Kamui Wood said with a sweat drop. "And, out of all the things to teach him, you thought that Stuckton was the best? Hey, I don't come to your agency and tell you how to teach your brats," MT Lady said when she felt her blood pressure finally calm down. "Besides, that's not why you are even here, is it?" "Ah yes, I've nearly forgotten," Death Arms said as he attracted all the interns and pro heroes' attention. "I was assigned a mission by the hero agency and I think that I may need some help." "Mission? Sounds cool," Luffy said as he already imagined himself crawling through air vents, disabling bomb and saving the world. "Like a spy?" "Not really." Kamui Woods shattered Luffy's fantasy instantly. "What's the mission?" MT Lady said as she got into pro-hero mode. "A local gang has been making weaves at the Southwest Dock, no pun intended. We heard that they are about to strike a huge arms deal that will make them into a power that is too much for the local police to handle. I was assigned this mission by the hero agency, but I asked Kamui Woods to help in case a hostage situation arises," Death Arms said as he looked at Woods. "My quirk makes it easier to deal with hostages, seeing as how I can immobilize them easily," he said as he quickly activated his wooden quirk, making several branches sprout out of his arms. "Cool," Luffy said with stars in his eyes. "I am confident I can handle any threat that appears, but on the off chance that they are hiding something that I can't handle, I am going to need your help," Death Arms said as he finished his debriefing. "So you want me as backup?" MT Lady asked with a raised eyebrow. "Precisely," Death Arms answered her question. "Then we're going," Luffy said, thinking it was his decision to make. This made Mineta have a small panic attack and Jiraiya to just sigh. "It's not up to you," MT Lady snapped at Luffy. "I don't know if I can, I am pretty busy." This made the other heroes look at the barren room that didn't have even a single employee in it. With what? With eating? Kamui Wood said, which prompted MT Lady to knock him on the head. Ow! You deserved that. Jairu said to the hero who was rubbing his head. Come on please. Luffy said with a pleading face. He was getting tired of staying in this office building all day. It's gonna be fun. We aren't going there to have fun. Death Arms lightly scolded Luffy, who was getting into MT Lady's personal space. This is a serious mission. Please. Luffy pleaded as he got closer and closer to her, making her back up into an armchair. Please. Ugh, fine. Just get off of me. MT Lady said as she threw Luffy to the floor. DMN punk. What made it worse is that she could hear Luffy celebrate. Well, that's one way to convince a lady. Jairu said, which made Mineta start writing notes. It's not gonna work for you though. Mineta was once again depressed. Glad you decided to join us. Death Arms said as he extended his hand for her to shake. The mission it's gonna happen tonight at 8 p.m., so be ready. Sure. MT Lady said as she shook his hand. By the way, where is the dock located? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. Death Arms said. The dock's in Hosu. The docks. 750. Wow, the ships are made of iron. Luffy said with a look of admiration and a smile. But quickly that smile disappeared. What, this is your first time seeing a ship or something? Mineta said, not noticing Luffy's expression. He was slightly scarred at being here, even if he was mostly on the sidelines. Nah, just never seen one made of iron before. Luffy said as he was going back to the other heroes. Well, I guess Trogai's ship is made from metal too. Hey kids. Don't wander off, the deal is gonna start any second and we need to catch them in the act, otherwise we won't have proof. Death Arms said. Sorry. Luffy said loudly as he started running towards them. Don't yell. I gotta focus. Jairu said as she put her earjacks into the ground. Right now they were on a small warehouse, not too far away from the main warehouse but far enough away so that they don't get caught. This rooftop gives us a good vantage point, so if anything happens we'll be ready to back you guys up. MT Lady said as she was munching on a granola bar. Give me some of that. Luffy said as he looked at MT Lady eating. Huh. In your dreams, kid. MT Lady said, which made Luffy gasp in shock. Stop eating. Kamui Wood scolded the heroine. This could get dangerous fast. Quit your whining, I'm only here for backup anyway. MT Lady said as she continued eating. Besides, I'm strong enough to take care of myself. That's not the point. Kamui Wood said angrily. She was way too carefree in her opinion. That reminds me. Death Arms said, before things could get too out of hand. If there are any weaknesses, now would be a good time to share them. He said addressing the interns. If it wasn't obvious then loud sounds. Jairu said as she continued listening for any sign of movement. My scalp bleeds if I take too many ball. Mineta also piped in. Water. Luffy said nonchalantly, which made a couple of adults surprised and some angry. You idiot. If you knew that water is your weak point, then why did you insist on coming to the docks? MT Lady said as she shook him back and forth. Water? That's a random weakness. Kamui Wood said with a hand on his chin. It's not all water. Luffy said, which managed to calm MT Lady a bit. Just salt water. Idiot. Don't you realize that we are near the ocean? MT Lady said even angrier than before. Guys. I hear footsteps. Jairu said, which prompted everyone to pay attention to her. 20 to 30 guys. All carrying heavy weaponry by the sound of their footsteps. All right, just like we planned. Me and Woods go in and take care of them while you remain here with the children. Death Arms said as he ran quietly towards the warehouse. Kamui Woods followed close behind. Eh? I can't go. Luffy asked as he watched the pros do their thing. Obviously, you don't have your hero license yet. MT Lady said as she looked at the warehouse with her binoculars. Then what was the point of coming here? Luffy said, bewildered at the fact that he came here for nothing. You tell me, you're the one that dragged me here. MT Lady said casually with a grin on her face. Ha, sweet karma. Huh? Said Jairu as she checked her phone. What's up? Mineta asked as he tried to look at her phone. He forgot his. It's nothing, it's just a weird message Midoriya just sent. Jairu said as she put her phone away and looked at the warehouse where Kamui Woods was coming out with a bunch of hostages. After about 5 minutes Death Arms and Kamui Woods finally came out with the last gang member. Can I go now? Luffy asked for the 20th time. For the last time, no. MT Lady said for the 20th time. It doesn't even matter because they're coming out. I was summoned here for nothing. DMN it. Luffy said with the expression of a hurt puppy. Came all the way here for nothing. Why are you even sulking? This is good exp. Jairu was interrupted by an explosion from the city side. That explosion was followed by the sounds of civilians screaming. What the? Stay here, kids. MT Lady said as she looked at what was causing the chaos. It's probably just a random villain causing trouble. Another hero will soon arrest them, no worries. Yes. Some action. Luffy said as he started running towards the chaos. But he soon stopped in his tracks. Hey, where do you think your butt is going? MT Lady said as she quickly followed after him. The other students, out of pure panic, decided to follow after her. You're in a lot of trouble, punk. MT Lady said as she put a hand on Luffy's shoulder. She was about to scold him some more but stopped when she saw his expression. Huh? I know this aura. Luffy said with a serious tone. It's the same as that bird guy's aura from the amusement park. You mean the freakish monster thing from the USJ? Mineta said as he started panicky. This also prompted Jairu to use her quirk. Why'd you follow me? MT Lady asked. I thought I made it clear to stay back. Yeah, but these ones are weaker. Luffy said as he prepared himself, ignoring the heroine. What are you guys going on about? MT Lady asked, confused but then looked in surprise when she saw a pale pink, slim monster with an exposed brain running towards her at super speed. What the hell is that? That's Momo. It's way faster than the other one. Mineta said as he tried to run away but then realized that he's petrified in fear. Ack. Can't move. Crap, it's coming here fast. Jairu said as she tried to steel herself. Do something guys. Oh, right. MT Lady said as she got over her initial shock. Stay behind me. She tried activating her quirk but stopped when she heard Luffy say. Gear second. Don't you dare do anything. I can have you arrested. MT Lady said in an attempt to stop Luffy from doing something stupid. Unfortunately for her, stupid is Luffy's middle name, besides D. Don't worry, he's fast, but I'm faster. Luffy. Using your quirk, right? I don't care. Luffy said as he began running towards his friends' auras. My friends are in danger, I have to help them. Damn it Luffy. MT Lady said as she began running after him again. This idiot has no self-preservation. After about 5 more minutes of running, Luffy reached the place where their auras were coming from, but he couldn't see them. So we ran all the way here for nothing. MT Lady said as she was gasping for air. This whole thing was a waste of time, I don't even know why you thought they were here. No, they're around here somewhere, just can't see them. Luffy said as he looked around. Soon he got an idea. Hold tight. Huh? Was all that the heroine managed to say before feeling Luffy's arm wrap around her stomach multiple times and his other arm reaching for a building top. What are you doing? She didn't manage to say anything else because Luffy was going at high speed towards the roof, MT Lady following close behind. Let's see. Luffy said as he began looking around for his friends and unwrapping his arm from MT Lady. What the hell? MT Lady said as she knocked Luffy on the head. Don't ever do that again. I'm sorry, but I couldn't waste time. Luffy said, not even fazed by her punch. After a couple more seconds of looking around, they spotted Endeavor's fire. Look. There. Endeavor? What's he doing here? MT Lady said as she watched Endeavor approach a couple of pro heroes, students, and an infamous villain. Wait, is the MT Lady felt like she was having deja vu, don't you dare you bstrd. Luffy said as he jumped from the building. He was having too much fun in MT Lady's opinion. Gomu no balloon. Luffy said as he filled himself with air as he braced for impact. You're gonna give me a heart attack. MT Lady said as she got off of Luffy's inflated body. She found herself right next to the hero killer. MT Lady? Luffy? Endeavor, a couple of random heroes and Luffy's classmates said at the same time when they finally noticed who it was that jumped from the building. Ah crap. You guys already caught the Nomu. Luffy said in disappointment. I came here for nothing. I already told you that, you idiot. MT Lady scolded his in turn. It didn't really affect Luffy. Class rep? Todoroki said as he watched Luffy being scolded by MT Lady. What's he doing here? One hell of a class rep, said an elderly hero in a yellow and white hero costume. Straw hat. Endeavor muttered under his breath. How did he know? Luffy said as he suddenly did an 180 and looked to the sky. 5 seconds later another Nomu appeared. Another one with wings? MT Lady said as she braced herself. Fortunately for her, the Nomu wasn't aiming for her, but instead Izuku got caught in the Nomu's claws. He's bleeding, said a random heroine. He must be trying to escape. Greenie. Luffy said as he prepared to jump after him but stopped when he saw out of the corner of his eye, the restrained villain suddenly moved. Huh? The hero killer managed to free himself with a hidden knife. He very quickly managed to lick some of the creature's blood, paralyzing it mid-flight. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals just like you, who chase petty dreams. You must all be purged. Wow! Awesome! Luffy said with pure excitement at the fact that the hero killer managed to save Izuku, not realizing that the guy who just saved Izuku was an infamous villain. Unbeknownst to him, every hero and sidekick suddenly put their guard up. Everything that I do is to create a stronger society, Stain said as he killed the flying Nomu. With Shigaraki. Hey! Why did he have to go and kill that Nomu? Shigaraki said in frustration as he watched with his binoculars. Right now he was standing on the top of a building with his right-hand man, watching from afar. And why is that stretchy brat here? This is a mess. Why do things never go the way I want them to? Shigaraki said as he began rapidly scratching his neck. Back with Luffy. Great. He saved Greenie. Luffy said as he began walking towards them. Stop, Straw Hat. The elderly hero said. He took him as a hostage, he's the hero killer. Who? Luffy said before watching Endeavor flare to life and prepare a fiery assault, but he was stopped by the same elderly hero. Endeavor. Stain said as he got up from his crouched position, his cloth mask falling from his face. You false hero. He has no nose. Luffy said as he pointed to the hero killer. How can he even breathe? I'll make this right. Stain said as he emanated a powerful intimidation effect, powerful enough even for Endeavor. These streets must run with the blood of Hippocrates. Hero. I will reclaim that word. He wants to be a hero? Luffy said with a confused expression. He was the only one that wasn't even slightly intimidated by Stain's aura. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. There is only one man I'll let kill me. Stain said as he took a step forward, his speech becoming more and more desperate and powerful. All might is worthy. Okay. Luffy said after about 5 seconds of silence, completely unfazed. Why are y'all standing around? Isn't he a bad guy? I think he's out cold. Endeavor said after noticing the blade Stain used to kill the Nomu fall from his hand, still shocked from his speech. Oh man. I wanted to fight him. Luffy said as he approached the hero killer without a care in the world. Hey Greenie, you okay? Luffy. MT Lady said bewildered by the fact that he wasn't even remotely fazed. Yeah. Izuku said as he slowly got up. Thanks to Luffy's carefree demeanor, he managed to recover quickly. DMN, why the hell am I standing here doing nothing? Endeavor thought as he forced himself to recover. A teenager has a stronger will than me. Who the hell is this kid? Gran Torino thought as Luffy chatted with Izuku without a care in the world. So, who's this guy anyway? Luffy said as he came face to face with a passed-out hero killer. Is he dead? And no, just passed out. Izuku said as he reluctantly checked his pulse. Wait. What are you doing here, Luffy? I was in the area and I wanted to fight. Luffy said as he threw a punch in the air. Of course you did. Izuku said while sweat dropping. Never change Luffy. The next day at the Hosu hospital. Hey guys. Luffy said as he opened the door to Ida, Izuku, and Todoroki's room. How are you guys doing? Luffy? I'm surprised to see you here. Izuku said from his hospital bed. He and the other students were bandaged and in patient clothing. I can say the same thing. Said MT Lady as she entered after Luffy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be dragged into this whole mess. Give me a break, I was bored standing around your house doing nothing. Luffy said annoyed with hearing the same lecture from MT Lady for the 26th time. It's not my house, it's an agency. MT Lady snapped angrily. I'm gonna be so happy when you leave. Luffy might make the best hero or the worst. Izuka thought as he watched Luffy and MT Lady bicker like an old married couple. Oh? So the injured youngins are awake. The elderly hero said as he entered the room with another hero beside him. Gran Torino. Izuku said with a smile. And Manuel too. Ida said less happy, he was riddled with guilt. Gran Torino? Can't say I've ever heard of that hero before. MT Lady said, which notified the other heroes of her and Luffy's presence. Must not be popular. Watch your mouth, young lady. Gran Torino half-heartedly scolded her. The Straw Hat teenager, what's his deal? Wadash. A dog. Luffy said when he noticed the chief of police enter the room. This is the chief of police, Kenji Tsurigame. Gran Torino informed the students. Wow, are you like a cousin of Dogstorm? Luffy asked. Didn't know there were minks in this world. Luffy, watch your mouth, he's the chief of police. MT Lady said. Even though she was pretty rude most of the time, she still had some resemblance of respect. "What's that?" Luffy asked, which made everyone sweat drop. After a long-winded explanation of what happened with the hero killer, repercussions, a heated argument with the chief of police and Todoroki and a bow from the chief of police, everybody said their piece. "Wait, so I gotta keep this a secret?" "Well, almost everyone." "Yes, young man, if the media were to find out we would have no choice but to arrest you. Even though you didn't fight the hero killer, I ask that you don't tell anybody." The chief of police asked Luffy. "Well, that secret's as good as public knowledge now that Luffy knows about it." Izuku thought with a scared expression. "Can I tell Momo?" Luffy asked. "You can't tell anybody, that's the whole point," Todoroki said, even though he knew that he would probably still tell her. "Straw Hat, I want to ask you something," Gran Torino said to Luffy, taking him out of his debate with the chief of police. "Yeah? What's up, old man?" Luffy said with no manners whatsoever. "Luffy, I ask that you be more respectful towards your elders," Ida said with a hand wave. The other students were glad that Ida was already going back to his old self. "It doesn't matter," Gran Torino said in response to Ida's comment. Any other time he would have scolded Luffy. "When Stain was making his speech, none of us could move, you were the only one. Why is that?" "I've been wondering the same thing," Todoroki said. "Even my father was stumped. If it weren't for you, I would have probably still stayed on the ground," Izuku said with a disappointed expression. "I don't know, he just didn't scare me," Luffy said as he was picking his nose. "Plus, I faced worse guys than him, that's for sure." "I guess that makes sense," Todoroki thought. He and his other classmates had a vague idea of what Luffy went through. They just didn't know how wrong they were. Tashinori's disciple can become a monster, Gran Torino thought as he looked at Izuku and then at Luffy. But why do I feel like the true monster is right in front of me?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.